Chapter 394. How can a disciple of the Beast King Palace be so shameless and overbearing? Others have worked so hard to complete the mission, yet you want to snatch it away. How shameless. Ling Xiao said coldly. Little B****, you must be tired of living, junior fellow apprentice Zhong sneered. Originally, he didn't want to make a move in front of so many people because Ling Xiao was a disciple of the Yuhua school. However, he was in a difficult position now. Ling Xiao had insulted his school in front of so many people. If he didn't do anything, he would be laughed at. At this moment, Shimai chuckled and said, "Junior brother Zhong, he doesn't seem to take your threat seriously. Shouldn't you teach this Yuhua school disciple a lesson?" Senior sister Shimai, don't worry. Leave this little B** to me. You don't have to do anything. Junior brother Zhong's face flushed red. Obviously, he felt embarrassed. He was embarrassed in front of the woman he had a crush on. This made him a little unhappy. He looked at Ling Xiao, and with a wave of his hand, a pair of divine weapons appeared in his hand. They were actually treasured artifacts, beast claws. This sort of weapon was very special. It wasn't made of metal. Instead, it was made directly from the claws of fierce beasts. It was even more terrifying than weapons made of metal. "Tell me your name. I don't kill nameless people," junior brother Zhong shouted coldly. "I'm Ling Xiao, an outer disciple of the Yuhua school. I hope you'll remember this name after you die. Come find me if you need to seek revenge." Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Huh. Ha 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 ha, outer disciple? How dare an outer disciple of the Yuhua school be so arrogant? It seems like they're getting more and more arrogant after so many years without anyone teaching the Yuhua school a lesson." Junior brother Zhong was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. The people who were watching the show also burst into laughter. In their opinion, an outer disciple who dared to make a fuss in front of an inner disciple of the Beast King Palace was courting death. Is it that funny? Ling Xiao looked at junior brother Zhong calmly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. There had been people who had mocked him like this before, but they had either died or lost miserably. "Junior brother Zhong, if you're not going to make a move, let me do it." Right at that moment, another Beast King Palace disciple standing beside Shimai spoke up. This person should be slightly older than Shimai and that junior brother Zhong, and his cultivation should also be slightly stronger. "Senior apprentice brother Hai, there's no need to fight with me over killing an outer sect disciple, right?" Junior brother Zhong said with a smile. "That's true. This Yuhua school is the weakest among the 12 sects. Now that he's an outer sect disciple, I don't think we need to do anything. Even my pet can bite him to death." Senior brother Hai said with a smile. These two people actually treated Ling Xiao as a dead man. "You talk too much." As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, he had already struck out with his palm. Junior brother Zhong and senior brother Hai from the Beast King Palace were still discussing how to kill Ling Xiao. It was as if they were discussing how to deal with a salted fish. However, all of a sudden, both of them felt a horrifying aura appear out of nowhere. They heard a sorrowful cry in the air. It was as if even the elements in the air were frightened by this palm and started to howl. What a horrifying palm. It was as if it could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It was filled with an incomparable destructive intent. Senior brother Hai and Shimai were so frightened by this palm that they took several steps back. Junior brother Zhong, on the other hand, was the closest to Ling Xiao. His body was actually frightened by this terrifying destructive intent, and he was so stiff that he couldn't move. What he saw was a hand. But it also seemed to be a sky. Damn it! Junior brother Zhong was terrified. He couldn't understand how an outer sect disciple from the Yuhua school could be so powerful. It was just one palm, but it contained such destructive intent. It was as if he was going to be torn apart. "Save me." Junior brother Zhong turned his head with difficulty and shouted at Shimai and his senior brother Hai. However, his voice was hoarse and filled with despair. Even so, Shimai and senior brother Hai should have heard him. Unfortunately, neither of them dared to step forward to save him. The horrifying power of Ling Xiao's palm was beyond their understanding. Was he still an outer sect disciple? Junior brother Zhong was in complete despair. Then, An overwhelming aura of destruction enveloped his body. He felt his body explode in an instant, and everything after that had nothing to do with him. A few pieces of clothes flew between heaven and earth, and there was a strong burnt smell. Drip, drip. Shimai and senior brother Hai's foreheads were dripping cold sweat to the ground. Thump, thump. Their hearts were beating wildly, and their hearts were trembling violently. They could only watch helplessly as a living person died. And he died without a complete corpse. No, he was reduced to dust, and only pieces of clothes were left. Shimai and senior brother Hai didn't expect that the person they thought could be killed by their pets at any time would kill their junior brother. He made them pay a heavy price in blood. You killed him. You killed junior brother Zhong. Are you crazy? He is a disciple of the Beast Palace. How dare you kill him? Senior brother Hai mumbled to himself, terrified. In his mind, the disciples of the Yuhua school were like sheep. Even if they were humiliated outside, they wouldn't dare to kill. At most, they would go back to the faction to complain. But today, an outer sect disciple of the Yuhua school had killed his junior brother, an inner sect disciple of the Beast Palace. Therefore, these people were shameless and ridiculous. When they wanted to kill Ling Xiao, they never thought that the 12 sects couldn't kill each other. But now, one of their disciples was killed. They suddenly understood that they couldn't do that. I know that he is a disciple of the Beast Palace, an inner sect disciple of the Beast Palace. But I killed him. Ling Xiao said with sarcasm and mockery, not only did I kill him, but I also killed the two of you. Don't even think about leaving. As he spoke, he took a step forward. However, this gentle step caused senior apprentice brother Hai and Shimai's hearts to tremble, and they both took 2 steps back. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you taking a step back? Are you going the wrong way? Ling Xiao asked mockingly. You are definitely not an outer sect disciple of the Yuhua school. Who are you? Are you a monster from the demonic empire? Senior brother Hai roared loudly, as if this would give him incomparable courage. How ridiculous. You can't beat me, so you try to slander me. Is this how you Beast Palace disciples behave? Ling Xiao shook his head and continued to walk forward. The two of them continued to retreat. Plop. Because senior brother Hai was retreating in a hurry, he accidentally tripped over a stone. This was ridiculous. A dignified transcendent realm cultivator tripped over a stone. No one would believe it. Chapter 395. Don't come any closer, senior brother Hai shouted as he scrambled to his feet. Senior brother Hai, calm down, think about it carefully. This little brat just launched a sneak attack while you were chatting with junior brother Zhong. He's not that strong, he must have used some kind of thunderbolt thunder fireball or something. As a woman, Shimai was much calmer than senior brother Hai. She stopped and stared coldly at Ling Xiao before turning to senior brother Hai and saying. Senior brother Hai also came to his senses at this time. Junior brother Zhong's death was too tragic and too strange, so much so that he had mistaken the other party for a monster from the true demon empire. Now that he thought about it carefully, it seemed that what junior sister Shimai said was true. There was a strange look in Shimai's beautiful eyes. There was a bit of surprise and also a bit of fear. However, she was able to maintain her composure for the time being. Because although Ling Xiao's aura had soared to the 2nd layer of the transcendent realm in an instant, if that was all there was to it, she really wouldn't have been afraid. In her opinion, this Ling Xiao was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger and must have learned some kind of special martial skill that allowed him to instantly erupt with power close to the 2nd layer of the transcendent realm. This sudden attack had severely injured junior brother Zhong, who had underestimated him, and instantly turned him to dust. That must be it. She also admitted that she had underestimated Ling Xiao a little, but the instantaneous eruption of power Ling Xiao had displayed was only around the early 2nd layer of the transcendent realm. Moreover, she firmly believed that this kind of martial skill that could suddenly erupt with such great power would consume a lot of energy and should not be used too many times. Considering all this, she turned to senior brother Hai and said, Senior brother Hai, junior brother Zhong's death was due to him underestimating his enemy. This little brat seems to have mastered a terrifying palm technique that can instantly increase his attack power to the early 2nd layer of the transcendent realm, but this is not a reason for us to be afraid. If senior brother Hai is afraid, then let me avenge junior brother Zhong. This Shimai was really scheming. Her words not only reminded senior brother Hai of Ling Xiao's true strength, but also forced senior brother Hai to have no choice but to take action. It could be seen that this senior apprentice brother Hai was the same as that senior apprentice brother Zhong. He had also been confused by Shimai. How could he let Shimai take such a risk? Senior brother Hai also gradually calmed down. He understood that Shimai was instigating him to deal with Ling Xiao. However, this was not something excessive. One had to know that he was a late-stage transcendent realm third-level inner disciple of the Beast King Palace, while his opponent was merely an outer disciple of the Yuhua school. His cultivation was only at the half-master level. He had only learned a set of palm techniques that allowed him to unleash a terrifying attack in an instant. As long as he dealt with it carefully, wouldn't killing the other party be a matter of moments? Moreover, this Ling Xiao actually made him lose face in front of his fellow Taoists. If he couldn't kill him, this matter would probably become a stain on his life. That won't do. The fear in his eyes had completely dissipated and was replaced by a frenzied desire to fight and kill. Junior sister Shimai, there's no need for you to deal with an outer disciple of Yuhua school. Senior apprentice brother Hai glanced at Shimai and said coldly, leave junior apprentice brother Zhong's revenge to me. I want him to know the price he has to pay for killing a disciple of the Beast King Palace. Ling Xiao stood there, his eyes still cold and indifferent, as if the two people in front of him were already dead. Haven't you discussed the order of death? How about I send you to hell together? Little bastard, don't be so arrogant. Do you really think that you're invincible after killing junior apprentice brother Zhong? Senior apprentice brother Hai roared angrily, and the shadow of a black panther suddenly appeared behind him. The black panther's body was pitch black, and its huge shadow was 7 to 8 meters tall. It stood majestically behind senior apprentice brother Hai and stared at Ling Xiao with its glowing eyes. As the shadow of the black panther appeared, senior apprentice brother Hai's body seemed to undergo some changes. His muscles tightened and the confidence in his eyes grew stronger. Black Panther martial soul? In an instant, his mountain river martial soul told him the answer. This kind of martial soul could give its owner a terrifying speed and attack bonus. Moreover, when a black panther hunted for prey, its ability to find opportunities was also very terrifying. Therefore, Ling Xiao believed that senior apprentice brother Hai possessed 3 abilities the moment he summoned his Black Panther martial soul. Speed increase, attack increase, and a powerful ability to find openings. Sure enough, it was as he expected. The martial souls of the Beast King Palace's martial souls were all animal type. It was a pity that junior apprentice brother Zhong died too quickly, and he didn't even have time to summon his martial soul. It was very difficult to know what kind of martial soul he had. However, Ling Xiao's interest in martial souls was getting stronger and stronger. The entire profound world was made up of 13 continents. Just the Heavenly Dragon continent alone had the human race's sacred dynasty, ninja nation, jadeite nation, barbarian tribe, and many other large and small nations. Under the human race's sacred dynasty, there were hundreds and thousands of vassal states. Northern Han was only one of the vassal states, and he had already seen many martial souls. Especially after his mountain river martial soul had completely awakened and fused with it, it had brought the human race's golden period of martial soul awakening and inheritance. This period of time wasn't long, but it had still been more than 2 months. During this time, billions of cultivators had awakened their martial souls. Thinking about it, the number of martial souls he would see in the future would probably increase, and they would also be more varied. Divine Prison King Fist, Bullhead Smash. Ling Xiao planned to test out the Black Panther martial soul's abilities first. After all, his opponent was a late-stage transcendent realm third-layer cultivator. If he attacked without understanding his opponent's abilities, he might end up in a passive situation if he failed to kill him. Therefore, he was only testing his opponent. However, even though he was just testing his opponent, his fist was still powerful. The fist energy blasted out like a thunderclap. In a daze, he seemed to see a bullhead divine object pouncing towards his opponent. Whoosh! In that instant, senior apprentice brother Hai suddenly disappeared. His body turned into an afterimage, and he disappeared at the same time as his martial soul. Although Ling Xiao's palm strike was powerful, it only hit the ground, causing a cloud of dust to fly up. He didn't use his true strength for this palm strike. It was only a half-step grandmaster. It was just a test, so there was no need to consume too much true qi. Senior apprentice Brother Hai's disappearance caused a series of surprised shouts. The surrounding disciples exclaimed one after another. Suddenly, Senior apprentice Brother Hai's figure reappeared, but this time, he was behind Ling Xiao. He held 2 daggers in his hands, which emitted a cold light. The green fluorescence on the daggers was obvious at a glance that they had been smeared with poison. Ding! The daggers stabbed Ling Xiao's body, but the sound of metal clashing rang out. Senior apprentice Brother Hai was stunned for a moment, but then he saw Ling Xiao suddenly turn around and send out another palm strike, Divine Prison King Fist, Horseface Smash. It was still a test. Chapter 396. Senior Brother Hai's movement technique, coupled with the Black Panther martial spirit, was simply unfathomable. Although it was not as good as Ling Xiao's movement technique, it was not far off. If Ling Xiao wanted to completely capture his trajectory, he would have to use a few more moves. Senior Brother Hai was stunned for a moment after his attack failed. He obviously did not expect Ling Xiao's body to be so hard. At that moment, he thought that Ling Xiao might be wearing some kind of defensive treasure. His eyes actually flashed with a hint of greed. However, this greedy look disappeared in an instant, because Ling Xiao's palm wind came again. This palm whistled as the horse's face was faintly discernible. It was actually mixed with a faint neighing sound that disturbed one's mind. Mitch, your speed is too slow. Don't even think about attacking me. A complacent voice came from all directions. Senior Brother Hai once again disappeared in front of Ling Xiao's eyes. That palm once again hit the ground. It actually did not hurt Senior Brother Hai in the slightest. Interesting. This Black Panther martial spirit is indeed similar to what I expected. This guy's speed is astonishing. He can always dodge my attacks and can even disappear into thin air. This should be like a black panther hiding in the dark to hunt for its prey. But how could he disappear? Ling Xiao frowned. He could not understand this point for the time being. There were no spatial fluctuations, which meant that this person was not hiding in another space. Then where was he hiding? Ling Xiao could not help but be excited. The unknown ability of the enemy did not make him the slightest bit afraid. Instead, it made him excited. This kind of battle was more meaningful to study. Is your speed slow? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then I will also play with you. Ever since he started practicing the soaring cloud steps until it was upgraded to the Cloud Dragon Divine Journey, Illusory Array, there had never been a warrior within 2 realms who could surpass him in terms of movement technique. This Senior Brother Hai actually wanted to play with him in speed. At that moment, Ling Xiao moved. His figure turned into several afterimages and separately pounced into the crowd. As expected, Ling Xiao now knew why his opponent had disappeared. Senior Brother Hai seemed to have disappeared strangely, but he used his extremely fast speed to hide in the crowd and then hid his aura. Competing with me in speed? You're courting death. Ling Xiao's cold voice was like a cold wind from hell, invading Senior Brother Hai's body, causing him to involuntarily shiver. Divine Hell King's Fist, Hellish Twist. In the midst of the chase, Ling Xiao punched out with both fists, one black and one white. 2 fist energies flew out, as if the black and white impermanence had come for Senior Brother Hai's life. Senior Brother Hai turned pale with fright as a burst of true qi gushed out from his body, causing his speed to soar once again as he dodged Ling Xiao's attack. But this time, his forehead was clearly dripping with cold sweat. He was not as relaxed as before. Divine Hell King Fist, Ghost King Annihilation. A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he chased after Senior Brother Hai and threw out another punch. This move was a combination of the power of the previous 3 moves. The Ghost King's shadow pounced on Senior Brother Hai along with the fist energies. At the same time, Oxhead, Horseface, and the black and white impermanence attacked from both sides, not giving Senior Brother Hai any chance to dodge. At that moment, Senior Brother Hai felt as if he had seen hell. He saw his own death. Senior Brother Hai cried out in alarm as he increased the output of his true chi. But he no longer dared to attack. Instead, he focused all his true chi on his body movement, desperately trying to escape from this hell-like attack. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them had already become two after-images. Only those who were slightly stronger could faintly see the situation. As for those who were weaker, they couldn't even tell who was who. They only heard Senior Brother Hai's cry of surprise and knew that Senior Brother Hai was at a disadvantage. Senior Brother Hai's body was hit and trembled uncontrollably. He fell to the ground and turned into the corpse of a peak level 2 vicious beast. I have heard that the disciples of the Beast Palace are good at linking their lives with their pets and that they would trade their lives for theirs at critical moments. I didn't know that it was true. But this Ling Xiao is horrifying. I can't believe he forced Senior Brother Hai to use this move. I think the battle is about to end. Yes, it's about time. I'm curious to see how many more pets you have to trade for your life. A glint of gold flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He was already tired of this kind of cat-and-mouse battle, and the speed at which Senior Brother Hai crumbled simply made him thoroughly disappointed. If he were in Senior Brother Hai's shoes, he wouldn't be in such a passive position with his Black Panther martial spirit. What a pity for such a good Black Panther martial spirit. Ling Xiao wore a look of disdain and disgust. Senior Brother Hai was enraged by the look in his eyes. Why? You're just a master warrior, an outer disciple of the Yuhua school. How dare you look down on me? Senior Brother Hai was enraged. He stopped running away. He condensed his true chi into fists and the Black Panther martial spirit behind him roared like thunder. That's more like it. Ling Xiao stopped as well. A smile crept onto his face. Since you've become so courageous in the last stage, I will use my new move for you. Ling Xiao had always wanted to try the soul die. It was just that he hadn't found the right opportunity until now. But this time, he thought he could give it a try. His soul power was strong. He believed that if he could get the right number for the soul die, the attack he could unleash would be powerful. Boom tilde tilde with a loud explosion, a huge die appeared on top of Ling Xiao's head, and it started to spin rapidly. A moment later, people noticed that the number on the die had changed to 4. It's the 4th ability, Sky Burn. How unlucky. Guys, can you stay away from me? I can't even control this ability. Every point on the soul die represented an ability, or rather, a fighting style. However, Ling Xiao didn't like the ability Sky Burn. This ability didn't differentiate between friend and foe. It would burn everything within a 10-meter radius. Fortunately, his ability wasn't strong enough at the moment, so the range was relatively small. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Of course, he might be able to control this ability in the future. At the very least, he would be able to control the range of the Skyburn. As the soul die disappeared, the ability Skyburn was activated. A huge fireball suddenly appeared in mid-air. It was like a blazing sun. This is bad. Run. It doesn't matter if he's telling the truth. Let's stay away from him first. The onlookers felt the terror of the fireball. Senior Brother Hai also felt it. However, he had no choice but to release it. His attack had already been formed. If he retracted it now, the backlash would be enough to kill him. Moreover, he knew very well that he couldn't escape. Chapter 397. For Senior Brother Hai. Ling Xiao's terrifying attack, although it was an attack that did not differentiate between friend and foe, he could feel that he was bound by some kind of power. Other than staying to attack, there was no other way. Senior Brother Hai's feeling was not wrong. Although this ability could not be controlled, Ling Xiao could use other means to bind the enemy. For example, formations, dragon might, and so on. His means were not limited to just one. It only took a moment for the power of burning heaven to completely erupt. At that moment, Senior Brother Hai suddenly understood why Ling Xiao said that the battle should be over. Because this move was not something he could resist at all. That terrifying high temperature burned the surrounding 10 meters into scorched earth in an instant. The ground cracked because of the high temperature, and many animals and plants died. Senior Brother Hai could clearly feel that his move was instantly destroyed by the blazing temperature. Then, He felt as if his body was immersed in blazing lava. A sense of fear instantly overwhelmed his whole body. Why did I provoke this fiend? Why? I hate it so much. I regret it so much. Senior brother Hai let out a final cry in his heart. However, this fear did not last long, because in just a moment, he completely lost consciousness. In the eyes of the onlookers, senior brother Hai's body was rapidly burned, and then completely disappeared. What kind of scene was that? An absolute doomsday scene. The hearts of the onlookers were trembling. What kind of martial art was this? How could it be so terrifying? As senior brother Hai completely turned into ashes, Kai Yang also disappeared. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead, and a look of shock appeared on his face. To be honest, even he himself felt that it was a little unbelievable. The terror of soul dice was far beyond his imagination. Was this really just a top gold grade martial art? It was simply terrifying. Ling Xiao could not help but be excited. Perhaps this soul dice could become even more powerful. He suddenly thought of a possibility, and that was to fuse his martial soul with soul dice to create an even more terrifying soul martial art. This idea was naturally born from the 9 Demons' divine art and the martial spirit inheritance. However, it would be better to slowly study this matter in the future. The number of martial souls he had seen was far too few. If he wanted to find a suitable martial soul for soul dice, he would have to think about it at length. For now, it was better to deal with the matter at hand. Thinking of this, he looked at Shimai. That cold and mocking gaze caused Shimai, who had already fled tens of meters away, to tremble uncontrollably. When Ling Xiao killed her junior brother Zhong with a single palm strike, she could still explain that he had cultivated some kind of special palm technique that allowed him to instantly erupt with power equivalent to an early second-layer transcendent realm cultivator, allowing him to kill her junior brother Zhong, who had underestimated him. However, at this very moment, Ling Xiao was not using palm techniques. Furthermore, from the beginning to the end, senior brother Hai did not have the slightest intention of underestimating his opponent. In fact, he was extremely serious and gave his all. It was a pity that Ling Xiao was stronger than senior apprentice brother Hai in terms of defense, movement, and attack. Especially the last attack. Shimai could not understand what kind of attack it was. There was no true chi fluctuation, but it had produced such a terrifying destructive power. Even now, there was still a strong burning smell within 10 meters of Ling Xiao. The ground was scorched black, and even the stone slabs were burned to ashes. How did he do it? What cultivation level was he at? Was he not human? This Yuhua school's outer disciple is too strong. He said his name was Ling Xiao. Have you heard of this person before? I've never heard of it. The Yuhua sect is the weakest among the 12 sects. Their inner sect disciples are not very famous. Only the top 10 core disciples are slightly famous. The rest are not even worth mentioning. That's not true. I heard that Yuhua school's Golden Light Heavenly Master and the Flame Deity have taken in 2 extremely talented disciples. One is called Leng Hao, and the other is called Ming Tian. The higher-ups of our sect have asked us to pay close attention to these 2 people. I know about this too. Apart from the top 10 core disciples, these 2 are the most famous. Who is this Ling Xiao? Is he really an outer disciple of Yuhua school? After seeing Ling Xiao kill senior apprentice brother Hai in a very spectacular and strange way, the surrounding people could not help but discuss after a moment of shock. They were all shocked by Ling Xiao's moves and wanted to know more about Ling Xiao's background. I have some impression of this person. Sure enough, there were many well-informed people in the world of sects. Oh, tell us. This person is indeed an outer disciple of Yuhua school, but his rise is a bit legendary. The person continued, before he entered Yuhua school, he offended the Flame Deity. After entering Yuhua school, he was naturally suppressed by the Flame Deity's disciple, Hei Suo. Then isn't he finished? Finished? No, you're all wrong. He's only been in the Yuhua sect for less than 2 months, but he's already killed the 3rd, 5th, and 6th disciples of the Yuhua sect's outer sect in consecutive life and death challenges. Then, he even injured the original outer sect's 1st disciple who had already reached the transcendent realm. The more the man spoke, the more excited he became. The most bizarre thing is that he actually killed 2 of Heavenly Venerable Demon Flame's Transcendent Realm disciples by himself, one of which was the former Outer Sect number 1. So powerful. Could it be that someone helped him? Some people thought so before, but Yuhua School has an inner sect joint training just like our sects. This kid participated in the joint training a few days ago, and on the first day, he defeated an inner disciple who had used a demonic transformation pill and whose cultivation soared to the early 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Hearing this, everyone sighed endlessly. There were many geniuses in the sect. However, there had never been someone like Ling Xiao, who was only a half-step grandmaster, who could consecutively defeat Transcendent Realm cultivators. Shimai's face turned green. She regretted not investigating Ling Xiao in advance. If she had known that he was so terrifying, she wouldn't have rashly made an enemy out of him. At the very least, she would have invited a stronger senior brother to back her up. No wonder he could kill junior brother Zhong and senior brother Hai with his half-step grandmaster cultivation. It turns out that he did this in Yuhua School. There must be something strange about this kid. I can't fight him head-on. At this time, Shimai had long been scared out of her wits and didn't dare to fight Ling Xiao again. After all, her cultivation was also at the late 3rd layer of the Transcendent Realm. Her strength might not be stronger than senior brother Hai's. Senior brother Hai had died so miserably, so if she fought Ling Xiao, the result could be imagined. She didn't want to die. With her beauty, in just 1 year, she had absorbed the strength of 4 or 5 cultivators in the 1st and 2nd layer of the Transcendent Realm, finally breaking through from the early 1st layer of the Transcendent Realm to the late 3rd layer. Chapter 398. Over the past year, Shimai had used all sorts of methods to increase her cultivation. She was very clear that if she died just like that, wouldn't her efforts over the past year be in vain? She couldn't accept such an outcome. However, Ling Xiao's cold gaze made her feel very uneasy. This kid was different from the other Yuhua School disciples. He could really kill her. It seemed like she could only use the surrounding crowd to pressure this kid. Ling Xiao, it's our fault for secretly pasting the seal of the Beast King Palace on the door of the manor. Now that you've killed my junior brother Zhong and senior brother Hai, and tore apart our seal, are you satisfied? I have no grudges with you, so you don't have to bully a weak girl like me, right? It had to be said that Shimai's words were quite convincing. Moreover, she purposely put on a pitiful look, which made the surrounding crowd look at her with sympathy. If these people weren't afraid of Ling Xiao's strength, they would probably have taken action on her behalf. That's right, brother Ling. She's just a weak girl. There's no need to kill her, right? That's right, brother Ling. You've already killed 2 disciples of the Beast King Palace. If you kill again, I'm afraid the Beast King Palace will take revenge. Brother Ling, just ask her to apologize to you and say that she's sorry. In an instant, many self-righteous people were pleading for mercy for Shimai. They didn't dare to attack Ling Xiao, but they still dared to plead for mercy. Shimai's lips curled into a smug smile. In her opinion, under such circumstances, Ling Xiao probably wouldn't dare to offend so many people who were filled with righteous indignation. If anyone wants to die, continue to plead for mercy for her. Ling Xiao's voice wasn't loud, but his killing intent was very thick. In the Mountain River realm, the black metal piece kept shaking, and a murderous aura mixed into Ling Xiao's aura. Soon, no one made a sound. Ling Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Shimai and said coldly, "Weak girl?" What a nice way to put it. If I was just a little bit weaker, I'm afraid that the person lying on the ground would be me, Ling Xiao. When I attacked you, I didn't consider that you were a weak woman. Now that you're acting pitiful in front of me, it's useless. Then what do you want? Shimai panicked. She never thought that she would be facing such a lunatic. There were more than 1,000 people watching the battle, and this guy actually dared to offend them all. She asked in a trembling voice as she stepped back. "I want you dead," Ling Xiao said coldly as he walked forward. He never killed the innocent, but if someone wanted to kill him, then he would not be merciful. In any case, killing 1 was still killing 3 was still killing. Since he had already offended the Beast King Palace, why should he worry about the consequences of killing Shimai? He didn't want to leave behind a calamity that would harm his family and friends. Hearing Ling Xiao's cold words, Shimai's face turned even paler. If it was only crippling her cultivation, she could still accept it. After all, she could cultivate again very quickly. However, once a person died, there would be nothing left. It wasn't easy for her to cultivate to where she was today. She couldn't die. She definitely couldn't die. I'll cripple my own cultivation and never see you again. Can't I do that? Shimai shouted loudly. No. From the moment you tried to kill me, you were destined to die. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, but there was a strong, unquestionable tone. Shimai's face turned from pale to red in an instant. It was a kind of angry red. She gritted her teeth and shouted, Ling Xiao, you'll regret this. You'll definitely regret it. Today, even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I want you dead. After saying that, she suddenly threw a flash grenade into the sky. The colorful flash grenade exploded in the sky and could be seen clearly from hundreds of miles away. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He knew that she was calling for help. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao, you're dead. Shimai laughed crazily. You forced me to do this. If you had let me live, I wouldn't have done this. Is that so? Then I'll kill you first. When your helpers come, they won't make things difficult for me over a corpse, right? After saying that, Ling Xiao was about to make a move. Suddenly, he frowned and floated back. In the sky, a red light flew quickly. Boom tilde tilde with a loud sound, the red light landed on the ground where Ling Xiao was just standing and created a deep hole. Whoosh tilde tilde, two more sounds were heard. Boom tilde tilde, a blue light and a white light landed one after another. They were very fierce. At first glance, one could tell that they were not simple people. The crowd was afraid of implicating themselves, so they all opened up a large space for Ling Xiao and the others. They were just here to watch the show. Although they had some sympathy for Shimai, they would definitely not lose their lives because of her. The three people who landed on the ground were not disciples of Beast Palace. They were not even disciples of any of the 12 sects. However, they had one thing in common, which was that they were very strong. In the secular world, they were definitely overlords. Ha ha ha, Shimai, I told you that you would need that flash grenade one day. How about it? Did you agree to what I said before? The person who arrived first was in a red robe. He was in his 50s or 60s, and his hair was also red. He looked very mighty. After he arrived, he did not look at Ling Xiao like the other two. Instead, he looked at Shimai with surprise. Shimai's face showed a tinge of disgust, but she quickly hid it. That's right. Chief 2, my has met with trouble today. Someone wants my life. If Chief 2 can kill him, I will come to your skeleton stronghold and become your mistress. If I break this oath, may the heavens and earth destroy me. She gritted her teeth and made a vicious oath. Ha ha ha, no problem, no problem. I told you before, as long as you are willing to become my wife, I will kill the entire family of whoever dares to touch you. Chief 2 laughed loudly, looking very excited. Manor Lord Lin, City Lord Bai, the same goes for the two of you. No matter which one of you can kill him today, I will marry him, Shimai added. Don't you two try to steal from me, or I will kill your entire family too. Chief 2 was very domineering, even a little unreasonable. PH, you surnamed 2, you are a peak transcendent realm grandmaster, so are we, why should we listen to you? Manor Master Lin coldly snorted and said, Maya has already said it very clearly. Whoever kills her enemy has the qualifications to marry her. If you want the two of us to give up, you have to bleed a little, right? That's right, you surnamed 2, do you think this city lord is afraid of you? If you don't have enough benefits, you want us to give up? What a joke. Chapter 399. Ha ha ha, I don't want to waste my true chi on you today. There are too many disciples from the 12 sects here, and it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any strong cultivators. How about this, if you two are willing to stop, I'll give each of you a rare gold-grade martial art manual. Although Tu Zhaizhong looked rough, he was no fool. He knew very well that although he was stronger than Manor Lord Lin and City Lord Bai, he wasn't much stronger. It would take at least 1,000 moves to determine the winner. If the two of them joined forces, he definitely wouldn't be a match for them. That would consume too much true chi. Shimai was a late-stage transcendent realm 3rd level cultivator. Although her combat ability was far weaker than the three of them, if this girl was afraid of him, he definitely wasn't weak. Therefore, Tu Zhaizhong didn't dare to let his guard down. He had to use all his energy to deal with this person. Otherwise, if he failed, he would be sent to hell like the two trash disciples from the Beast King Palace. H. You want to exchange a rare gold-grade martial art for my virginity? Isn't that too cheap? Manor Lord Lin snorted. That's right, at least 3. City Lord Bai added. How about this, after this kid dies, you two will split his belongings equally. How about that? Tu Zhaizhong said impatiently, don't push your luck, otherwise, I'll really fight you if you piss me off. This kid is just an outer disciple of the Yuhua school. What good things could he have on him? Manor Lord Lin said disdainfully. At that moment, a person walked out from the crowd and cupped his fists. Seniors, this person found a large amount of natural treasures, spirit stone fragments, and divine weapon fragments in the Plague Valley. The value of those things is higher than 2 or 3 rare gold-grade martial arts manuals. This person was wearing the Yuhua school's disciple uniform. As a disciple of the Yuhua school, you dare to betray me? Ling Xiao looked at this person and was puzzled. He had never seen this person before and had no enmity with him. This was ridiculous. Ling Xiao, you don't know me, but I know you. You actually killed the junior sister Shu Ying that I had a crush on. You deserve to die. The inner disciple of the Yuhua school suddenly shouted crazily, I'm no match for you, but justice has a long arm. You've reached the end of your road today. You dared to kill a disciple of the Beast King Palace without permission. You've offended the Beast King Palace. The higher-ups of the faction will not forgive you, idiot. Ling Xiao was already sick and tired of this person's clamoring. Betraying a fellow disciple and still speaking so confidently, he was simply an idiot and shameless. With a wave of his hand, a finger force shot out and instantly killed the inner disciple of the Yuhua school. That man was only a first-order transcendent realm cultivator. How could he possibly block Yang Kai's killing blow? The expression on the man's face before he died seemed to be very surprised. Was he surprised that Ling Xiao dared to kill him? Or was he surprised by how strong Ling Xiao was? Or was he surprised that he had died just like that? Whatever it was, it didn't matter anymore. After listening to the man's words, Villa Lord Lin and City Lord Bai agreed with Village Chief Tu, my is yours. But let me make it clear first. After this brat dies, everything on him will belong to the two of us. It's a deal. Village Chief Tu was a little regretful. He didn't know that Ling Xiao had so many good things on him. However, this fellow was bent on marrying Shimai to be his mistress. Losing a few things was nothing much. Moreover, Shimai was an inner disciple of the Beast King Palace. As long as he married Shimai, his skeleton village would be connected to the Beast King Palace. Would he have to worry about not having enough good things in the future? Village Chief Tu, you better be careful. This brat is a little strange. His cultivation isn't high, but he was able to easily kill my junior brother Zhong and senior brother Hai. More importantly, his moves are a little strange. Shimai hurriedly warned Village Chief Tu when she saw that he was about to make a move. She didn't want Village Chief Tu to die because he underestimated his enemy. The three of them were Shimai's last supporters. If they weren't a match for Ling Xiao, then Shimai would definitely die. Therefore, there were some things that she had to remind him of. I've seen your senior brother Hai before. He's not bad, but he's still a far cry from me. Village Chief Tu stopped underestimating his enemy. He had once sparred with senior brother Hai and it took him a total of 50 moves to defeat him. Moreover, the process wasn't easy. He even suffered some minor injuries. If you're afraid, then get out of my way. I don't care if you're a village chief, city lord, or villa lord. If you stop me from killing Shimai, then you have to die. So, take advantage of the fact that I haven't decided to kill you all yet and get out of here. Just as Village Chief Tu was thinking about Shimai's words, Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. Little brat, what did you just say? Village Chief Tu thought that he had heard wrongly. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner within a few 100 miles. With his strength, even if he wanted to destroy a city, it would be very easy. This brat actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was he crazy? I said get out of my sight if you don't want to die. I don't have time to deal with trash like you. Ling Xiao's voice was calm, but his aura suddenly gushed out. This aura was indeed that of a half-step master, but it was filled with a strong murderous aura. How many people has this brat killed? Village Chief Tu frowned, but then he shouted coldly, your murderous aura is indeed powerful. You must be quite capable to be able to kill Shimai's junior brother and senior brother. However, they were just trash without much combat experience. I'm different. So what? Do you really want to die? Ling Xiao asked. Brat, didn't your master tell you not to be too arrogant? Village Chief Tu said coldly, to be honest, it's really rare for you to be able to kill those two trash with such a cultivation. I really can't bear to kill you. As for today's matter, apologize to my and we'll call it a day. How about that? Are you done with your nonsense? Ling Xiao's voice was still cold and indifferent. There was no emotion in his voice, as if he was talking to a dead man. Arrogant. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your sect's higher-up. Village Chief Tu was really pissed off. The reason why he didn't make a move immediately was because he was afraid of the Yuhua school, not Ling Xiao. However, this brat in front of him didn't give him any face at all. This made him furious, and his murderous aura rose. Master Ling, this skeleton stronghold master isn't a good person. Their skeleton stronghold even colluded with that demon general before, deceiving many martial artists and slaughtering many innocent civilians. At this moment, the Green Valley young master shouted loudly. Oh! Ling Xiao's lips finally curled into a smile. Village Chief Tu, it's too late for you to leave now. As he spoke, he took another step forward and closed in on Village Chief Tu. His murderous aura kept surging out of his body, and the surrounding air became cold and gloomy. Chapter 400. Leave. Do I need to leave? You're such an ungrateful thing. Novel, La. Chief Tu suddenly looked fiercely at Green Valley's young valley master and said, You brat over there, just you wait. I'll kill this Yuhua school trash and slaughter your Green Valley. Let's see if you can still speak. Young valley master, don't be afraid. This two guy is dead for sure today. There's no need for that skeleton stockade to exist anymore. Ling Xiao's voice was not that fierce, but his words were resolute and decisive, revealing a strong sense of confidence. Thank you, Master Ling. Green Valley's young valley master couldn't tell who was stronger, but Ling Xiao had saved them. In their eyes, Ling Xiao's status was comparable to a god. Kid, this is your first time leaving the sect to carry out a mission, right? Chief Tu suddenly wasn't as angry as before. Instead, he became extremely calm. However, there was an unconcealable killing intent in his eyes. So what? Ling Xiao said indifferently. No wonder. Chief Tu sneered, in the sect, if you make a mistake, your master and brothers will protect you. But outside, if you make a mistake, you will die. Of course I know that. The two disciples of the Beast King Palace made a mistake and they died. I understood this principle even before I entered the sect. Ha ha ha, since you understand this principle, you should understand that outside, strength is everything, Chief Tu said with a laugh. In other words, the disciples of the Beast King Palace sealed the manor because they felt that they were stronger than me, so they could take my credit. Ling Xiao asked. That's right. The rules outside are not as complicated as the rules in the sect. There has always been only one, and that is strength. Chief Tu nodded, only those with great strength can set the rules. Your strength is stronger than those two trash from the Beast King Palace. Kill them and take back the credit that belongs to you. This is the rule, and I am stronger than you. Kill you and take your credit. This is also the rule. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the outside world to be simpler than I thought. Ling Xiao did not waste any more words, he raised his hand, and the ice dragon sword appeared in his hand. It's actually a treasure sword. Listen up, the two of you, this thing belongs to me. Seeing Ling Xiao's ice dragon sword, Tu Zhaozhu's greed rose once again. However, This was perhaps the only time he was greedy before his death. This was because the moment he turned around, an ice-cold sword chi had already pierced his throat. As if it had been calculated, when he turned his head back, the sword chi arrived as expected. This sword was extraordinarily fast. This sword was as cold as ice. This sword was a sword that could take a life. Its name was Flying Snow, and it was Ling Xiao's fastest sword strike. Tu Zhai still had a greedy smile on his face, and there was no change in his expression. However, his life force was quickly draining away. He heard the young man opposite him saying something. I like this rule. Everything that happened after that had nothing to do with him because he was already dead and had completely lost his vitality. The creditor of Skeleton Stronghold, who had been unhindered for decades and killed people like Scything Flax, was actually killed by such a young man. The entire place was terrifyingly silent. No one, including Villa Master Lin and Governor Bai, had seen how Ling Xiao had stabbed out with his sword. There was not even the slightest bit of qi, as if it was a sword of death that suddenly bloomed in that instant. What terrifying strength! The surrounding crowd watched as Ling Xiao casually pulled out a long sword and casually stabbed out. The creditor of Skeleton Stronghold, who had been rebuking the heavens and earth for decades, lay on the ground, completely cut off from this world. They naturally knew how terrifying that sword strike was. It was a pity that their cultivation was not high enough, and their eyesight was not good enough, so they could not see that the sword strike was from Fanghua. They were very glad that they knew their limits and did not help Shimai deal with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the one lying there would not be Tu Zhai, but them. Villa Master Lin and City Lord Bai were already kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were like leaves in the autumn wind, trembling non-stop. They were the two people with the highest cultivation here, although they could not completely understand the mystery of Ling Xiao's sword strike. But they could feel how terrifying that sword strike was. They knew very well that the two of them had no chance of surviving that sword strike. Therefore, they did not have any thoughts of escaping at all. It was impossible for them to escape in front of this young man. Everyone was afraid of the strong. Especially when the other party was so strong that you could not even think of resisting, then you could only beg for your life. Resisting? That would only make you die faster and more miserably. Why are you kneeling there? Stand up and pick up your weapons. Didn't you want to kill me? You can do it now. If one person can't do it, two people working together will do. Ling Xiao looked at the two overlords who were kneeling on the ground with disdain. These were the people who dominated the secular world, but now they were so small and ugly. They were kneeling in front of him just like that, which made him unable to show any respect. Grandmaster Ling, we were blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare our lives. In the future, we will go through water and tread on fire for you without hesitation, Villa Master Lin said hurriedly. That's what I meant too. City Lord Bai said hurriedly. Ha ha. A mocking smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he said disdainfully, if I remember correctly, the two of you seem to be fighting with this damn dog to kill me, right? You're a real man and used to be an overlord. How can you not admit what you've done? Aren't you making a fool of yourself? Villa Master Lin and City Lord Bai heard Ling Xiao's words and their bodies trembled even more violently. Ling Xiao was right. They did not take Ling Xiao seriously just now. They even fought to kill Ling Xiao in order to fight for Shimai. Kneeling here at this moment was really not what real men should do. But so what if they were not real men? Even if they lost all their face today, as long as they could live, they were willing to do anything. Master Ling, we were blind. As long as you're willing to spare our lives, we'll do anything. Villa Master Lin gritted his teeth. He had completely lost today. In order to live, he was willing to lose face. Yes, Master Ling. Please tell us. City Lord Bai had the same attitude. Ling Xiao ignored the two of them. Instead, he turned around and asked the young Valley Master of Green Valley, how are these two people? I haven't heard of them doing anything too evil. The young Valley Master of Green Valley replied. Ling Xiao nodded slightly. It seemed like these two people were different from Skeleton Stockade's Master too. Perhaps they had been bewitched by that seductive woman, Shimai, which was why they did such a stupid thing today. If that was the case, Then he could spare the lives of these two people. Chapter 401. The woman Ling Xiao was referring to was Shimai. In the end, everything that had happened today was because of this woman. Not only was she vicious, but she was also very cunning. She was also very good at bewitching people. If she was left alive, she would be a disaster sooner or later. It was better to get rid of her as soon as possible. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Villa Lord Lin and Governor Bai stood up and looked at Shimai with killing intent in their eyes. Although killing Shimai might offend the Beast King Palace, that was a matter for the future. If they did not kill Shimai, both of them would die. They had to die now. The choice was very simple and there was nothing to hesitate about. I will only give you 10 breaths of time to kill this woman. As for the skeleton stockade, you will have 1 day. If you can't do it, the two of you will die. I, Ling Xiao, always keep my word. Ling Xiao snorted when he saw that the two of them were still hesitating. As soon as he said this, the two of them suddenly exploded with a strong fighting spirit. Then, they attacked Shimai from both sides. To them, Shimai was just a woman. If they killed her, then so be it. What they wanted was to live. Even though Shimai was unwilling, she fought back. However, both Villa Lord Lin and Governor Bai were stronger than her. After 3 to 5 moves, she was lying on the ground in despair. She looked at the blue sky and regretted her initial actions. She was used to being domineering and thought that she could do whatever she wanted with the support of an expert. She did not expect that she would kick an iron plate and meet Ling Xiao today. From the moment she tried to kill Ling Xiao, her tragic fate was already decided. All right, the two of you go and destroy the skeleton stockade now. Don't forget the time limit I gave you. Ling Xiao did not even look at Shimai's body. He just waved his hand and black flames engulfed Shimai's body, turning it into ashes. Of course, before that, he had already absorbed the martial spirits of the 3 disciples of the Beast King Palace into the Mountain River realm. Other than the Black Panther martial spirit, the other 2 martial spirits were given to the immemorial Golden Dragon to absorb. The Black Panther martial spirit was still useful for the time being. Combined with the Cloud Dragon divine travel, it would make him even faster. It wouldn't be too late to let the primordial Golden Dragon devour it when he found a better martial soul in the future. Go. Manor Master Lin and City Master Bai felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They hurriedly left the Green Valley and prepared to destroy the skeleton stronghold. Ling Xiao didn't tell them that the plague seeds had been implanted in their bodies. If they didn't do as Ling Xiao said, then Ling Xiao wouldn't even have to do it himself. All he had to do was detonate the plague seeds and the two of them would die. Their lives were in their hands. It all depended on whether they knew how to behave. After watching Manor Lord Lin and Governor Bai leave, Ling Xiao went to the front of the manor and placed an alchemy array stone on the door. He didn't expect someone to be so shameless. Now, he naturally had to be prepared. Since you're all here today, let me remind you. You can come to the Green Valley, but if you want to steal my Yuhua school's achievements, then you'll end up like those 3 disciples of the Beast King Palace. Ling Xiao coldly glanced at the crowd and said, I've already set up a spirit array around the entrance. Anyone below the Transcendent Realm 4th layer will be killed by the plague poison. Don't say I didn't warn you. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao and sighed in their hearts. Although this person was overbearing and killed the disciples of the Beast King Palace as he pleased and destroyed the skeleton stronghold as he pleased, who asked him to be so strong? In the mystic world, the weak had no right to speak. The weak existed only as stepping stones for the strong, as slaves, as hard labor, or as tools for the strong to vent their anger. Ling Xiao used his half-step Grandmaster cultivation to easily kill the disciples of the Beast King Palace and City Master too. He had already displayed his absolute strength. So what if he was a little arrogant and overbearing? What's more, this person wasn't unreasonable. Everything he did was reasonable and orderly, so no one could find fault with him. Speaking of which, many people were even grateful to Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. Among the people killed by Shimai, there were many of their friends and relatives. Moreover, the skeleton stronghold had killed even more people. The disciples who came here to carry out missions had more or less been exploited by the skeleton stronghold. And it was unlikely that the sect would destroy the skeleton stronghold for a first or second layer transcendent realm cultivator. What's more, City Master 2 of the skeleton stronghold looked rough, but he was actually very cunning. Half of the things he plundered were handed over to the various sects. No matter how few mosquitoes there were, they were still meat. Therefore, the nearby sects turned a blind eye to the actions of the skeleton stockade. Just like that, Ling Xiao resolved the dispute with lightning speed. Peace returned to the Green Valley. Now, all he had to do was wait for the people from the Yuhua school to arrive. On the other side, Manor Lord Lin and City Lord Bai didn't act according to Ling Xiao's instructions. They actually tried to persuade their friends to join forces to kill Ling Xiao. However, just as the two of them were gathering their friends to discuss countermeasures, their bodies suddenly exploded, and the plague's deadly poison wreaked havoc throughout the venue. The dozen or so people who attended the meeting were all second to third layer transcendent realm cultivators, but all of them died. These people didn't even know what kind of person they were trying to kill. In the end, they lost their lives without even knowing what was going on. TMPH, those two really aren't good people. People who can easily kill others for their own survival are also easily betrayed. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, leapt up, and headed towards the skeleton stronghold alone. Only an hour later, he returned from the skeleton stronghold. At this time, the skeleton stronghold was already a sea of fire. Besides the slaves and women who had been captured, all the bandits of the skeleton stronghold had been killed, not a single one was left alive. The wealth that the skeleton stronghold had accumulated over the years was all in Ling Xiao's hands. This skeleton stronghold was really quite rich, actually having a total of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Unfortunately, there were no mid-grade or high-grade spirit stones. In addition, there was also a huge amount of gold and silver. What made Ling Xiao the happiest was that he had also obtained 5 treasure-grade artifacts from the skeleton stronghold. In this way, adding the treasure-grade artifacts he had obtained from Wanyan Jun, Chen Zui, the Plague Demon King, Shi Mai, and City Lord 2, he had a total of 10. Of course, the gold bricks were also included. It was a pity that the best artifacts Manor Lord Lin and City Lord Bai had were only fine-grade artifacts. He really didn't put them in his eyes and planned to send them to the Divine Sword sect. As for the martial spirits of these people, he didn't take a fancy to any of them and gave them all to the ancient golden dragon to enjoy. The stronger the ancient golden dragon was, the stronger his soul would be. Moreover, when he entered the human dragon form and the ancient golden dragon form, his combat strength would be even more terrifying. The martial spirits weren't wasted. Chapter 402. Ling Xiao did not plan to use the treasures that he had seized. Instead, he planned to use them all to fuse with the celestial star flying swords. His celestial star flying swords were all fine treasures. At this stage, their quality was obviously too low. After returning to the Green Valley, Ling Xiao found a few corpses lying in front of the manor. He could not help but sneer. He had already warned those people not to enter without permission. There were actually people who were not afraid of death. He casually turned the corpses into ashes, otherwise, it would be easy to breed a plague. Then, he entered the manor and began to smelt the flying swords. Anyway, he had to wait for the experts from the Yuhua school to come. It was a waste of time to waste, so he might as well continue to increase his combat strength. His main body was used to smelt the flying swords. One of his 2 sword soul doppelgangers continued to cultivate the 12 golden lotus arts, while the other began to cultivate the heavenly dragon divine finger. Currently, he had already cultivated the snow lotus sword art and divine hell king fist to the last move. If he wanted to reach perfection, he only needed to practice in battle. There was no need to cultivate. The heavenly dragon divine finger was his only dragon clan martial art. Moreover, its power was astonishing. He had to speed up his cultivation. Otherwise, after entering the immemorial golden dragon form, he would not have any martial art skills to use. As for the soul dice and the shadow sword art, he could put them aside for now. After all, there were always priorities. In fact, when he was annihilating the skeleton stockade, Shangguan Lei had already returned to the Yuhua school and reported the discovery of the stronghold of the Plague Demon King, one of the 9 demon kings of the true demonic empire, to the higher-ups of the sect. During this time, Shangguan Lei concealed the fact that the Plague Demon King was killed by Ling Xiao. He only said that the Plague Demon King had gone berserk during his cultivation and was discovered by them. Because this matter was too shocking, even if he told the truth, no one would believe him. Instead, they would say that he was deliberately exaggerating Ling Xiao's contribution. Perhaps because the discovery of the Plague Demon King's lair in the true demonic empire was too shocking, the higher-ups of the sect did not delve into the matter of the Plague Demon King's escape. After all, the true demonic empire that was thought to have completely disappeared tens of thousands of years ago had actually secretly revived. This matter was bound to cause a stir in the entire Sky Dragon continent. When the true demonic empire ran rampant on the Heavenly Dragon continent, there were still Grotto Heaven realm powerhouses in the Yuhua school. But now, the once powerful sect had declined and become a mediocre sect in the mystic world. Back then, even the Yuhua school could not contend against the true Devil Empire, let alone now. Once the true Devil Empire rose again, no one would be able to stop their ferocious attacks. The Yuhua school and the other 11 sects would be trampled to death by the true demon's army. How could this news not be shocking? How could Yuhua school not take this seriously? Therefore, after a discussion among the higher-ups of Yuhua school, they finally sent 4 inner sect elders to lead the elite inner sect disciples to Green Valley. This kind of formation was enough to show the importance of this matter. Success. A total of 10 precious grade celestial star flying swords are finally completed. With this, the power of my imperial sword technique will be greatly increased. Ling Xiao looked at the 10 precious grade celestial star flying swords and was very happy. Even among the Yuhua school's inner sect disciples, there was no one who owned so many precious grade celestial star flying swords. As an outer sect disciple, at least in terms of weapons, he was above the inner sect disciples. As for the 10 core disciples, he did not know much about them. However, it was still very rare for one person to own more than 10 precious grade celestial star flying swords. Ling Xiao hurriedly put away all the celestial star flying swords. This was because he felt a powerful aura coming from dozens of miles away. Among the 4 powerful auras, he was very familiar with one of them. It seemed to belong to Wang Han Tianzuan. It seemed that the people from the Yuhua school had arrived first. Otherwise, if the people from the Beast King Palace arrived first, he would have to run. After all, he was not invincible. It would be very troublesome if he encountered a cultivator above the Transcendent Realm 4th level, not to mention that the inner sect elders were all Heaven Realm experts. Greetings, elders. Ling Xiao walked out of the manor. After waiting for a while, he saw 4 figures descending from the sky. He slowly cupped his hands and bowed. Among the people who came, one of them was Wang Han Tianzuan. She was still wearing a mask, but it was not as fierce as the Desperation Tower's master's mask. Her aura was not only familiar, but also intimate. Ling Xiao suspected that Wang Han Tianzuan was here to support him. As for the other 3, Ling Xiao had seen one of them before. It was the Golden Light Heavenly Master who had accepted Leng Hao as his disciple. This person was still as domineering as ever. His every move exuded the aura of a powerhouse. There were 2 other people that Ling Xiao was unfamiliar with. However, the 2 of them were dressed in a very special way. The color and style of their clothes were different from the other 2 elders. There was a crescent-shaped blade on their backs, and 3 words were written below it, Law Enforcement Hall. These 2 were the supreme elders of the Law Enforcement Hall. The aura of each of them was not inferior to that of Wang Han Tianzuan and the Golden Light Heavenly Master. In fact, they were even slightly stronger. The 2 of them did not look old, as if they were in their 30s. However, their actual age was probably more than 200 years old. Their strength was unfathomable. In the Yuhua school, the 5 supreme elders of the Law Enforcement Hall were even more powerful than the head teacher. And these 2 were 2 of them. Others might look at the 2 of them with respect and fear, but the 2 of them were different. However, Ling Xiao was infuriated. It was the 5 supreme elders of the Law Enforcement Hall who had taken sides and protected the flame deity. They had even suppressed his master, the Yuan Venerate, in the Moonlight Pagoda. How could he not be angry? However, deep down, He knew that his strength was inferior to theirs, so he had to endure for now. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape death. Wang Han Tianzuan had probably come this time because he knew that these two supreme elders did not like Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was someone who often broke the rules in the Yuhua school. The old fogies of the law enforcement hall did not like such people. Apart from Wang Han Tianzuan, the other three elders did not pay any attention to Ling Xiao. Instead, they led the elite inner sect disciples straight into the manor. "Everyone, please wait," Ling Xiao said. "Ling Xiao, how dare you stop the elders from entering the manor? What are your intentions?" said He Suo, one of the elite inner sect disciples. This time, even the core disciple, Meng Yuan, had come. It seemed like these two people were very indignant that Ling Xiao had survived while Wan Yinjun and Chen Zui had died. Thus, they had come to pick a fight. As he spoke, He Suo threw a punch at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered but did not meet it head-on. Instead, he hid beside Wang Han Tianzuan. There was no need for that. The reason he had stopped them was for their own good. After all, there was still the plague bone-dissolving array at the entrance of the manor. Since He Suo did not know what was good for him, why should he meddle in other people's business? Chapter 403. Ling Xiao just quietly watched He Suo act pretentious, without the slightest intention of stopping him. Just as that idiot stepped within 5 meters of the manor, his expression suddenly changed. A terrifying aura made him kneel on the spot, and the plague poison spread into his body, causing him to howl miserably. He had no choice but to sit down cross-legged to expel the poison. "Sigh, I've already said. Everyone, wait a moment. It seems that this senior brother He Suo thinks he has a long life and doesn't care about this junior brother's reminder." Ling Xiao sighed and looked at He Suo with schadenfreude. He originally didn't plan to deal with He Suo at this time. Who knew that this guy would seek death? What could he do? Humph. Seeing this scene, Elder Jin, one of the grand elders of the law enforcement hall, coldly snorted and directly jumped into the plague bone-dissolving formation. This formation indeed couldn't do anything to him, but it wouldn't be so easy for him to rescue He Suo. Not only that, but the longer he entered the plague bone-dissolving formation, the uglier Elder Jin's expression became. The plague poison was like a maggot in his bones, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Although he could easily resist it by relying on his powerful true essence, it was simply impossible to dissolve it. "Brat, you've done a good thing. This time you've made the grand elders of the law enforcement hall lose face." Wang Han Tianzuan secretly transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao. "This disciple is really wronged. This formation was set up purely to block the disciples of other sects. Who knew that the two of them wouldn't listen to me?" Ling Xiao also transmitted his voice with a bitter smile. Wang Han Tianzuan was secretly pleased. That day, the 5 grand elders of the law enforcement hall attacked her and the old hall master Yang Danlin. They were injured because of it, and she still felt very uncomfortable in her heart. Seeing Elder Jin suffer today, how could she not be happy? "Grand elders, please withdraw first. Everyone just follow this disciple into the manor." This formation was originally used to prevent the disciples of other sects from trespassing into the manor. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "You guys didn't take me, an outer court disciple, seriously. Now you guys are suffering, right? You deserve it." However, he still didn't want to offend this law enforcement elder right now, so he immediately jumped into the formation and walked through the plague bone-dissolving formation in a special way. The rest of the people followed him into the manor, and as expected, nothing happened. Elder Jin's face flushed red, but he was a person who cared about his reputation. Naturally, he wouldn't argue with a mere outer disciple like Ling Xiao. Even if he wanted to make a fuss, he would secretly make things difficult for Ling Xiao. He would definitely not do it openly. After all, he could not afford to lose face like that. He Suo was also rescued by Meng Yuan from the plague bone-dissolving formation. However, the plague poison could not be resolved. Ling Xiao would not help him detoxify the poison. If he died, then he deserved it. However, He Suo shouldn't die. There were 4 inner sect elders here. Even if they relied on pure Jin Yuan, it should be enough to force out the plague poison from He Suo. In the end, It was Elder Jin who saved Hei Suo. It could be seen that this Elder Jin's relationship with the flame deity was not shallow. Little guy, you have to be careful. Elder Jin is the flame deity's master. Hei Suo can be considered his grand disciple. Wang Han Tianzuan secretly transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao, informing him of this situation. Ling Xiao secretly thought that it was no wonder that the 5 law enforcement elders of the Law Enforcement Hall would side with him. After all this time, the Law Enforcement Hall's head, Elder Jin, was actually the flame deity's master. Wasn't this the legendary snake and rat nest? The 4 inner sect elders led the elite inner sect disciples to search the entire manor, even the Green Valley. However, they did not find anything useful. Even the Plague Demon King's treasury that had been completely emptied by Ling Xiao was not found. In fact, even if they found it, it would be useless. Among this group of people, there was no one who was proficient in formations. It was simply impossible to open that treasury. Therefore, the fact that Ling Xiao had stolen all of the Plague Demon King's treasures, at least for a period of time, would not be known by anyone. However, as the person who had completed this mission, Ling Xiao was still interrogated like a criminal. After all, Wan Yinjun and Chen Zui were both dead. Shangguan Lei said that he had fainted and did not know what had happened. Therefore, the only person who knew what had happened was Ling Xiao alone. It was actually very normal that he would be interrogated. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure and how to answer. Ling Xiao, how do you explain Wan Yinjun and Chen Zui's deaths? Elder Jin asked, his attitude very strict. Ling Xiao replied very seriously, reporting to Elder Jin, this disciple was only focused on completing the mission and did not pay attention to how senior brother Wan Yin and senior brother Chen Zui died. It was only after defeating the Plague Demon King that I discovered the unconscious senior brother Shangguan and saved him. What nonsense! Did you kill Wan Yinjun and Chen Zui, and then collude with the Plague Demon King? Before Elder Jin could speak, Meng Yuan rushed to shout from the side. Who do you think you are? You have no right to interrupt the Grand Elder's question. Wang Han Tianzuan angrily scolded Meng Yuan. Could it be that this is how your master taught you, to interrogate people who have contributed to the sect like criminals? Meng Yuan's face alternated between red and white, but he did not dare to refute. He did not care about Ling Xiao, but he could not care about Wang Han Tianzuan. This woman was a lunatic. She could even injure his master, let alone him. Enough, Guanghan, he is just concerned about his fellow disciples. Elder Jin waved his hand and blocked Wang Han Tianzuan's terrifying aura for Meng Yuan. Elder Jin, could it be that you mean Ling Xiao is not a disciple of the Yuhua school? When I came here, I heard that he was almost killed by the disciples of the Beast King Palace in order to protect this manor. You can't be so biased. Wang Han Tianzuan coldly looked at Elder Jin and said, Ahem, Guanghan, don't worry, we just want to clarify things. We will never wrong a good person, and we will never let a bad person go. After all, this involves the true Demon's Empire, so we must be careful. Another elder of the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder 2, coughed twice and said, this matter better be fair. Otherwise, together with the previous matter, I will definitely seek justice from the sect master. Wang Han Tianzuan coldly snorted and no longer spoke. Elder Jin also did not want to have internal strife, so he looked at Ling Xiao and asked, Ling Xiao, you don't have to be afraid, just answer a few of my questions. Supreme Elder, please ask. This disciple will tell you everything he knows. Ling Xiao said respectfully. Okay, let me ask you. You are just an outer disciple with the cultivation of a half-step master. Why did you complete the mission in the Green Valley, but Wan Yinjun and the others failed? And from the beginning to the end, you did not show any signs of injury? Elder Jin's tone became heavier and heavier, and there was even a tendency to be aggressive. Also, what's with the array formation outside the manor? That should be the Plague Demon King's most proficient plague bone formation, right? How did you set it up? Chapter 404. Ling Xiao's expression was still very indifferent. Facing Elder Jin's interrogation, he didn't show the slightest hint of nervousness. Because the more nervous he was, the more likely he would say something wrong. What's more, he hadn't done anything wrong, so he wasn't afraid of ghosts knocking on his door in the middle of the night. However, there were some things he had to hide for the time being. Let's talk about the mission first. Ling Xiao replied slowly, the reason why the three of them failed is actually very simple. Not only were they weak, but they were also too stupid. They knew that the Plague Demon King was proficient in plagues and spirit arrays, but they didn't bring a pill to resist plagues, nor did they invite a disciple who was proficient in spirit arrays to accompany them. What shameless boasting! Do you think you're stronger than them? That's right. Ling Xiao nodded, full of confidence. Ha ha ha, is this little brat crazy? He actually said he's stronger than Wanyan Jun. Wanyan Jun is a peak third-layer transcendent realm cultivator. I'm afraid he's being interrogated so he doesn't know how to answer, so he's just spouting nonsense, right? A moment later, the crowd burst into laughter. These inner sect disciples were all elites, even the weakest among them was an early third-layer transcendent realm cultivator, so they naturally looked down on an outer sect disciple. Ling Xiao ignored their ridicule and continued to answer. As for the spirit array outside the door, it was indeed arranged by this disciple, but I only used the Plague Demon King's original Plague Bone Dissolving Array, so it wasn't difficult. When this disciple was in the Yuhua school, I learned spirit arrays from the Spirit Array Hall. Unfortunately, my talent in this area is quite good. This senior can testify to this. This boy was even able to discover the flaw in Guanghan Temple's spirit array and kill 2 traitorous disciples who trespassed on Guanghan Temple. Wang Han Tianzuan said, speaking of which, the flame deity wanted to kill this boy because of this matter. Alright, even if this matter is true, you saying that you're stronger than Wanyan Jun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei is simply unbelievable. Elder Jin frowned. Supreme Elder, having a high cultivation doesn't mean I'm strong. Ling Xiao didn't want to explain too much, because the more he said, the easier it would be to expose his flaws. Now, he only needed to prove that he was stronger than Wanyan Jun, and that he was good at arrays. Then, he could explain why he was able to complete the mission. As for Wanyan Jun and Chen Zui's deaths, there was no evidence. Unless Elder Jin was shameless enough to pin this crime on him, there was no need to worry at all. Therefore, at the end of the day, there was only one key problem. Was he, Ling Xiao, stronger than Wanyan Jun, a peak transcendent realm third-layer cultivator? As long as he could prove that he was stronger than Wanyan Jun, then all the doubts would be solved. No matter how suspicious Elder Jin and the others were, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence and they wouldn't be able to target Ling Xiao. Don't forget, there was still Wang Han Tianzuan here. She wouldn't allow Elder Jin and Elder Tu to mess around. As for Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light, he was clearly completely neutral, not helping either side. Shangguan Lei didn't come with them this time, but he had already been questioned when he was in the sect. That guy described Ling Xiao as a powerful existence comparable to a core disciple. Not only had he helped them a lot, but he had also saved him in the end. Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong, so Wanyan Jun and Chen Zui were killed in the end. Shangguan Lei had discussed this with Ling Xiao, but what he said was a little exaggerated. Neither of them was willing to mention that Wanyan Jun and Chen Zui had betrayed Yuhua school. Although this was a fact, if the two of them poured dirty water on the dead, they would be despised and doubted by many people. If they didn't want to cause trouble, they naturally couldn't say anything. Originally, the sect's elders were very skeptical of Shangguan Lei's words, but now that Ling Xiao had said the same thing, if Ling Xiao was really strong, and he was also good at alchemy and spirit arrays, then he might really be as powerful as Shangguan Lei said. Supreme Elder, since this boy is boasting shamelessly, why don't you let this disciple test his strength? He Suo originally had a grudge against Ling Xiao, and in addition, he had been tormented to death by the plague bone dissolving formation that Ling Xiao had set up. He Suo's anger just happened to have nowhere to be vented. Now that Ling Xiao said he was stronger than Wanyan Jun, he could seize this opportunity. He Suo, you are an early-stage transcendent realm fourth-layer cultivator, much stronger than Wanyan Jun. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to test him, right? Wang Han Tianzuan frowned. Reporting to Wang Han Tianzuan, since Ling Xiao said he could complete the task alone, it stands to reason that his strength alone should be stronger than Wanyan Jun, Chen Zui, and Shangguan Lei combined. This disciple is at most slightly stronger than the three of them combined. Heisuo said with a smile. You can't say that. If the three of them can't work together, they might be weaker than one person. How can you say that? Wang Han Tianzuan said. Guanghan, how about this? This king makes a suggestion. There is no need for Ling Xiao to defeat Heisuo. As long as he can last 50 moves under Heisuo's hands, he will pass. How about it? Elder Jin really didn't believe that a mere half-step grandmaster, no matter what kind of terrifying martial skill he cultivated, could really be a match for an early-stage transcendent realm fourth-layer cultivator. He had lived for more than 200 years and had never heard of such a thing. It was normal that he hadn't heard of it because Ling Xiao wasn't a half-step grandmaster, he was a peak second-layer transcendent realm cultivator. He had only used the Mountain River martial spirits model to hide his cultivation. Ling Xiao, what do you think? Wang Han Tianzuan looked at Ling Xiao and asked. As long as the elders approve, this disciple naturally has no problems. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded, but do you really intend to let this Heisuo take action? Back in Sky Cloud City, he was already defeated by me. That's because you used despicable and shameless methods. Every time the past in Sky Cloud City's White Cloud Monastery was mentioned, Heisuo felt half of his body in pain. At that time, he had used his terrifying strength to trample all the experts in White Cloud Monastery, including Grandmaster Bai Yun, under his feet. However, facing Ling Xiao, who was only at the 8th level of the martial vein realm, he had suffered a huge setback and almost died there. Ling Xiao was like a demon in his heart, a hurdle in his path of martial arts. He couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao and cut off this demon so that he could open up the barrier in his path of martial arts. However, he had not expected that he had secretly sent people to deal with Ling Xiao, but in the end, they were all resolved by Ling Xiao, which made him feel even more frustrated. Even his master, the flame deity, was seriously injured because of this kid and was still recuperating. Despicable? Don't tell me that when you meet an enemy outside, you still have to beg for a fair fight. What a joke, you're an elite among the inner disciples. Chapter 405. Ha ha ha, this little brat is amazing, he's already disturbed Heisuo's mind before the battle even began. Now, this senior is beginning to believe that he completed the mission alone. It's even possible that he killed the Plague Demon King and didn't escape. Heavenly Senior Golden Light suddenly laughed. Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. In fact, the reason why he didn't say he killed the Plague Demon King was because he didn't want to be too troublesome to explain. If the elders of Yuhua School thought so, he might as well admit it. He had also thought about it. The key to open the true Demon Empire's treasure trove wouldn't be of much use to him if he kept it for himself. Such a key required 9 of them to open the treasure trove, so it was better to rely on the sect's strength to search for it and then reap the benefits. So, he planned to find a reason to hand it over to the sect so he could accumulate some sect points. Killing the Plague Demon King and obtaining this key was the best reason, so he didn't even need to search for it. Golden Light, don't joke around. According to Shangguan Lei's description, the Plague Demon King's strength was probably around the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. Although it's still far from its peak, Ling Xiao shouldn't have been able to kill it. Elder Jin said disdainfully. He didn't believe anything Ling Xiao said, so how could he believe that Ling Xiao had killed the Plague Demon King? Hearing this, Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Next, he was going to battle with Heisuo. After this battle, he believed that Elder Jin wouldn't doubt his ability. Ha ha ha, this senior was just guessing. Supreme Elder doesn't need to be angry, there's no need to be angry. Heavenly Senior Golden Light laughed. PH, it's best not to joke around like this. At this point, Elder Jin looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, it's not too late to tell the truth now. Otherwise, once Heisuo attacks, you won't be able to last more than 50 moves. Then, we'll definitely capture you. No matter what method we use, we'll find out what happened from you. Thank you for your concern, Supreme Elder. However, Disciple is speaking the truth. If you want to be concerned, then you should be more concerned about Senior Brother Heisuo. This isn't a spa. If Disciple accidentally kills him, I hope Supreme Elder won't blame me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Life and death is up to fate. There's no need for you to hold back. Just use the same method you used on the Plague Demon King to deal with Hei Suo. Elder Jin seemed to be full of confidence in Hei Suo. He then looked at Hei Suo and said, "You too. There's no need to show mercy." After that, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Hei Suo. "This seat has shamelessly found this opportunity for you. Don't miss it. Kill this kid and avenge yourself and your master." "I understand." Hei Suo was extremely excited. The opportunity was here. The opportunity to kill Ling Xiao had actually come so quickly, so much so that he couldn't believe it. Of course, he would not waste this opportunity. Ling Xiao must die. This was what the Enforcement Hall's Supreme Elder said. Even if he killed Ling Xiao in front of so many people, there wouldn't be any problems. The underground palace had once again turned into a battlefield. But this time, there were many more spectators. Other than the 4 inner sect elders, the rest of them were all inner sect elite disciples. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Hei Suo. In that instance, Hei Suo's eyes shot out 2 beams of substantial cold glare. That was a vengeful glare. That was a furious glare. These 2 glances pierced through the many obstacles between the 2 of them, like a sharp knife stabbing into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao also looked at Hei Suo. That year when he was in Sky Cloud City's Baiyun Monastery, he had once sworn that he would definitely kill Hei Suo. Hei Suo had forcefully snatched Ming Tian from Grandmaster Baiyun and even attempted to kill him. At that time, Ling Xiao didn't have the strength to kill Hei Suo. In the end, he relied on an unusual method to severely injure Hei Suo. Coupled with the sudden appearance of the Soul Race's experts, he managed to escape death. Today, Ling Xiao had the strength to kill Hei Suo. He wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. This wasn't a life and death challenge, but it was better than a life and death challenge. Hei Suo's strength was perhaps even stronger than the Plague Demon King. The Plague Demon King's vitality was greatly damaged. Without a body, his strength was naturally greatly reduced and he didn't have a suitable weapon in his hands. Hei Suo was different. He was an inner sect elite disciple of the Yuhua sect and had a standard set of weapons. One was a treasure-level weapon, one was a treasure-level auxiliary Dharma treasure, and one was a treasure-level defensive Dharma treasure. Strictly speaking, Hei Suo's cultivation was at the early 4th level of the Transcendent Realm. His actual combat strength was definitely stronger than his cultivation. However, Ling Xiao was still fearless. In the past 2 days, not only had his cultivation broken through to the peak 2nd level of the Transcendent Realm, he had also refined 10 treasure-grade astral flying swords. Coupled with the completion of the 9 Demons' divine art, Plague Demon King, his strength was far greater than before. Even if he didn't use his dragon form, he had a 50% chance of killing Hei Suo. An aura gushed out of Ling Xiao's body and grew larger and larger. This aura was cold and piercingly cold. Behind him, the faint image of a glacier appeared. Facing Hei Suo, Ling Xiao was confident, but he didn't dare to be careless. From the beginning, he used the Mountain River Martial Soul's glacier force. At this moment, Hei Suo felt as if the one walking towards him wasn't Ling Xiao, but a towering glacier. It was cold and filled with biting cold. What a powerful martial soul! Sensing the glacier aura released by Ling Xiao, the Yuhua school inner disciples couldn't help but shiver. This kind of coldness could even pierce through their protective Jin Yuan, causing their souls to feel a great threat. At this moment, they suddenly understood that Ling Xiao wasn't bragging. This kid's strength was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Although his cultivation was weak, the aura of his martial soul completely made up for the gap in cultivation. With every step Ling Xiao took, the pressure of the glacier increased. The entire underground palace seemed to be shrouded in a layer of ice. Some of the weaker inner disciples had no choice but to retreat to a place farther away where there was less cold air and continue to watch the battle. Seeing Ling Xiao approaching him step by step, Hei Suo's eyes revealed a biting cold murderous intent. Boom! With a loud explosion, a ball of burning ghost fire appeared behind Hei Suo. The blue flame continued to rise, growing larger and larger. Its blazing temperature approached the chill of the glacier. In terms of momentum, they were evenly matched. Ghost fire martial soul? This was rare. Ling Xiao had always hoped to obtain a martial soul that surpassed ordinary flames, mainly for alchemy. Although He Suo's ghost fire martial soul couldn't compare to the 12 divine flames, it was much stronger than ordinary flames. If he could obtain it, he wouldn't have to worry about not having a suitable flame for alchemy in the future. Furthermore, this ghost fire martial soul was relatively rare. It might be useful in battle. Chapter 406. He Suo didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. The ghost fire behind him kept burning. Today, he would use Ling Xiao's blood to cut off his inner demons and go further on the road of martial art. The onlookers' eyes were fixed on the field. At first, they thought that the battle was just a child's play and might end in a moment. But now they found that the battle might be very exciting. Ling Xiao didn't make a move, but once he did, he could bring such a terrifying aura, which made them both surprised and expectant. Finally, it wouldn't be a boring battle. Ling Xiao, how dare you? Suddenly, Elder Jin shouted from the crowd. His powerful aura enveloped Ling Xiao. You actually dared to hide your cultivation. What are you trying to do by staying in the outer sect? The terrifying aura of a celestial realm expert was like a terrible thunderbolt, which directly hit Ling Xiao, who was confronting He Suo. The aura suddenly shattered the shadow behind Ling Xiao, and his aura stagnated, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Xiao was confronting He Suo with all his strength, and all his energy was focused on his opponent. He didn't expect that the highest elder of the law enforcement hall would sneak attack him so shamelessly. Although it was just an aura, it was wrapped in the powerful genuine essence of a celestial realm expert, which completely suppressed his aura. At the same time, He Suo took advantage of the situation, and the hot aura emitted by the ghost fire seriously injured Ling Xiao. As a result, Ling Xiao was already severely injured even before the battle began. The inner gate disciples and even the other 3 elders were stunned for a moment, and they looked at Elder Jin with a complicated look. Wang Han Tianzuan stood up in anger. Elder Jin, you are despicable and shameless. You are the elder of the law enforcement hall of Yuhua School. Last time, you took sides, but this time, you sneak attacked a junior. Do you want to lose your face? Mph, Ling Xiao hid his cultivation and deceived the sect. I'm just giving him a small punishment. Elder Jin snorted coldly. At this time, Ling Xiao's voice suddenly sounded, and there was a bit of disdain in his cold voice. Elder Jin, if you want to help your grand disciple, you can just kill me. In any case, my strength is weak and I am not your opponent. A dignified grand elder, a senior who has lived for more than 200 years, actually uses such a despicable method to deal with a disciple. How shameless. I don't understand how a shameless person like you can be the head of the law enforcement hall. You are the shame of Yuhua School. As soon as Ling Xiao finished his words, all the elite inner court disciples who were watching were dumbfounded. They were completely dumbfounded. This brat really didn't want to live anymore. How arrogant. Even if the other party was the Yuhua sect's grand elder and the first seat of the law enforcement hall, he still did not show any mercy and scolded the other party as despicable and shameless. Elder Jin was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. His pupils suddenly contracted and he stood up with a hoo sound. Just as Ling Xiao said, he just wanted to find an excuse to help He Suo. He thought that Ling Xiao would not dare to say anything if he did that. How would an outer gate disciple dare to go against the highest elder of the sect? He probably would not even dare to let out a fart. But he was wrong. Ridiculously wrong. Ling Xiao was not the kind of person who would remain silent after being bullied. This kid was more arrogant than he thought. He was even more daring. Bastard. What did you say to me just now? Elder Jin's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He was the highest elder of Yuhua School, the head of the law enforcement hall. Even the head teacher would not dare to teach him a lesson. A mere outer gate disciple, a junior, actually dared to point at him and scold him. If he did not kill this kid, would he still be able to sit as the head of the law enforcement hall in the future? Elder Jin, you don't need to scare a little outer gate disciple like me. You said that I was hiding my cultivation. Haha, even if that is the case, then may I ask highest elder, which rule in Yuhua School states that disciples cannot hide their cultivation? And which rule states that a disciple must be promoted to an inner gate disciple after reaching the transcendent realm? Ling Xiao said coldly, Highest Elder, what arrogance! Do you think you can distort the truth just because you are a highest elder? Ah, that's right, I am hiding my cultivation. So what? As he spoke, Ling Xiao removed the mask he had been using and the aura of a peak second layer transcendent realm cultivator emerged. At that moment, most of his injuries were healed. When the fifth layer of the heavenly dragon golden body was cultivated to the extreme, he could be reborn from a drop of blood. Even if Ling Xiao was unable to do so, it was very easy for him to recover from his injuries. Peak second layer transcendent realm cultivation. At that moment, Wang Han Tianzuan was shocked. Golden Light Heavenly Senior was shocked. Elder Jin and Elder Tu were shocked at the same time. The other inner gate elite disciples looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. This cultivation was not strong, but the problem was that when Ling Xiao entered the sect, he was only at the peak of the 8th layer martial vein realm. He had only been in the sect for 2 months, but he had already reached the peak second layer transcendent realm. What kind of aptitude was this? What kind of talent was this? In front of him, Leng Hao and Ming Tian were nothing. The reason why Ling Xiao revealed his cultivation now was because he had his own plans. Elder Jin of the Law Enforcement Hall was obviously unhappy with him because of his relationship with the flame deity and wanted to teach him a lesson. If he wanted the other elders of the sect to protect him, he would have to display extraordinary talent. For the current Yuhua school, the value of a supreme elder was definitely not comparable to a super genius. Elder Jin had lived for more than 200 years and his cultivation had been stuck in the heaven realm for more than 100 years. He basically had no future. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was different. In just 2 months, he had broken through from the 8th layer martial vein realm to the peak of the 2nd layer transcendent realm. If he was given a few more years, he might even surpass Elder Jin and break through to the paradise realm. If the Yuhua school wanted to change its situation and shake off the impression that it was the weakest of the 12 sects, it had to produce a grotto heaven realm powerhouse. With the talent Ling Xiao had displayed, he would definitely become the focus of the sect's protection. Furthermore, Ling Xiao had not betrayed the sect. He had only cursed the despicable and shameless Elder Jin. The rest of the upper echelons of the sect would not ignore a super genius just because of this matter and allow Elder Jin to harm him. Ling Xiao, who had released the aura of a peak second layer transcendent realm cultivator, did not stop talking. He looked coldly at Elder Jin and continued, a dignified supreme elder, a senior of the Yuhua school, and one of the referees of this battle, actually plotted against a disciple because of a personal grudge. Your actions are not just shameless, they are shameless to the extreme. Shameless to the extreme. As for the other 3 elders, don't you feel ashamed sitting together with this despicable and shameless old thing? Chapter 407. When the onlookers heard Ling Xiao's words, they actually agreed in their hearts. Because what Ling Xiao said was right. There was no rule in the sect that required disciples to hide their strength. There was also no rule that required disciples to join the inner sect after breaking through to the transcendent realm. A dignified grand elder, and a law enforcement elder at that, actually didn't even know the sect's rules and used this reason to plot against an outer sect disciple. This wasn't just inappropriate. It was just as Ling Xiao had said, shameless to the extreme, and stupid to the extreme. However, although most people agreed with Ling Xiao's statement, they didn't dare to speak out as boldly as Ling Xiao. They knew very well what the consequences of offending the law enforcement hall's head would be. Of course, there were those who didn't dare to offend Elder Jin, but there were also those who dared to speak up for justice. Wang Han Tianzuan had already recovered from the shock of Ling Xiao's cultivation. She sneered and said, "Haha, using a groundless reason to attack an outer sect disciple. The law enforcement hall's head is really overbearing. How awe-inspiring. No wonder people say that the current Yuhua school's law enforcement hall is already above the sect master." Her words were full of sarcasm. Elder Jin's old face trembled several times. He originally just wanted to let Ling Xiao understand the consequences of offending him. At the same time, he also wanted to help Hei Suo and let him get rid of this brat cleanly. However, never had he imagined that this kid, Ling Xiao, would actually be so audacious. Every single word Ling Xiao spoke caused him to lose all face, and he didn't have the face to face the others present. He was a hypocrite. Naturally, he cared about his old face. At this moment, he even wanted to find a mouse hole to crawl into. Asterisk bang bang. Asterisk a muffled sound exploded. Because of Elder Jin's anger, he actually caused the thick stone slabs on the ground to collapse. His eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao, and he couldn't wait to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Wang Han Tianzuan stood up. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light also stood up. Even Elder Tu hesitated for a moment before standing up as well. What do you want? Can't this king kill an outer sect disciple who insulted a supreme elder? Elder Jin naturally knew what these three people meant, but he still refused to bow his head because of his status as the law enforcement hall's head. This king has always been clear about rewards and punishments. This king has repeatedly insulted this king and violated the sect's rules. This is an unforgivable crime. I am enforcing the rules of the sect. Are you going to stop me? Elder Jin's voice was cold and overbearing. After sitting in the first seat of the law enforcement hall for a long time, he had always been decisive in killing. Naturally, this person would have some hostility, and he would not even put the rest of the sect in his eyes. Ha ha ha, Elder Jin, if he was just an ordinary outer sect disciple, you could have just killed him to vent your anger, but as you saw just now, his cultivation has already reached the peak of the second-layer transcendent realm. To be able to reach such a terrifying cultivation level in just 2 months, this talent is really a great blessing for the Yuhua sect. I'm afraid you can't kill this person. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light originally planned to not help either side, but Ling Xiao's talent excited him, so he decided to protect Ling Xiao. Elder Jin, if you dare to kill Ling Xiao today, I will kill all of your disciples and grand disciples. Yuhua school doesn't belong to you alone. Yuhua school doesn't belong to you. You can't do whatever you want. Wang Han Tianzuan's voice was piercingly cold. This king may not be your opponent, but none of your disciples will live, including the seriously injured the flame deity. Guang Han, you're really shameless. Elder Jin's expression changed drastically, and he said coldly, you're Wang Han Tianzuan, a heaven realm master, and you want to kill a seriously injured person and those juniors? Who's more shameless? Wang Han Tianzuan couldn't help but say coldly, you're a grand elder, and you're shamelessly attacking an outer court disciple, but you think this king is shameless to kill your disciples? Elder Jin, is your brain really rusty? Indeed, Elder Jin was more shameless and shameless. Hearing Elder Jin and Wang Han Tianzuan's words, many inner court disciples looked embarrassed. You're the head of the law enforcement hall, so you're domineering and awe-inspiring. You can kill whoever you want, but you won't let others kill your juniors. Isn't this too shameless? You can even say such things. Elder Tu looked embarrassed. He had a very good relationship with Elder Jin. Last time, it was Elder Jin's suggestion that the other 4 elders of the law enforcement hall helped to save the flame deity. Last time's matter was still acceptable. It was to protect the flame deity, a genius. But this time, it was a little too shameless. Head, can we put Ling Xiao's matter aside for the time being? After we return to the sect, the higher-ups will discuss it and make a decision. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. In the end, Elder Tu spoke up. If Elder Jin continued to cause trouble, their Yuhua school would probably have internal strife here. When that time came, the other sects would be waiting to see them become a joke. The Yuhua school wasn't strong enough to begin with, and now it wasn't united either. It really made people sigh. Mitch, this king will give you face. It's not that I'm afraid of them. Elder Jin saw that the other 3 elders were dissatisfied with his actions, so he naturally couldn't continue to be stubborn. He took advantage of Elder Tu's words to step down. In any case, he wasn't in a hurry to kill Ling Xiao. He had plenty of opportunities to do so. After returning to the sect, wouldn't this brat be at his mercy? No, this brat was already injured. Even if his cultivation was at the peak of the second level of the transcendent realm, he definitely wouldn't be He Suo's opponent. He was probably going to die today. He wouldn't even have to wait until he returned to the sect. Thinking of this, he felt a little better in his heart. He didn't need to do anything. He Suo would be able to resolve this grudge for him. Ling Xiao, can you still fight? Heavenly Exalt Golden Light asked. He was now very concerned about Ling Xiao. It felt like he was overly concerned. Anyone could see that he wanted to accept Ling Xiao as his disciple. Otherwise, why would he suddenly treat Ling Xiao so well? Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. No matter what Heavenly Exalt Golden Light's intentions were, he was helping him now, so he naturally had to give this inner sect elder face. Alright then. In that case, you guys can start fighting. If anyone wants to sneak attack, this king will protect you. Heavenly Exalt Golden Light smiled and sat back down. Elder Jin coldly snorted. He naturally understood that Heavenly Exalt Golden Light was talking about him, but was there a need to sneak attack? He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could really be a match for He Suo. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on He Suo again. When he confronted Elder Jin just now, He Suo didn't participate. Although he wanted to see Ling Xiao killed by Elder Jin, he didn't want to. In his heart, he really wanted to kill this brat with his own hands. However, Ling Xiao's sudden eruption of the peak of the second level of the Transcendent Realm forced him to take him seriously. Chapter 408. In fact, facing Ling Xiao's peak second layer Transcendent Realm cultivation, He Yi was quite surprised. Novel, la, He Suo wasn't afraid. In fact, he even felt a little relieved. Before, Ling Xiao's combat strength had puzzled him greatly. The unknown was the most terrifying. However, although Ling Xiao had displayed peak second layer Transcendent Realm cultivation, the secret behind his strength had been revealed. Everything was clear at a glance, so He Suo naturally felt relieved. He would let everyone know what the consequences of offending him were. He would also do as Elder Jin wished and kill Ling Xiao here and now. He would help Elder Jin dispel the resentment in his heart. In that instant, He Suo released his aura once again and the blue ghost fire behind him even emitted a crackling sound. His entire body seemed to be enveloped by a dark blue flame. Wang tilde tilde on the other side, the glacier phantom behind Ling Xiao condensed once again. Facing an inner sect elite disciple, He Suo, an early fourth layer Transcendent Realm master, Ling Xiao didn't dare underestimate him. Life and death were often separated by a single thought. Underestimating one's enemy would come at a heavy price. A peak second layer Transcendent Realm cultivation is indeed very strong. Coupled with your powerful martial spirit at the true soul stage, you might actually be stronger than Wanyan Jun. He Suo looked at Ling Xiao proudly and said in a very arrogant tone, however, if that's all you have, you're not qualified to make me fight, because Wanyan Jun couldn't even last 3 moves against me. They're only fit to be my dogs. I've heard such words countless times. I hope you're different from those people and are only good at talking. Ling Xiao looked at He Suo indifferently and replied before taking out his ice dragon sword. Against He Suo, he wouldn't be able to gain an advantage even if he was unarmed. Because He Suo also had a treasure-grade artifact in his hand. It was a long black whip that looked like a poisonous snake and was also burning with a blue flame. Arrogant. Since that's the case, I'll show you what a fourth layer Transcendent Realm cultivator is like. I'll let you know what despair is. He Suo snorted coldly. He suddenly took a step forward with his right foot. His figure quickly approached Ling Xiao. At the same time, the black whip in his hand shot out like a poisonous snake. The second style of the Snow Lotus sword technique, water fusion. Ling Xiao also took a step forward and waved the long sword in his hand. A strange chill immediately appeared around his body. At the same time, ripples of water covered his surroundings like sticky mucus. Pa! A loud and clear slap was heard, and immediately, a strong wind blew in all directions. The black whip had already smashed a long and narrow groove in the ground. At the same time, Ling Xiao retreated more than 10 steps. Slightly frowning, Ling Xiao looked at the groove in the ground. It wasn't just the result of a true essence bombardment, but also the result of being burned by flames. This He Suo really had some skills. He could clearly sense that the will-o'-the-wisp was both hot and cold. The combination of the two produced an astonishing power. Because one couldn't tell if the will-o'-the-wisp's attack was hot or cold, it was easy to fall prey to it. It looks like senior brother He Suo is stronger, as expected of an elite inner sect disciple. It was just a probing move, but Ling Xiao couldn't block it. Isn't that obvious? Although the peak second layer transcendent realm isn't weak in the inner sect, it's still far from the early fourth layer transcendent realm. The crowd of inner sect disciples saw this scene and began discussing among themselves. Ling Xiao's aura was very strong, perhaps even stronger than Wan Yinjun's, but facing He Suo, he was still at a disadvantage. Haha, it looks like the one with a sharp tongue isn't me, but you. It was just a probing move, yet you couldn't block it. It looks like you'll really have to pay for your lies with your life today. He Suo looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with disdain and his tone filled with arrogance. Is that so? A dignified early fourth layer transcendent realm cultivator actually couldn't hurt a mere peak second layer transcendent realm outer sect disciple. Shouldn't you feel ashamed? Yet you're still so proud. Is that all you want? Why would Ling Xiao care about He Suo's attack? He originally only wanted to check He Suo's situation through this exchange. Although they had fought in Sky Cloud City's White Cloud Temple, He Suo hadn't even used his martial spirit at that time. In this battle, his cultivation was much lower than He Suo's, so if he didn't use his dragon form, he would have to take advantage of his opponent's weakness and win in one fell swoop. Listening to Ling Xiao's words, it seems to be true. An early fourth layer transcendent realm cultivator actually couldn't hurt a peak second layer transcendent realm cultivator. This is indeed a bit unreasonable. Senior brother He Suo really doesn't have the qualifications to be proud. That's right, this Ling Xiao is indeed extraordinary. Being able to avoid He Suo's attack already shows his superb judgment and outstanding movement skills. The crowd began discussing again. As inner sect disciples, they naturally hoped that He Suo could win, but if this battle was too boring, there was no point in watching. So it was better to have a good fight. Interesting, since that's the case, let me see how many of my attacks you can dodge. He Suo didn't want to bicker with Ling Xiao because he found that no matter what he said, Ling Xiao would always refute him, making him feel very embarrassed. So, he planned to end this battle quickly. As long as he dealt with this guy, he would naturally shut his mouth. However, before he could even attack, Ling Xiao's attack had already arrived. In front of his eyes, a glacier seemed to fly towards him, and this glacier seemed to be composed of countless sharp ice swords, exuding a biting cold murderous intent. He Suo couldn't help but frown. This killing intent seemed to have turned into a substance as it directly cut into his body, causing him to feel intense pain. Flying snow. Ling Xiao Ice Dragon Sword trembled, and combined with the power of the glacier, the sword move was even more powerful. It tore through the air and made a sharp whistling sound, which was incomparably violent and overbearing. The glaring sword chi directly pierced through the tip of the ice dragon sword and condensed into a sharp sword chi, piercing towards He Suo's vital point. Destroy! He Suo roared, on top of the black whip, true essence crazily swallowed, and then the ghost fire martial spirit behind him quickly rotated, a ball of dark blue flames wrapped around the whip, and faced Ling Xiao's sword chi. Hua! The biting cold sword chi of the glacier was instantly melted by the flames and disappeared into nothingness. After destroying Ling Xiao's sword chi, He Suo's attack still did not stop. He was not willing to give Ling Xiao any chance to counterattack. The black whip turned into an afterimage and pierced towards Ling Xiao's neck. However, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He stabbed out diagonally with his sword, and a dazzling light flashed out in an instant, sending the black whip flying. Chapter 409. Although the blue ghost fire had burned the ice dragon sword, with a light flick of Ling Xiao's hand, it disappeared without a trace. It did not cause the slightest bit of damage to him. However, He Suo was obviously not satisfied with the end of this attack. After being blocked by Ling Xiao, his next attack came again. Ghost Fire 3 Styles, Flame Rush. A cold light flashed through the black rope, and the long whip actually shot up from the ground at a very strange angle. A wave of fire energy shot out from the long whip, striking towards Ling Xiao's abdomen. Wind Celestial Phenomenon, Melting Water. It was the same sword technique, but with the power of the Celestial Phenomenon, it immediately displayed a completely different effect. The originally viscous ripples of true essence actually began to spin violently, like a violent tornado. The blue flame was like a firefly in a gale. It was directly swept in and then disappeared without a trace. The sword chi continued to attack, affecting Heisuo, forcing him to take 2 or 3 steps back. In the end, this series of attacks and defenses ended with Ling Xiao winning by a bit. Heisuo was slightly stunned for a moment. He was extremely angry in his heart and said coldly, "Good. Ling Xiao, I admit that you are stronger than Wanyan Jun and indeed have the qualifications to fight with me. However, that is only the qualifications. Just now, it was still just a test." As he spoke, Heisuo swung his black whip. The whip swept past the ghost fire martial spirit and actually split it into 7 parts. These 7 ghostly flames were like 7 strange lanterns that flickered with flickering light, sometimes cold, sometimes hot. It gave people the feeling as if they had entered hell, and all the hairs on their bodies couldn't help but stand on end. 7-star ghost fire lamp. I never thought that this Ling Xiao would actually be able to force senior brother Heisuo to use the 7-star ghost fire lamp. This time, I'm afraid Ling Xiao will be in trouble. Yeah, once senior brother Heisuo uses the 7-star ghost fire lamp, he will be serious. He was just playing around just now. The inner disciples began to discuss amongst themselves again. After all, the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp was rarely used even in the inner disciples' sparring sessions. Once it was used, the opponent would definitely face the fate of defeat. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Senior brother Heisuo's 7-star ghost fire lamp is indeed dazzling. I just don't know if it's really useful. Flashy but impractical things are really not that interesting. We'll know once we try." Heisuo snorted coldly. "Is that so? Looks like I, your junior brother, need to get serious. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring?" As he spoke, another shadow appeared behind Ling Xiao. It was a black leopard. It was crawling on the glacier, and its eyes were filled with vigilance. Ling Xiao's aura suddenly became stronger. The power of the fusion of 2 martial spirits was indeed extraordinary. That unstoppable aura was actually on par with the might of the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp. The terrifying aura produced by the confrontation of the 2 auras spread out. The 4 elders didn't react, but the elite inner disciples could feel their bodies alternating between hot and cold. It was extremely uncomfortable. However, at this moment, they were unwilling to leave. The more it was like this, the more exciting the battle would be. How could they be willing to leave just like this? Interesting. Now I admit that you are indeed qualified to make me use my full strength. You can barely force me to use 50% of my strength. If you die too quickly, it would be too boring. I want you to collapse in pain. You talk too much nonsense. Ling Xiao looked at Heisuo indifferently and said, "If you have time to talk nonsense, why don't you think about how to win? Otherwise, if you die on the spot, it won't look good for Elder Jin's face." This Heisuo was really arrogant. He was just an early Transcendent Realm 4th layer cultivator, yet he acted as if he had already broken through to the Heaven Realm. He was always talking about whether others were qualified or not, as if he could control the overall situation. How laughable. Even with his mountain and river martial spirit, Yang Kai didn't dare say he could control the overall situation. After all, many cultivators had near-death attacks, which were simply impossible to predict. Heisuo's arrogance really disgusted Ling Xiao. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so quickly. I'll definitely torture you well. I'll make sure you can only beg for mercy with that mouth of yours." Heisuo's voice trembled slightly. His anger had almost made him lose his mind. A cold voice came out of his mouth, 1 word at a time. 7-star will-o-wisp lamp, darkness. As his voice rang out, the underground palace, which originally had some light, suddenly turned completely dark. Asterisk pa 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 pa. Asterisk with 7 consecutive sounds, 7 will-o-wisp lamps lit up one after another, forming the shape of a spoon in the sky. Then, Heisuo flicked his whip and the 7 will-o-wisp lamps disappeared again. However, Ling Xiao could feel that they hadn't disappeared, but were instead rapidly approaching him through the darkness. Asterisk gulp. Asterisk the inner disciples watching the battle swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This kind of oppression and fear was truly unbearable. In the pitch-black battlefield, they couldn't see anything. It was as if they had been swallowed by a terrifying giant beast. Ling Xiao stood there quietly, unable to feel the slightest bit of aura from his body. It was as if his entire body had suddenly disappeared. The sword in his hand was still in his hand, but he didn't move at all. However, suddenly, within the black curtain, 7 flames suddenly appeared. With a biting cold killing intent and terrifying power, they separately attacked Ling Xiao's 7 vital points. Ling Xiao's sword also suddenly swung out at this moment. Rain celestial phenomenon, congealing water. After this sword strike, where Ling Xiao's sword danced, a torrential rain actually fell. Before the rain fell to the ground, it had already condensed into tiny ice beads. Then, under the guidance of the ice dragon sword, it enveloped the 7 will-o-wisp lamps with an earth-shattering aura. Bang bang bang, the will-o-wisp lamps shattered one by one, and then the black curtain suddenly lit up. With an unstoppable aura, the ice beads pierced towards Hei Suo along with the ice dragon sword's sharp whistling sound. Hei Suo's eyes revealed a hint of shock. However, the shock quickly disappeared. After that, the 7 will-o-wisp lamps appeared once again. However, this time, they did not appear in front of Ling Xiao, but in front of Hei Suo. The 7 will-o-wisp lamps formed a circle, and then spun faster and faster. The faint blue flames actually formed a huge fireball, wrapping around Hei Suo. The air was scorched to the point that it emitted a burnt smell. Ling Xiao's congealing water sword and the countless ice beads struck the fireball formed by the faint blue flames, producing crackling sounds. Then, the ice beads shattered one after another, but they were unable to pierce through the fireball. How can the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp be destroyed so easily? Its attack is extremely powerful, and its defense will also cause you to despair. Hei Suo revealed a complacent sneer, it's useless. With the defense of the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp, I am in an invincible position. Today, you will definitely die. Chapter 410. Ling Xiao looked at the blue fireball. Lathe fireball completely wrapped around Hei Suo, leaving not a single gap. The cold and hot flames merged, forming 2 layers of solid defense. His attack was completely blocked by the fireball. Hei Suo said that this was an absolute defense, a defense that made Ling Xiao feel complete despair. Once it was used, he, Ling Xiao, would not be able to break through it. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a disdainful sneer. The frog sat at the bottom of the well, never able to see the entire sky. How many attacks had he, Hei Suo, seen that he actually dared to say that his defense was absolutely perfect? Absolute defense. Today, I will break it for you to see. Ling Xiao spat out a sonorous sentence, revealing incomparable confidence. As soon as he finished speaking, the black panther in the shadow behind him gradually disappeared, replaced by a vast ocean of mist. The glacier and the sea formed a scene of boundless nature. I've long heard that this kid can use more than 2 martial spirits at the same time. Now it seems that it's actually true. But what kind of martial spirit is this? Glacier martial spirit and ocean martial spirit? At this moment, even the 4 elders could not understand. They could feel an incomparably powerful aura from Ling Xiao's glacier and ocean shadows. However, these 2 auras seemed to come from the same power. As the vast ocean of mist appeared, Ling Xiao's aura became even more tyrannical. The sword in his hand seemed to want to tear the world apart. The ice beads that were originally scattered in the surroundings no longer attacked. Instead, they continuously gathered on the ice dragon sword. That sword had actually turned into a gigantic ice crystal sword. Ling Xiao's hand had already let go of the gigantic sword. When the gigantic sword left his hand, it let out a roar that seemed to tear the world apart, like the roar of a fierce beast. This is bad. Hei Suo's face revealed a look of astonishment. He tried his best to release his true essence to strengthen the defense of the 7-star ghost fire lamp. However, Poochie. The blue fireball was actually pierced through by the gigantic ice crystal sword like a rubber ball, and a conspicuous hole appeared. This caused Hei Suo's expression to change greatly. Break! Ling Xiao roared as he crazily poured out his true essence, pushing the ice crystal sword forward. Wrapped in the imposing aura of the glacier and the ocean, the sword completely pierced through the so-called absolute defense of the fireball. Seeing this scene, The inner sect disciples almost knelt on the ground. They were so shocked that they could not describe it with words. Heisuo's 7-star will-o-wisp lamp defense was actually pierced through by Ling Xiao's sword. Just how powerful was this? What a dense Jin Yuan, what a powerful sword skill. Is this Ling Xiao? No wonder he hasn't been defeated since he joined Yuhua school. This is too scary. I'm afraid none of us can block such a powerful attack. The astonishment of the inner court disciples was completely exposed on Heisuo's face. That arrogant face of his just a moment ago was now deathly pale. Heisuo's heart trembled. He thought that once Ling Xiao released his cultivation base, there would be no more secrets. Unfortunately, he now realized that he was wrong. This person always seemed to have secrets and was always so mysterious and terrifying. There was no way to dodge this terrifying sword. The aura had already locked onto Heisuo. Heisuo probably understood this as well, so he did not choose to dodge. Since there was no way to dodge, he might as well go all out. Although Heisuo was shocked, he still believed that his true essence was stronger than Ling Xiao's. After the defense was removed, Heisuo condensed the 7 will-o-wisp lamps in front of him again. However, this time, the 7 will-o-wisp lamps had condensed into the shape of a sharp arrow. Heisuo then lashed out with his long black whip, which carried almost 100% of his strength, and blasted towards Ling Xiao's ice crystal sword. Boom! The violent roar shook the entire underground palace and caused it to rumble. The collision between the ice crystal sword and the will-o-wisp arrow caused a series of explosions. White and blue lights intersected and flickered continuously. A terrifying aura wreaked havoc in the underground palace, causing many inner sect disciples' faces to pale. They had never imagined that a peak second-layer transcendent realm cultivator would be able to display an attack on par with an early fourth-layer transcendent realm cultivator. In the blink of an eye, both of them were sent flying back at the same time. Heisuo was forced back more than 10 steps before regaining his footing. Ling Xiao tumbled a few times before landing on the ground. Who was the stronger one in this attack? The onlookers stared at the two of them nervously, and after the smoke cleared, they were finally able to see clearly. At this time, Heisuo's defensive equipment was covered in countless cracks and his outer clothes were torn apart. Many red spots had appeared on his body. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that these were actually small holes caused by the sword qi. Blood flowed from each of these small holes, creating a shocking sight. Looking at Ling Xiao again, although his clothes were also tattered, his whole body was shining with a golden light. A layer of scales covered his body completely, and he was actually not injured at all. In this exchange, Ling Xiao had actually gained the upper hand. Heisuo did not panic at the critical moment and instead chose the correct method, fusing all of his true qi into the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp to meet force with force. However, Ling Xiao was more prepared, while Heisuo had only met this attack in haste, so he naturally did not have it as easy as Ling Xiao and ended up at a disadvantage. Of course, even though he was injured, this injury was nothing to Heisuo. An early 4th-layer transcendent realm cultivator was not someone sword qi could seriously injure, not to mention his defensive equipment had blocked most of the attack's power for him. A moment later, Heisuo raised his head and glared at Ling Xiao, the murderous intent in his eyes thickening, but there was also a hint of seriousness in them. Ling Xiao, it seems that all of us have underestimated you. Your strength is enough for me to use all of my strength. You are a good opponent. However, you will still die. Hearing these words, the inner sect disciples were secretly shocked. Just now, Ling Xiao's attack was something they would not have been able to withstand, but not only had Heisuo blocked it, he had also only suffered minor injuries. They had thought that the 7-star will-o-wisp lamp was Heisuo's full strength, but unexpectedly, Heisuo had not even used his full strength yet. If this was the case, could Ling Xiao still contend? After all, Ling Xiao had already used his dual martial spirits. It was impossible for him to have any other cards up his sleeve, right? Haha, unfortunately, you are not qualified for me to use my full strength. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he looked at Heisuo. Of course, he wasn't bluffing. So far, he had not even used his full strength in his human form, let alone his human dragon form or ancient golden dragon form. Stop bluffing, A trivial peak second layer transcendent realm cultivator dares to act arrogant in front of me. Heisuo. Chapter 4:11. Heisuo put away the long whip and merged with the ghost fire again. Novel, la, then, the ghost fire started to grow bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a humanoid monster burning with blue flames. This gigantic humanoid flaming monster was at least 1,000 times larger than the will-o'-the-wisp from before. What's going on? Did his martial soul level up? No, it doesn't look like a level up. I don't understand. I've never seen this before. Ling Xiao, do you think you're the only one who has a secret skill? I, Heisuo, am the flame deity's disciple. I have everything that you have. The humanoid monster formed by the blue flames had no legs. Its lower body was a ball of flame. Only its upper body was humanoid. One could see its eyes, mouth, and ears. It was more than 10 meters tall. When its huge body touched some of the buildings in the underground palace, it burned them instantly. This is the Death Dark Flame. It's one of the 12 divine fires, the Death Dark Flame. Wang Han Tianzuan suddenly exclaimed, I see. In order to deal with a mere outer disciple, this heavenly venerable demon flame really went through a lot of trouble. He actually passed a trace of his own martial spirit's divine fire to his disciple. No wonder the ghost flame martial spirit suddenly mutated. Few people knew that the flame deity's martial soul was one of the 12 divine fires, the Death Dark Flame. There was a reason why he was called the flame deity. Boy, admit defeat. You're definitely no match for the Death Dark Flame. Even a trace of the divine fire is enough to burn you to ashes. Heavenly Master Golden Light suddenly said loudly, don't worry. As long as you're willing to be my disciple, I'll protect you regardless of whether you lose today. No one can hurt you. Thank you for your kindness, Heavenly Master Golden Light. But there's no need. I already have a master. Please don't force me. Ling Xiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What a pity. If you're not willing to be my disciple, I have no reason to help you. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light sighed repeatedly. Ling Xiao, although Jin Guang is not a gentleman when he takes advantage of others, he is right. The dark flame of death is not something that you can withstand. Wang Han Tianzuan said with a frown. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? Today, I, Ling Xiao, really want to see just how terrifying these death dark flames are. Ling Xiao was also afraid of death. But he couldn't be afraid of battle. If he was afraid just because he saw the death dark flame, then how was he going to collect the 12 godly flames in the future? Reckless fool. The blue flame monster was finally fully formed, and an incomparably powerful aura of destruction surged out of Heisuo's body. At this moment, there were actually quite a few inner disciples who were kneeling on the ground. It was as if they could see the flame deity arriving in person. It was as if he could see the scene of the dark flames of death burning everything. Heisuo's terrifying aura continued to rise, becoming stronger and stronger. Boom tilde tilde finally, the ground couldn't withstand this terrifying force and directly blasted a large hole in it. Green Valley Manor was destroyed. But it didn't matter. There was no one left in this demon cave. However, at this moment, this terrifying aura attracted the disciples and experts of the other sects who were still in the Green Valley Manor. This is the aura of the peak transcendent realm 4th layer. Someone cried out in surprise. It was just a mutated martial spirit, just a trace of the death dark flames fused into it. Heisuo's strength actually soared to the peak transcendent realm 4th layer in an instant. This aura was simply too terrifying. It was simply too shocking. It seems that senior brother Heisuo was telling the truth when he said he didn't use his full strength. This is his true trump card. It's even stronger than the 7-star ghost fire lamp. Yes, I didn't think that he would be able to obtain a trace of the dark death flames and possess the aura of Empyrean demon flame. If an ordinary martial artist were to feel this aura, they would have already been defeated. This Ling Xiao is truly a tough fellow. Unfortunately, no matter how tough he is, it's useless. The current Heisuo is definitely not something Ling Xiao can deal with. He's dead for sure. More and more people knelt on the ground. It wasn't because of Heisuo's strength, but because of the terrifying aura he constantly released. This aura was endless and belonged to the flame deity. This should be one of the benefits of being the flame deity's disciple. Xu Ying and Wang Feng hadn't released such an aura because they had died too quickly and hadn't had time to do so. He Suo at the early Transcendent Realm 4th layer was already terrifying enough, and the 7-star Ghost Fire Lamp was already powerful enough. But now, with He Suo at the peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer, just how powerful would he be? Would Ling Xiao be able to block a single attack from He Suo? Ling Xiao stared fixedly at the giant flame monster behind He Suo. He knew very well that Wanghan Tianzuan and Heavenly Senior Golden Light weren't joking around. After the Death Dark Flames fused into the Ghost Fire Martial Spirit, it had undergone some kind of mutation, increasing He Suo's strength to the peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer. But this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the flame monster's ability to burn, easily burning the buildings in the underground palace to ashes. Just how high was its temperature? Even the burning heaven from Ling Xiao's soul die couldn't compare to it, right? Peak Transcendent Realm 4th layer? How difficult to deal with. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He understood that He Suo's strength wouldn't increase for too long and the Ghost Fire Martial Spirit's mutation was only temporary. But even so, he still had to face such a powerful He Suo. Elder Jin finally showed a smile. Since Ling Xiao's battle with He Suo began, this was the first time he had smiled. Because at this moment, he felt that Ling Xiao's death was certain. But while he was happy, he was also a little surprised. Ling Xiao was actually able to force He Suo to use the Death Dark Flames to stimulate the Ghost Fire Martial Spirit's mutation. He really couldn't be underestimated. If such a person was left alone, he would definitely grow into a terrifying existence in the future. Originally, he should cherish such a talent, but unfortunately, this kid offended him and became his enemy, so he couldn't let him live. Elder Tu also sighed secretly. Such an outstanding child with a bright future. He might even become the pillar of the Yuhua sect in the future. However, he was going to die here today. If Elder Jin had made a move, he could have persuaded or even stopped him. But at this moment, He Suo and Ling Xiao were fighting, so he had no reason to intervene. At this moment, no one thought that Ling Xiao still had a chance of winning. Even Wanghan Tianzuan, who had always supported Ling Xiao, felt that Ling Xiao was doomed. That was why she persuaded Ling Xiao to admit defeat. Because if Ling Xiao didn't admit defeat, she had no reason to intervene, and once she did, Elder Jin would definitely intervene. So now, Ling Xiao's survival depended entirely on whether Ling Xiao was willing to lower his head and admit defeat. As for the inner disciples, they all felt that it was a pity. Ling Xiao was really amazing to be able to force He Suo to this extent. Chapter 412. The fear and panic in He Suo's heart had already disappeared. The terrifying martial spirit brought about by the dark flames of death allowed him to look down on Ling Xiao with a high and mighty attitude. He revealed a complacent smile and sighed, "Why did you force me to use the dark flames of death? I didn't want to take your life, but when I use this move, even I feel that it's terrifying and uncontrollable." Hypocrite. Ling Xiao looked at He Suo coldly, as if he was looking at a complacent fool standing on the shoulder of a giant. Suddenly, the ice dragon sword in his hand thrusted out. It was still flying snow. His fastest sword strike. "Do you still want to harm me with the same move?" He Suo looked at Ling Xiao's sword attack with disdain. A tyrannical aura soared into the sky, and the gigantic flaming monster behind him actually extended its palm, easily blocking Ling Xiao's sword attack. However, right at this moment, the seemingly invisible sword attack actually increased in power once again, and the flaming monster's palm was pierced through in an instant. How is this possible? He Suo's expression changed once again. He did not know how many times he had been surprised. Ling Xiao had given him too many surprises. Every time, he would be caught off guard. "Block it for me." The palm that was pierced through condensed once again, and crushed Ling Xiao's sword chi, finally completely defeating Ling Xiao's attack. That's not right. He Suo was about to retaliate, but he suddenly sensed that Ling Xiao's other hand, which was hidden behind him, had reached out. There was also a sword in that hand. "Bastard, I actually forgot that this brat can do two things at once." He Suo had seen Ling Xiao wielding a sword with both hands before, but he was able to use two completely different martial skills. But he never thought that he would fall into this trap today. The floating snow sword pierced out just like that, using the move flying snow. Because the speed of this move was fast enough, even if the opponent sensed it, they would not be able to react. Puchi. A ray of sword chi slashed through the air and pierced through He Suo's body, leaving behind a glaring bloody light. TSK. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly, what a pity. At the crucial moment, He Suo actually managed to avoid his vitals. Otherwise, this sword strike would have killed him. What? Everyone was shocked. The onlookers. An inner disciple of Yuhua school. 4 elders. Their gazes instantly froze, unable to believe their own eyes. How could this happen? How could this happen? He Suo had used the dark flames of death to not only mutate his ghost flame martial spirit, but his cultivation had also soared to the peak of the transcendent realm 4th layer. In everyone's opinion, Ling Xiao had no way out. He was dead for sure. However, Ling Xiao taught them a lesson under the watchful eyes of the crowd, making them remember this day forever. The opponent's attack was powerful. In that case, he would strike first and gain the upper hand. If he was unable to move due to the opponent's terrifying strength, he would instantly think that he had lost. Even if he could win, he would definitely lose. Ling Xiao had used his own performance to teach everyone a lesson. At the same time, he had also taught He Suo a painful lesson. Elder Jin's heart couldn't help but tremble. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen such a terrifying young man. This Ling Xiao, despite being at such a great disadvantage, actually managed to pierce through He Suo's body despite the flame deity's terrifying aura. He even almost killed He Suo with a single sword strike. No. He Suo had suffered quite a blow this time. He let out a beast-like roar from his throat. The huge flame monster behind him had a ferocious expression. The monster waved its huge arms and slammed them towards Ling Xiao. A destructive aura filled the air. He Suo had completely lost control. Die. 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 He Suo roared continuously. The huge palms filled with terrifying destructive power continued to slam the ground. The underground palace began to collapse and was about to be destroyed. Su figures constantly rushed out from the underground palace and landed in the open space outside. They didn't want to be engulfed by He Suo's crazy attack. If they died like that, it would be too unjust. Between the huge flame hands, there was a figure who seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, easily dodging the seemingly fierce attack. Ling Xiao loved to deal with crazy disciples the most. Under the effect of the mountain and river martial spirit, he could grasp all the flaws of his opponent and accurately calculate all the attacks of reckless people. The angrier, the crazier, and the more reckless the enemy was, the more accurately he could control them. Therefore, He Suo's attacks seemed crazy, but in reality, they were all useless. The illusion of the glacier and ocean behind Ling Xiao had already disappeared. At this moment, only the illusion of a black panther faintly appeared behind him. Kill you. I will kill you. He Suo couldn't accept the fact that his body had been pierced. If he hadn't avoided the fatal blow at the critical moment, this sword could have pierced his heart and killed him on the spot. This was simply a great humiliation to him. In that instant, his cultivation had skyrocketed to the peak of the transcendent realm 4th layer, yet his opponent had so easily stabbed him. How could he accept this? Not to mention, he had used the flame deity's dark death flames. Not only had he lost face, but he had also lost face for his master, the flame deity. Peng. Suddenly, Ling Xiao, who was dodging, stabbed his sword towards the huge flame hand. Pu. In that instant, Ling Xiao was sent flying by the huge flame hand, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Pei, this thing is really strong. Ling Xiao landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. The onlookers all felt that Ling Xiao was being a bit unreasonable. He could have just dodged. Why did he insist on meeting force with force? Is Ling Xiao stupid? That's right, in a contest of pure strength, he definitely isn't senior brother He Suo's opponent. As long as he continues to dodge, senior brother He Suo won't be able to last much longer. Perhaps this is called overestimating one's strength. Idiot. Many people were speechless and puzzled by Ling Xiao's unwise action. What do you know? Heavenly Venerable Golden Light stood there, staring greedily at Ling Xiao, as if he couldn't wait to snatch Ling Xiao away and make him his disciple. Do you know what fighting spirit is? Do you know what the heart of a cultivator is? Ling Xiao isn't a coward like you. Fighting against a strong enemy is an excellent opportunity to improve his cultivation and strength. Who's the idiot here? He was right. The reason Ling Xiao gave up on dodging and chose to meet force with force was because he felt that his cultivation was about to improve. If he could use this flame monster to improve his cultivation, it would be an excellent thing for Ling Xiao. Although this guy was very calm in battle and calculated everything precisely in order to control the situation, he was also very calm. Chapter 413. The shadow of the Black Panther disappeared. Lathe shadow that appeared behind Ling Xiao turned into three. Glacier, sea, and earth. Currently, the three forces of nature that the mountain and river martial spirit possessed were all released. Peng. Another head-on collision. Ling Xiao's body was sent flying again. But this time, there was no blood. There's a way. Ling Xiao's face lit up with excitement. He could feel his cultivation wall constantly shattering. Every time he attacked the huge flaming palm, it would shatter a little. What a madman! What a terrifying madman! No one would raise their cultivation so crazily, right? He's simply playing with his life. Cries of horror came from the crowd. They had already understood Ling Xiao's true intentions from Golden Light Heavenly Senior's explanation. But they still felt that Ling Xiao's actions were too crazy. Kill him. Quickly kill him, He Suo. This little brat is using your attacks to raise his cultivation, don't let him break through. Golden Light Heavenly Senior anxiously sent a message to He Suo, hoping that He Suo could kill Ling Xiao before Ling Xiao broke through. He Suo seemed to have noticed this, but instead of attacking, he chose to retreat and stop his pursuit. He was afraid. He felt that his attacks wouldn't be able to kill Ling Xiao. Instead, they would allow Ling Xiao to continue tempering himself and breaking through. Ling Xiao, who was only at the peak of the second layer transcendent realm, was already so terrifying. If he broke through to the third layer transcendent realm, would he still have a chance of winning? Many thanks, senior brother He Suo. Boom tilde tilde. A powerful aura rushed out from Ling Xiao's body. The violent true qi transformed into a golden dragon that roared towards the sky. The glacier, sea, and earth all emitted a strange light at the same time, so bright that it was difficult to open one's eyes. Ling Xiao stood there. Nobody knew when he had changed into clean clothes. His long robe fluttered without wind. He held a long sword in his hand, his long hair fluttering in the wind, like a sword immortal from ancient times. He broke through. The aura of a third-layer transcendent realm cultivator was definitely not a lie. Ling Xiao actually fought like a madman, borrowing the strength of his opponent's attacks to break through his defenses. The onlookers couldn't believe their eyes. He had heard of such things before. There were also such lunatics in the immemorial era. But those were all stories recorded in books. Today, they actually saw it with their own eyes. Idiot, what are you standing there for? Take advantage of the fact that he just broke through and hasn't stabilized his cultivation to kill him. Elder Jin's voice transmission once again reached He Suo's ears. He Suo's body trembled as he suddenly realized. This was a battle of life and death. It was not a spar at all. Either Ling Xiao died, or he died. He really had to give it his all. Senior brother, I can spare your life. Just as He Suo was about to attack, Ling Xiao spoke. What? He Suo was stunned. At this moment, he no longer had the confidence to win. If he could survive, it would be a good ending. Idiot, he's trying to shake your fighting spirit. Kill him. Elder Jin's voice rang out again. He Suo suddenly trembled, thinking that this Ling Xiao was really cunning. With a roar, he thrust out his palms. The flame monster wrapped around his palms and pressed towards Ling Xiao's chest. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Senior brother, I really don't want to kill you. Why do you have to force me? He was telling the truth. Because through his battle with He Suo, he had noticed something. The dark flames of death were very beneficial to his cultivation. He naturally couldn't challenge the flame deity to a spar. So, sparing Hei Suo's life was extremely beneficial to him. Unfortunately, there was no other way, others wouldn't believe him. You want to shake me? Dream on. Hei Suo's attack still arrived. Ling Xiao's figure floated backwards, easily dodging this attack. Since that's the case, I'll destroy your mutated martial spirit today and let you die this time. At this moment, Ling Xiao made up his mind and simply threw this mutated martial spirit into the mountain river world to see what kind of strange effect it would produce. Maybe it would be more useful than sparing Hei Suo. Glacier force. Ocean force. Earth force. Wind celestial phenomenon. Thunder celestial phenomenon. Rain celestial phenomenon. 3 kinds of power belonging to the mountain river martial spirit. 3 kinds of power belonging to the 12 golden lotus arts. Ice storm. 6 kinds of power were all integrated into the ice storm. The terrifying blizzard, as if the end of the world had arrived, appeared above the green valley and blocked the flame monster's attack. How did this kid do it? He can actually integrate such terrifying power into his own attack. His control is so exquisite, isn't it too unbelievable? The onlookers were shocked. They couldn't understand Ling Xiao's fighting style. One had to know that the more power there was, the greater the resistance to integration. The slightest error could cause a conflict between the powers. If it was light, the power would collapse, and if it was heavy, it would cause an energy explosion. Instead of hurting others, it would hurt oneself. However, Ling Xiao was able to fuse 6 terrifying powers into one, and he didn't seem to be in any discomfort at all. This was too shocking. How could they understand that with the precise calculation of the mountain river martial spirit, Ling Xiao was absolutely unique in the integration of power? Not to mention 6 kinds of power, even if it was 100 or 1,000 kinds of power, it would be absolutely easy to capture. Which kind of power needed to be slightly weaker, which kind of power needed to be slightly stronger, which kind of power needed to have a slightly higher proportion, all of these could be calculated. Therefore, the integration of power that was difficult for others was a piece of cake for him. It could be done easily. From the initial state of separation, the 6 types of power quickly fused into the snowstorm attack. The howling wind and the falling snowstorm caused the martial warriors with low cultivation to flee in panic. They hid very far away, afraid that they would be affected by this attack. The power of the apocalypse, the aura of destruction, at this moment, it had completely filled the entire battlefield. Mutated martial spirit. Monster formed from flames, shatter for me. Ling Xiao let out a soft chant as he waved the ice dragon sword in his hand in a special trajectory. A gale blew. Ice and snow filled the sky. On the battlefield, the 2 figures could no longer be seen clearly. Only the blizzard became the main theme. Hei Suo stared at this sword in a daze. This was an invincible sword strike that could destroy everything in its path. It was so gorgeous, so poignant, and so powerful. It was as if magnificence and power were tied together at this moment, finally fusing perfectly. Looking at this terrifying sword strike, Hei Suo immediately felt that he was invincible. It was as if no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to escape death in the end. But at this moment, the arrow had to be shot. It was already unknown if he was controlling the flame monster or if the flame monster was controlling him. That powerful palm strike was still sent out. Chapter 4:14. The pair of gigantic flaming palms were torn apart by the blizzard in an instant. They turned into sparks and then extinguished. Novel, La, this move was the move that killed the Plague Demon King. The power at that time made the Plague Demon King unable to fight back at all. Although Ling Xiao was in his human dragon form at that time, the current Ling Xiao's cultivation was even more refined. Coupled with the 6 types of terrifying natural forces, its power was even more terrifying than when it killed the Plague Demon King. Not good. It doesn't matter if Hei Suo dies, but where's my face? Elder Jin saw that the situation was not good and suddenly released a powerful aura in an attempt to interfere in the battle between Ling Xiao and Hei Suo. Again. This time, Ling Xiao was on guard against the shameless Elder Jin. Suddenly, he felt that powerful aura rushing towards him. He hurriedly retracted the vital essence he released and prepared to escape with all his might. He definitely could not block Elder Jin's attack. But if he wanted to escape, Elder Jin could forget about catching up to him. In terms of speed, he was not as fast as Elder Jin. But Elder Jin knew nothing about formations. He only needed to use a little formation to make this old guy lose track of him completely. But at that moment, Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light and Wanghan Tianzuan actually acted at the same time, blocking Elder Jin's hidden killing intent. Boom tilde tilde with a loud sound, the three elders each took a step back, their faces a little pale. But in an instant, they returned to normal. Elder Jin, you're really as shameless as that brat, Ling Xiao said. Wanghan Tianzuan's beautiful eyes were as cold as frost. Clearly, she was really angry. That's right, Grand Elder. Aren't your actions a little too disgraceful? Even I feel ashamed to be in your company. Heavenly Sovereign Golden Light was a straightforward person. He originally intended to be neutral, but Elder Jin sneak-attacked Ling Xiao twice in a row, and this time in front of the disciples of other sects. This was too shameless. Little bastard, how dare you kill him? Elder Jin's sneak attack on Ling Xiao failed, but he suddenly saw Ling Xiao's attack land solidly on He Suo's body. The huge flaming monster was torn to pieces by the terrifying snowstorm. In the chaos, no one noticed that Ling Xiao had absorbed the flaming monster into his body. What Elder Jin saw was the snowstorm tearing He Suo's body into pieces. Therefore, he cried out in surprise. Old bastard. So what if I killed her? What are you going to do about it? You were the one who agreed to this life and death battle, but now you don't allow me to kill him. Do you really not want your old face anymore? After Ling Xiao killed He Suo, he was still prepared to escape. Although Golden Light Heavenly Master and Wanghan Tianzuan were protecting him, Ling Xiao could not place all his hopes on others. If all else failed, he would transform into the ancient golden dragon and escape. At worst, he would wander the world. He did not believe that no sect would be willing to accept him as a disciple with his current aptitude, the key to the true Demon's Empire's treasure, and the pestilence umbrella as a stepping stone. As long as the Yuhua school was not willing to protect him, he would leave. In any case, he only had a good impression of the outer sect, Yang Danlin, Wanghan Tianzuan, and a few others. The atmosphere of this sect was really disappointing. Even if he left, there was nothing to be reluctant about. Of course, he was still unwilling to leave if he could. After all, it was not easy to get to where he was today. Besides, who could guarantee that the other sects were not like this? What a bold young man. In any case, I would never dare to kill a disciple protected by the head of the law enforcement hall. I don't have the guts either. This young man really has the aura of a human monarch. He is fearless and daring. Many people in the crowd looked at Ling Xiao with admiration in their hearts. Ling Xiao's performance today was simply too amazing. With his peak second layer transcendent realm cultivation, he forcibly suppressed the Yuhua school's elite inner disciple, He Suo. He was forced to use the dark flames of death to mutate his martial spirit and temporarily raise his cultivation to the peak transcendent realm fourth layer. When everyone thought that Ling Xiao was going to lose, Ling Xiao gave them another pleasant surprise. The young man actually used his opponent's terrifying mutated martial spirit to smoothly rise from the peak second layer to the early third layer. Then, he fused his 6 different powers together and slashed out an earth-shattering sword strike. Under Elder Jin's pressure and intimidation, he killed He Suo, who was much stronger than him, on the spot. This young man used his courage, wisdom, and bravery to conquer many of the spectators in the crowd. Some people were afraid of him. As for some people, they were filled with admiration for him. Even in the face of the high and mighty Grand Elder, he still dared to argue with reason and cleverly used the relationship between the elders to protect himself. This young man was simply a genius. If he was simply unafraid of death, he could only be regarded as a boorish man. But Ling Xiao's performance was definitely not a boorish man. He was not afraid of death, but at the same time, he knew how to use his wisdom to protect himself. Meng Yuan stood there, his gaze fixed on Ling Xiao, a trace of confusion appearing in his eyes. His junior brother, He Suo, was killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Even Elder Jin couldn't stop him. And this wasn't the most frightening thing. Ling Xiao's final strike was something that even he, one of the top 10 core disciples of the Yuhua school, had to use all his strength to deal with. The power of that strike was simply too terrifying. If he wasn't careful, he could have been defeated. In the past, he was even more arrogant than He Suo, even more arrogant and disdainful of Ling Xiao. But today, after the end of the battle, he looked at his junior brother, He Suo, who was already in pieces. He felt a chill in his heart for no reason. No wonder He Suo couldn't kill this kid even after using all his means. It seemed that this kid was really capable and was constantly growing. No. He had to strangle this kid in the cradle. If he didn't act now, he wouldn't have another chance. Meng Yuan felt a strong sense of crisis. But at this time, he didn't have a chance to act. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light and Wanghan Tianzuan had already made it clear that they wanted to protect this kid. Even Elder Jin didn't have a chance, so what could he do? It was really hateful. It seemed that he could only wait until he returned to the sect to make further plans. Are the two of you determined to protect this little bastard today? Elder Jin asked with a frown. Haha, what I mean is that since he has the ability to kill He Suo, then he has the ability to kill the Plague Demon King. He definitely has the ability to complete the mission alone. Our previous suspicions should be over. Not only can we not punish him, but we also have to reward him. Heavenly Venerable Golden Light was an open-minded person. Although he was rejected by Ling Xiao as a disciple, he didn't hate Ling Xiao because of this. He continued to speak up for Ling Xiao. That's right. Ling Xiao has worked hard and made great contributions. As elders of the sect, we are here to find fault with him. What kind of logic is this? Wanghan Tianzuan also said. Chapter 4:15. First Elder, this matter needs to be discussed at length. Why don't we bring Ling Xiao back to the sect and let the higher-ups discuss it before making a decision? Although Elder Tu's attitude wasn't as firm as Heavenly Master Golden Light and Wanghan Tianzuan, he also felt that Ling Xiao was an outstanding talent and couldn't die just like that. Since all of you have said so, I'll take my leave first. Elder Jin didn't have the face to continue staying here. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep his old face anymore. Let's go too. Ling Xiao, why don't you return to the sect with us first? Don't worry, with me around, I won't let anything happen to you. Wanghan Tianzuan looked at Ling Xiao and said, I'll listen to Heavenly Master's instructions. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. He had already figured out most of the formations in the Yuhua school. If the higher-ups of the sect really wanted to treat him unfairly, he would have to create havoc in the Yuhua school and make it disappear from the Sky Dragon continent. The crowd looked at the high-spirited Ling Xiao, and all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts. Naturally, they all had different thoughts. However, after today's incident, they believed that Ling Xiao's strength and talent would cause quite a stir in the 12 sects. Although it wasn't enough to shake the core disciples, it was enough to put a lot of pressure on the inner disciples. Among the crowd, there was a girl who looked exactly like Shimai, whom Ling Xiao had killed. The girl stared at Ling Xiao with a cold and vengeful look in her eyes. However, she was also a little afraid. She was Shi Jiao, Shimai's twin sister. Both of them had snake martial souls, but they were of different types. Shi Jiao had followed the experts from the Beast King Palace to Green Valley. Her goal was naturally to seek justice for the deaths of Shimai and the others. However, when she saw Ling Xiao's strength, Shi Jiao bit her lip and didn't dare to say anything. He's too strong. It was no wonder that he was able to kill his sister, Shimai, as well as his two other senior brothers, despite being only 14 years old. Compared to Ling Xiao, although she was also a third-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator, and a late third-layer Transcendent Realm cultivator at that. However, cultivation didn't represent one's strength. Ling Xiao had too many cards up his sleeves. With just an early Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivation, he was able to kill He Suo, who was at the peak Transcendent Realm fourth layer, in a single move. She believed that she was absolutely no match for He Suo, so she was even less likely to be a match for Ling Xiao. Don't be afraid, junior sister. I will find a chance to help you destroy this brat. The one who spoke was the 9th-ranked core disciple of the Beast King Palace, Ying Wuya. He keenly noticed the change in Shi Jiao's expression and knew what this junior sister of his was worried about. He had always liked Shi Jiao, so naturally, he would not let go of the opportunity to display his strength. He had seen the battle between Ling Xiao and He Suo. Indeed, Ling Xiao was indeed very strong, so strong that even Ying Wuya was surprised. However, to him, Ling Xiao was still a small fry, not even worth mentioning. If he wanted to kill Ling Xiao, it would be a simple matter. Among the 12 sects, the weakest core disciple was at least at the 7th layer transcendent realm, but Ying Wuya, as the 9th-ranked core disciple of the Beast King Palace, had already reached the peak of the 8th layer transcendent realm. Saying that Ling Xiao was like an ant in front of him was not wrong at all. Hearing Ying Wuya's words, Shi Jiao raised her head and glanced at him, a charming smile appearing on her face as she nodded, the fear in her heart vanishing in an instant. Ying Wuya was right. No matter how strong Ling Xiao's talent was, compared to Ying Wuya, he was still just a piece of trash. As long as she firmly grasped Ying Wuya in her hands, she was confident she could kill Ling Xiao at any time. Seeing Shi Jiao's smile, Ying Wuya felt that anything he did for this woman was worth it. He suddenly walked out of the crowd and said loudly, "Everyone from the Yuhua school, please wait." "Oh, so it's Ying Wuya from the Beast King Palace. What's the matter?" Meng Yuan was one of the 10 core disciples of the Yuhua school, so he often interacted with Ying Wuya. Although he had never won against Ying Wuya, they could be considered old acquaintances. "It's none of your business." Ying Wuya looked at Meng Yuan with disdain, then stared at Ling Xiao and said, "This boy killed 3 of my Beast King Palace's disciples. Today I must explain it clearly in front of everyone." "Ling Xiao, is this true?" Elder Tu asked with a frown. He had heard that Ling Xiao had indeed killed a few disciples from other sects in order to protect the Green Valley Manor from the Beast King Palace, but he did not expect them to be disciples from the Beast King Palace. This was troublesome. Disciple killed 3 idiots who tried to steal the credit from the Yuhua school, but I don't know if they were disciples from the Beast King Palace. Ling Xiao said indifferently. "Ying Wuya, you heard it too, right? Ling Xiao only killed 3 shameless idiots who tried to steal the credit from the Yuhua school. I don't think that the disciples of the Beast King Palace would be so shameless, right?" Wang Han Tianzuan asked with a smile. "Hihi, of course, the disciples of the Beast King Palace would not be so shameless. But it's a fact that Ling Xiao killed the disciples of the Beast King Palace." Ying Wuya said resolutely. "You said that I killed the disciples of the Beast King Palace, but do you have any evidence?" Ling Xiao asked. "So many people saw it, and you still want to deny it?" Ying Wuya said angrily. "What a joke, so you don't have any evidence? Since that's the case, can I assume that the Beast King Palace is deliberately stirring up trouble and making an enemy out of the Yuhua school?" Ling Xiao had always tied himself to the Yuhua school. Although the Yuhua school was indeed the weakest among the 12 sects, none of the other sects wanted to start a war with them. Any sect that had been around for tens of thousands of years would have a very deep foundation. Even if they were weak now, if they were to use some kind of trump card in a battle, the best-case scenario would be that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Instead, it would allow others to reap the benefits. "You're indeed a sharp-tongued person. I wonder if you dare to compete with me? If you're still a man, then don't be afraid of a battle." Ying Wuya knew very well that his junior brothers and sisters had already turned into ashes. Where could he find evidence now? It was impossible for him to find trouble with the disciples of the Yuhua school based on the casual words of a few disciples. Therefore, instead of worrying about this matter, he might as well do it himself. He would teach Ling Xiao a lesson and then accidentally kill Ling Xiao. He didn't believe that the Yuhua school would start a war with the Beast King Palace over an outer sect disciple. After all, he could tell that the head of the Yuhua school's law enforcement hall didn't like this kid. Hearing Ying Wuya's words, the inner sect disciples of the Yuhua school were stunned. Ying Wuya had embarrassed the disciples of the Yuhua school in various sect competitions. Now, he was actually targeting Ling Xiao. On the other hand, the disciples of the Beast King Palace were all excited. If Ying Wuya were to make a move, then what was Ling Xiao? They couldn't allow the Yuhua school to monopolize the limelight today. Chapter 416. The disciples of Beast King Palace knew very well that one of them was a peak transcendent 8th layer master. The other was an early transcendent 3rd layer cultivator. The gap between the two was simply too big. Ling Xiao could defeat He Suo, but it was absolutely impossible for him to defeat Ying Wuya. Therefore, they were all very happy to see Ying Wuya teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Haha, so if I don't accept your challenge, I'm not a man? Since that's the case, I'd like to ask you, Ying Wuya, since you're so overbearing, why don't you directly challenge our Yuhua School's Wanghan Tianzuan or Heavenly Venerable Golden Light? Ling Xiao sneered, that way, you can show off your manly side and let that delicate girl beside you see how fearless you are. Brother Ling, whether it's Wanghan Tianzuan or Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, they are both much older than this humble one. Even if they were seniors, even if I, Ying Wuya, had 10 times the courage, I still wouldn't dare challenge them. Ying Wuya smiled faintly, Brother Ling, don't you think you're too cowardly to use such words to fool me? Oh, Ying Wuya, so there are times when you don't dare to fight. Are you still a man? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, you know you're not a match for Wanghan Tianzuan or Heavenly Venerable Golden Light, and you know they're older than you. Then, may I ask Brother Ying, how old are you? 36. Ying Wuya quickly said. That's right, I'm 36, but do you know how old I am? Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'm only 14 this year, why don't you say you're bullying the young? Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Ying Wuya was 36 years old, although reaching the peak of the transcendent 8th layer at this age was already quite amazing. However, Ling Xiao was only 14 years old. Ying Wuya didn't dare to challenge someone older than him, but instead asked Ling Xiao to challenge him. He really was shameless. With Ling Xiao's talent, at 36 years old, he was definitely not just at the peak of the transcendent 8th layer. Ying Wuya was stunned for a moment. He really did not think that Ling Xiao's trap was set for him here. This put him in an awkward position. However, he quickly added, that's simple. Brother Ling is an early-stage transcendent realm 3rd layer cultivator. I can also control my cultivation to the same level, is that okay? Why go through so much trouble? Why don't you find 3 disciples of the Beast King Palace who are at the same cultivation level as me and spar with me? Do you people from the Beast King Palace dare to fight me? Just as Ying Wuya's voice fell, Ling Xiao put forward his own request in tit for tat. This made Ying Wuya feel as if he had swallowed a mouthful of feces, and he was unable to say anything for a long time. The disciples of the Beast King Palace looked at each other with fear written all over their faces. Ling Xiao had even killed a peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator in a single move, so even if 3 of them went up, what use would it be? They might just end up following in Shimai's footsteps. Ying Wuya, so you're trying to tell me that all cultivators below the transcendent realm 4th layer in your Beast King Palace aren't men? Since you don't dare to fight, we'll take our leave. Ling Xiao coldly snorted, turned around, and flew away, leaving behind only a few words for the disciples of the Beast King Palace. Ying Wuya, you and I will fight one day, but it won't be long, at most a year. I hope you won't be like them when the time comes and act like a man, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao's voice was even more domineering and confident than Ying Wuya's. Challenging Ying Wuya in a year? Did this little brat really think he could break through to the peak transcendent realm 8th layer in a year? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. However, in the crowd, there were many who firmly believed Ling Xiao's words. They had never heard of the name Ling Xiao before, let alone had any contact with Ling Xiao, but after the incident in Green Valley, they had a clearer understanding of Ling Xiao's character. This person was bold and reckless, but his talent was astonishing, and his thoughts were meticulous. On the surface, he seemed frivolous and unrestrained, but in reality, he was extremely cunning. Some of his seemingly reckless actions, if one thought about it carefully, turned out that this little brat had ulterior motives. If he really was arrogant and ignorant, Ling Xiao would definitely have fought with Ying Wuya today and returned in defeat. Not only did he not accept the other party's invitation to fight, but he also said he would definitely challenge Ying Wuya in a year's time. This little brat really had a bright future ahead of him. Many cultivators who were clearly stronger than Ling Xiao felt a deep sense of dread towards Ling Xiao. This kind of dread even surpassed Ying Wuya's. Because they felt that Ling Xiao would soon surpass the 9th-ranked core disciple of Beast King Palace. The disciples of Beast King Palace all watched Ling Xiao's departing figure with ugly expressions. This person didn't even put their senior brother Ying in his eyes. Just how arrogant was he? "I'll wait for you." Ying Wuya coldly spat out these 4 words, then flicked his sleeves and said, "Let's go back." In a year's time, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao could be stronger than him. On the path of martial arts, the higher one went, the more difficult it was. It wasn't strange that Ling Xiao's cultivation speed was fast, but it would be hard to say in the future. One day later, Ling Xiao and the others returned to Yuhua school. 2 days later, after a discussion among the upper echelons of the sect, the head elder came out personally and made a decision. Ling Xiao is extraordinarily brave. As an outer disciple, he was able to complete a level 4 mission during the inner disciples' joint training. Moreover, he relied on his own strength to kill the Plague Demon King and discover the secret of the true demonic empire's revival. Reward. Although this was easy to say, there were some things that had to be thought through carefully. The reward for a level 4 mission was clear and simple, with a clear reward limit. He just needed to follow it step by step. As for the merit of killing the Plague Demon King and discovering the true demonic empire's conspiracy, that needed to be discussed properly. First, Ling Xiao received the reward for a level 4 mission. Originally, the reward for a level 3 mission was relatively small, but the reward for a level 4 mission would be greatly increased. The reward was 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 1,000 sect honor points. Secondly, Ling Xiao had killed the Plague Demon King and discovered the conspiracy of the true demonic empire. He was rewarded with another 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 1,000 honor points of the sect. Furthermore, Ling Xiao was specially rewarded with the ability to accept missions from the sect permanently, making him equivalent to an inner disciple. In the end, Ling Xiao received 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones and 2,000 sect honor points from this mission. Honor points were also built into honor points. As mentioned before, honor points were more useful than low-grade spiritual stones. In the sect, they could be used to exchange for various martial arts manuals, weapons, and pills. When the honor points reached a certain level, one could also purchase sect honor weapons and even obtain some special benefits. For example, one could enter the sect's secret area to cultivate, or receive personal guidance from some sect elders, and so on. All in all, sect honor points were basically equivalent to privileges in the sect. If one accumulated enough honor points, even the sect elders wouldn't dare to touch them easily. Chapter 417. Ling Xiao was rewarded, which meant that the head of the Law Enforcement Hall, Elder Jin, had already made the upper echelons of the sect somewhat dissatisfied. It was already fortunate that he did not lose the position of the head of the Law Enforcement Hall. It was estimated that he would not pose any threat to Ling Xiao for the time being. This made Meng Yuan and the Flame Deities faction extremely depressed. They did not expect that this time, He Suo was killed by Ling Xiao, and it was actually killed for nothing. The most outrageous thing was that Ling Xiao was actually rewarded with so many honor points. Those honor points were something that even the elite inner disciples were jealous of. Even Meng Yuan was a little jealous. After the flame deity received this news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. His injuries, which had already healed a lot, had once again relapsed. Bai Yun. Bai Yun. Hateful Bai Yun. He actually had such a disciple, and this sovereign actually did not discover it. Damn it. Really damn it. The flame deity had long wanted to kill Ling Xiao. This time, Ling Xiao killing He Suo made his killing intent increase by a lot. Previously, it was only Meng Yuan who wanted to kill Ling Xiao to curry favor with the flame deity. However, this time, the flame deity personally gave Meng Yuan an order. Meng Yuan, kill Ling Xiao before Master recovers from his injuries, and Master will accept you as a disciple. The same treatment as Ming Tian. After receiving this order, Meng Yuan was extremely excited. At the same time, he began to plan how to kill Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao made another shocking decision. He reported to the sect, saying that he had something precious to hand over, but he had to personally hand it over to the sect leader. This was what Ling Xiao had planned long ago. He wanted to give the key to the true Devil Empire's treasure to the sect. That thing was of little value to him, but to the Yuhua school, it was definitely a treasure. There was another thing, the Plague Demon King's Devil Seal. This seal did not have any special effects, It was only a symbol of status. It was useless in Ling Xiao's hands. It was better to use it in exchange for some benefits. He believed that as long as he offered these two things, his position in the sect would be more stable, and it would be more difficult for the flame deity to kill him. Even if the head of the law enforcement hall wanted to find trouble with him, it would be very difficult. What's more, these two things would definitely be exchanged for a lot of the sect's honor. That day, the Yuhua school's headmaster finally appeared. This person was actually a beautiful woman. However, to Ling Xiao's disappointment, she was not the lady in blue he had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Yuhua Yuahua's Yuahua's Yuhua, Yuhua, Yuhua Yuahua's SS Yuhua Yuhua Yuahua's Yuhua. However, even though he was disappointed, he still had to do what he needed to do. Yuhua Yuhua deity S Yuhua elder Yuahua's Yuahua's Uss as have a Yuhua Yuhua. Yuhua Yuhua, Wanghan Tianzuan, Yuhua Yuhua, Yuhua Yuhua, Yuhua Yuhua, Yuhua Yuhua, Medicine Hall's Young Danlin, and so on. Basically, almost all the higher-ups of the Yuhua school were present. They had all heard from Ling Xiao that there were two treasures that would determine the rise and fall of the Yuhua school. How could the higher-ups of the sect not participate in such a matter? Ling Xiao, I've already shown myself. If you have anything to hand over, take it out. If it's really a treasure, I'll naturally reward you greatly. However, if it's just nonsense, don't blame me for punishing you. Yuhua School's headmaster Chang Yuing's voice was not loud, but it was absolutely majestic. This disciple understands. Ling Xiao did not waste any time. He just waved his hand, and a package appeared in his hand. He slowly opened the package and took out two things. One was a seal made from a supreme-grade spirit stone. The other was a jade token that did not look too special. Headmaster, I found these two things after killing the Pestilence Demon King. One of them is the Pestilence Demon King's seal. This disciple felt that it was important, so I wanted to personally present it to you. While Ling Xiao was speaking, someone had already passed the item to Chang Yuing. Let's not talk about the jade tablet for now. The Pestilence Demon King's seal was too important. When the higher-ups heard about it, they all stood up and tried to see if the seal was real. That's right. This is indeed the Pestilence Demon King's seal, Chang Yuing solemnly announced after carefully observing it for a while. It's actually real. The higher-ups felt their heartbeats suddenly accelerate. They had seen a lot of the world, but they had never seen what the Demon King's seal looked like. According to the sect's most secret records, the Demon King's seal actually contained the 9 martial souls of the 9 great Demon Kings. It was not only a symbol of status, but also a symbol of strength. For tens of thousands of years, in order to find the Demon King's seal, the 12 sects had almost turned the entire Sky Dragon continent upside down. However, it was a pity that the Demon King's seal also had spirituality. It would choose its own master. It was not something that could be owned by anyone who wanted it. Ling Xiao, does anyone else know about this Demon King's seal? Chang Yuing suddenly asked. Headmaster, this disciple did not leak this matter. The only ones who know about it are everyone present. Ling Xiao replied. Well done. You have made a great contribution by finding the Demon King's seal this time. Don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. After this matter is over, I will definitely give you a generous reward. Chang Yuing was so excited that she could not even maintain her normal state of mind. She knew better than anyone what the martial souls of the 9 great Demon Kings meant. Headmaster, don't you want to take a look at the other thing? Ling Xiao asked. Isn't this an ordinary jade token? Perhaps because Chang Yuing was too excited to see the Demon King's seal, she neglected the jade token that was placed together with the Demon King's seal. At this moment, she held the jade token in her hand and injected her soul force into it. However, she was inexplicably shocked. Headmaster, what exactly is that thing? Elder Jin hurriedly asked. After a long time, Chang Yuing calmed down and slowly said, Have you all heard of the martial soul inheritance of the true Devil Emperor? It can't be, Headmaster. This jade token is the martial soul inheritance of the true Devil Emperor. It was as if a sudden clap of thunder had exploded on the ground. Everyone was shaken to the point of dizziness. The martial soul inheritance of the 9 great demon kings was already very terrifying. What did the martial soul inheritance of the true devil emperor mean? That's not it. Chang Yuing shook her head and said, "This is one of the 9 keys to open the true devil kingdom's treasure. Rumor has it that the martial soul inheritance of the true devil emperor, as well as many martial arts manuals and divine weapons, are hidden inside. Its preciousness is probably 10 times greater than the demon king's seal." Chang Yuing tried her best to calm her voice down, but it still carried a slight tremble. Because she was too excited. So excited that she was unable to express her emotions normally. True devil kingdom's treasure, true devil emperor's inheritance. There were also countless martial arts manuals and divine weapons. All the upper echelons looked at each other in shock, because they were very clear on what this represented. Chapter 4:18. Back then, the true demon emperor had swept through the strongest of the 13 continents, the Sky Dragon continent. Even the holy lord of the human race, Ji Wu, was no match for him. It could be said that he was invincible. If it wasn't for the mysterious woman who made the true demon emperor disappear, the true demon empire would have already ruled the entire mystic world. How could the inheritances, martial arts, and weapons he left behind be ordinary? The current Sky Dragon continent had fallen from the strongest to the weakest among the 13 continents. The human race had also fallen from a first-class race to a 9th-class race. If the humans on the Sky Dragon continent were to obtain the true demon emperor's inheritance, what would happen? Perhaps the Sky Dragon continent could return to its former glory. Perhaps the human race could once again become a first-class race and enter the ranks of the top races. One had to know that a person's martial arts aptitude could be changed. This was something that had been proven long ago. One could use treasures to increase their strength, and they could also use special organs from other people's bodies to increase their strength. For example, the flame deity had taken master by Yun's wisdom bone, which allowed his martial arts aptitude to increase by a large margin. In addition, there was also the martial soul inheritance recorded in the 12 sects. Even the person with the worst aptitude could become a genius overnight if they obtained a powerful martial soul inheritance. Of course, the prerequisite was that the martial soul had to be completely integrated. Otherwise, they would be easily killed and taken away. Once the martial soul inheritance was completely integrated with the person's bloodline and soul, it would not be so easy to take it away. The higher-ups of the Yuhua school present were not fools. They understood the importance of this treasure. "Ling Xiao, you have done well. These 2 items are both rare treasures. According to the rules of the sect, as long as your request is not too excessive, the sect will agree to it. In addition, you will be rewarded with a large number of honor points." Chang Yu-ying calmed herself down and looked at Ling Xiao as she spoke slowly. Ever since she had taken over as the head of the Yuhua school, there was not a day that she did not think about how to strengthen the sect. There was not a day that she did not want to make the sect the strongest among the 12 sects. However, this was easier said than done. However, today, after obtaining the Devil King's seal and a key to the true Devil Empire's treasure, her confidence immediately increased. She felt that not only should Ling Xiao be greatly rewarded, but Ling Xiao's master in the secular world, Bai Yun, should also be greatly rewarded. As soon as she said that, all the higher-ups were envious. Some of them were inner sect elders, while others were hall masters and building masters. They were basically half-step heavenly venerates or true heavenly venerates. However, they were still envious of Ling Xiao's contributions. Some people were even jealous of him. However, there was nothing much to say. Because Ling Xiao's contribution was indeed too great. The true Devil Imperial Treasury might not be able to be used for the time being, but the Devil King's inheritance in the Devil King's seal could be used immediately. This was crucial to the improvement of Yuhua School's strength. This brat must be plotting something. Otherwise, why didn't he keep something as good as the Devil King's inheritance for himself? Elder Jin suddenly snorted and said, according to the sect's rules, all the items obtained by disciples during missions belong to the disciple. Would he be so kind as to choose to hand them over? Grand Elder, I don't understand what you're saying. Ling Xiao said slowly, this disciple is loyal to Yuhua School. Is there anything wrong with giving the valuable items to Yuhua school? No wonder Grand Elder wanted to kill this disciple when we were in Green Valley. So it turns out that this disciple is too loyal to Yuhua school? Don't talk nonsense. Elder Jin shouted. Enough. Chang Yu-ying shouted, as the head of the law enforcement hall, you should pay attention to your words. Don't always target an outer sect disciple. Otherwise, the disciples will be disappointed. Regardless of whether Chang Yu-ying's words were intentionally directed at Elder Jin or if they were just pleasantries, the fact that she was able to say such words made Ling Xiao have a better impression of her. A sect leader who paid attention to the feelings of the disciples could not be too bad. In short, no matter what the reason is, Ling Xiao has made a great contribution. This is a fact. He must be rewarded greatly. This is the rule of the Yuhua school for tens of thousands of years. No one can change it without permission. It could be seen that Chang Yu-ying did not have a good relationship with the 5 law enforcement elders of the law enforcement hall. In fact, Chang Yu-ying knew that Ling Xiao most likely had his own selfish motives for handing over the 2 treasures. As the sect leader of the Yuhua school, she naturally knew about the conflict between Ling Xiao, He Suo, the flame deity, and even Elder Jin. This Ling Xiao used the 2 treasures to become a great contributor to the Yuhua school. This made Elder Jin and the others not dare to act rashly. Even as the sect leader, she had no choice but to side with this person. This kid's scheming was so deep that it made people have a whole new level of respect for him. This was not what a 14-year-old youth should have. It seemed that this kid had some kind of fortuitous encounter. Who knows? He might really become the pillar of the Yuhua school in the future. Perhaps it was time to nurture him properly. On the other hand, Elder Jin and the other elders who were on good terms with him did not look too good. They had been played by a kid who had not even grown out his hair. Who would feel good about this? Ling Xiao had made a great contribution this time, but their faction had lost He Suo. Moreover, Elder Jin had been reprimanded by the sect leader in public. This made them seethe with anger. Ling Xiao, according to the rules of the sect, you have made a great contribution. You will receive 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones, 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones, and 20,000 honor point. Chang Yu-ying saw that Elder Jin did not say anything and announced, in addition, this sect leader will personally agree to 3 of your requests. As long as it is not too excessive, as long as the sect leader can do it, we will naturally help you. After the announcement of the rewards, the whole place was in an uproar. Those who had a good relationship with Ling Xiao were naturally very grateful and appreciative. As for those who hated Ling Xiao, their hearts were filled with jealousy. 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones was nothing, even if it was equivalent to a year's salary for a core disciple. 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones was also nothing, even if it was equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and no one was willing to exchange it. In fact, the most important rewards were the 20,000 honor points and the 3 request. According to the rules of the sect, 100 honor points could enter the inner Moonlight Tower's wooden door once, 500 honor points could enter the iron door once, and 1,000 honor points could enter the jade door once. In other words, 1,000 honor points was equivalent to a gold-grade top martial art. Ling Xiao had received 20,000 honor points. In addition to the previous 2,000, he had a total of 22,000 honor points, which was enough to obtain 22 sets of gold-grade top martial arts. Of course, this was just a reference. Ling Xiao did not need so many martial arts. After all, a person's energy was limited. In terms of martial arts, it was enough to have enough. Chapter 419. Thank you for your reward, Sect Master. Ling Xiao wasn't an insatiable person. Chang Yu-ying's treatment of him this time was indeed very generous. Next, he had to consider 3 requests. Chang Yu-ying had made it very clear that as long as his request wasn't excessive and the sect could do it, they would agree. Of course, this was considered polite, so Luo Yunyang still had to consider it carefully. After pondering this for a while, Ling Xiao made a decision. Sect Master, my first request is that the Yuhua school can bestow upon my master, Master Baiyun, the status of an inner sect disciple. This had always been Master Baiyun's dream. His only wish before he died. The reason he wanted to nurture an outstanding disciple into the Yuhua school was that he hoped to contribute to the sect so that the sect could bestow upon him the status of an inner sect disciple again. Perhaps this was just an empty title for Ling Xiao, but it was a lifelong pursuit for Master Baiyun. Even though Ling Xiao and Master Baiyun had some unpleasant experiences in the past, Ling Xiao wouldn't be where he was today without Master Baiyun. Ling Xiao wasn't an ungrateful person like Ming Tian. Furthermore, Master Baiyun was guarding the Divine Sword sect for him. If he could fulfill Master Baiyun's wish, Master Baiyun would definitely do his best. Everyone was stunned when they heard Ling Xiao's request. Then, many of the higher-ups nodded their heads. Even though he's in the sect, he doesn't forget his master in the secular world. Based on his character, he isn't the kind of person who would betray his master. He can't be nurtured. If Heavenly Venerable Occult Flame was here, he would definitely object. Unfortunately, the flame deity was seriously injured and was still recuperating. Thus, he couldn't leave the volcano palace. This request is to repay a debt of gratitude. I agree to it. Chang Yueying nodded with a smile. Clearly, her impression of Ling Xiao had improved a lot. My second request is that the sect can release a Yuan Venerate. Ling Xiao had considered this request carefully. Actually, it wasn't too excessive. The suppression of a Yuan Venerate was entirely due to the law enforcement hall's bias towards the flame deity. In fact, the Yuan Venerate had never done anything detrimental to the Yuhua school. On the contrary, he was Yang Danlin's friend and could even help the Yuhua school at a critical moment. If he thought about it carefully, Yuhua school would not object to it. The Yuan Venerate is not related to you in any way. Why would you release him? Chang Yu-ying asked doubtfully. Sect Master, the Yuan Venerate is a friend of my benefactor, Old Hall Master Yang Danlin. I have also received his guidance in the past and have some achievements in array formations and alchemy. Therefore, he can be considered half a master to me. Thus, I sincerely request that the sect master release him. Ling Xiao replied. The Yuan Venerate and Old Hall Master Yang are close friends and have never done anything detrimental to the Yuhua school. He even helped Old Hall Master Yang develop many good pill formulas. He can be considered half a Yuhua school member. The Law Enforcement Hall suppressed him because of the flame deity. I have always felt guilty and uneasy. After all, the incident with the flame deity had happened because of him. No. The Yuan Venerate must not be released. Elder Jin panicked once again. It would have been better if he hadn't said anything. Chang Yueying might have hesitated. However, his words made Chang Yueying make up her mind. Oh. What is the reason for the Law Enforcement Hall's head to say this? He injured Mo Yang. How can he be released so easily? Elder Jin roared. To think that you are the Law Enforcement Hall's head. Do you really think that I don't know anything about what happened that day? The reason I didn't interfere was because I didn't want to get into a conflict with the Law Enforcement Hall. Chang Yueying's expression turned cold. Mo Yang actually disregarded his status as an inner sect elder and injured an outer sect disciple in Guanghan Hall. He almost killed the outer sect disciple. I won't pursue this matter. How dare you protect him? There were some things that the sect could only be happy if everyone turned a blind eye to. However, Chang Yueying wouldn't be careless if someone really wanted to take this matter seriously. Elder Jin's expression kept changing. In the end, he shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. Ling Xiao, I will also agree to your second request. I will release the Yuan Venerate today. Thank you, Sect Master, for being lenient with me. I pledge my loyalty to the Yuhua school and the Sect Master. Whether Ling Xiao's words were sincere or not, only he himself knew, but he was indeed grateful to Chang Yueying. Furthermore, after this incident, his resentment toward the Yuhua school wasn't that deep. This sect had many problems and many people who made people unhappy. However, there were also people like Yang Danlin, Wang Han Tianzuan, Heavenly Venerate Golden Light, Sect Master Chang Yueying and many others who could be considered fair and just. Tell me your third request. Your first two requests were for the sake of others. You still have to consider this last request for your own sake. Chang Yueying reminded him kindly. Ling Xiao naturally had the same intention. Master Baiyun and the Yuan Venerate were both his masters. However, Master Baiyun was a master in the secular world. The Yuan Venerate was a master that couldn't be made public for the time being. The first two requests were for their sake, so Ling Xiao couldn't shirk his responsibility. However, he had to consider this last request for his own sake. Disciple's third request is that I hope to be able to acknowledge the sect master as my master, Ling Xiao said respectfully. In the mystic realm, there was no such thing as only having one master. There was a saying left behind by ancient sages: when three people walk together, they are bound to have a master. Therefore, for tens of thousands of years, people who truly achieved heaven-defying achievements often had more than one master. There was once a senior expert from the Yuhua school who had reached the grotto heaven realm. Before he passed away, he had acknowledged as many as 99 masters. The rest of the people had at least 3 or 4 masters. Of course, there was an unwritten rule here. Within the same sect, one could only acknowledge one master. Master Baiyun was considered a master in the secular world, so strictly speaking, he wasn't included. The Yuan Venerate wasn't a member of the Yuhua school, so this didn't affect him. Therefore, Ling Xiao was completely qualified and should find another senior expert of virtue and prestige to acknowledge as his master. In this way, even Elder Jin and Empyrean Demon Flame would definitely not dare to openly harm him. Now that he had completely displayed his impressive aptitude, he believed that it was not impossible for him to become the disciple of Headmaster Chang Yueying. Upon hearing Ling Xiao's request, Yong Danlin nodded repeatedly. Wang Han Tianzuan and Heavenly Venerate Golden Light looked at each other and smiled bitterly. In fact, both of them wanted to accept Ling Xiao as their disciple, but unfortunately, their cultivation wasn't as good as Sect Master Chang Yueying's. This kid really knew how to choose his master. However, Elder Jin angrily rebuked, "How dare you? A mere outer sect disciple actually made such an excessive request to acknowledge the sect master as his master. Do you know that even if you have a divine-grade treasure body, even if you are one of the top 10 core disciples, none of them have been accepted as a disciple by the sect master? Who do you think you are?" As he spoke, Elder Jin didn't hide his terrifying aura, trying to use this aura to suppress Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao give up on this idea. Chapter 420. The meaning of Elder Jin's words to Ling Xiao was very clear. Even the sect master looked down on core disciples. You're just a mere outer disciple with a treasured body. You're just a piece of trash. How dare you make such a request? Whether I'm qualified or not, it's not up to Elder Jin to decide. If the sect master doesn't agree, then I won't pester him. Although I'm just an outer disciple, an ant-like existence, even ants have dignity. I'm not like some people who don't even care about their face. At this moment, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of Elder Jin's aura. If it was the first time, he might have trembled and been injured. However, this was already the third time Elder Jin had used the same method to deal with him. The Mountain River martial spirit had long been familiar with this kind of aura. In an instant, this aura was directly turned into nourishment and injected into Ling Xiao's soul, continuing to strengthen Ling Xiao's soul. Elder Jin was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He didn't expect that in front of so many people, Ling Xiao would actually dare to contradict him. What made him feel the most strange was that his terrifying aura was actually unable to make Ling Xiao feel fear. This was the biggest problem. "All right, head of the Law Enforcement Hall. Since when did it become your turn to interfere in our sect's matters? Could it be that you're tired of sitting in the Law Enforcement Hall's head seat and want to come to our sect to be a steward?" Chang Yuying's voice was filled with indifference. She was really disappointed in this Law Enforcement Hall's head. However, this person's influence in the Yuhua school was very strong. It wasn't easy to get rid of him. Elder Jin had really shot himself in the foot. Perhaps his disgust for Ling Xiao was too strong, to the point that he actually lost his mind. Ling Xiao waited for Chang Yuying's reply. In any case, he was just testing the waters. If Chang Yuying agreed, then it would naturally be for the best. If she didn't agree, then this third request could be changed. He could take a step back and ask another inner sect elder to be his master and learn martial arts. Therefore, this attempt was absolutely worth it. However, After Chang Yu-ying stopped Elder Jin's pressure on Ling Xiao, she fell into silence. Her face revealed a bit of sadness, as if she had fallen into deep thought. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, it's better if you acknowledge me as your master. I'll definitely pass on all my skills to you. It's not that the sect leader hates you. She really has some unspeakable difficulties, so she can't accept you as her disciple. In this extremely stifling atmosphere, Heavenly Lord Golden Light's laughter was like a warm spring breeze, dissolving this stifling atmosphere. In fact, there was nothing wrong with having Ling Xiao take Golden Light Heavenly Master as his master. This person's personality was also something that Ling Xiao liked. However, Heavenly Lord Golden Light could not suppress Elder Jin. This was something that Ling Xiao could also see, so he was still hesitating. Jin Guang, don't make things difficult for this child. Even if the headmaster can't accept him, I can. It won't be your turn. Wang Han Tianzuan said with a smile. If it's possible, I can also accept him as my disciple. The Desperation Tower's tower master suddenly spoke. You guys better not fight with me. When this kid entered the inner sect's Moonlight Tower to choose martial arts, I discovered that his future is definitely not worse than those disciples with divine-grade treasure bodies. Let me have him. The Moonlight Tower's tower master also spoke. Do you old fellows of the inner sect want to compete with me for a disciple? He's now an outer sect disciple, and I'm also the hall master of the outer sect hall. Wouldn't it be great to accept him as a disciple? Heavenly Lord Wu Go was also anxious. The disciple that he had been cultivating couldn't be snatched away by others. For a time, there were actually 5 Heaven Realm experts who wanted to accept Ling Xiao as their disciple. This made many people who didn't know much about Ling Xiao shocked. You guys don't have to fight. Ling Xiao, from now on, you will follow the 5 supreme elders of our law enforcement hall to cultivate. Suddenly, Elder Jin's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he said loudly. He might be afraid of Headmaster Chang Yueying, but he wasn't afraid of the others. Therefore, if he wanted to compete for a disciple, then no one could snatch it from him. Many thanks for Elder Jin's good intentions, but Ling Xiao doesn't plan on acknowledging someone I don't like as my master. Ling Xiao was very clear that if he said this sentence, it would completely become fire and water with Elder Jin. There was no possibility of reconciliation. However, he had no intention of easing up at all. The one who should be afraid and worried was not him, but Elder Jin. Although his current cultivation was inferior to Elder Jin's, he possessed the Mountain River martial spirit and the ancient Golden Dragon's inheritance. His future was more than 1,000 times greater than Elder Jin's. Acknowledging Elder Jin as his master, he probably wouldn't be able to learn anything. Instead, he would be completely crippled. This point, as long as one had the slightest bit of brain, they would be able to understand. Well said. Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded out in the great hall. This was a very pleasant woman's voice. Ling Xiao suddenly trembled with excitement. He recognized that this voice was the voice of that blue-clothed woman he saw back then in the dragon-submitting mountain range. At that time, that woman had also said something that was still fresh in his memory. He, Chang Yueying, if you aren't willing to accept him as your disciple, why don't you give him to me? The voice was still ringing out, but no one came forward. Your Highness Moon Maiden. Chang Yueying was so shocked that she stood up from her seat and hurriedly knelt on the ground. The other sect elders also knelt on the ground. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Who was this so-called Your Highness Moon Maiden? Why did even the sect leader have to kneel to her? Wasn't this too ridiculous? Get up, Chang Yueying. I know that you have been brooding over your husband's death and are determined to nurture your son with all your might. That's why you swore in front of your husband's grave that you wouldn't accept any more disciples. I understand that, so how about you give him to me? The voice spoke again. Your Highness Moon Maiden is willing to accept this child as your disciple. That's naturally his good fortune. However, do you really intend to accept him as your disciple? Didn't you say that you wanted to find a person with exceptional aptitude and nurture him into the future of Yuhua School? Chang Yueying asked, puzzled. Although Ling Xiao's aptitude was outstanding, it was definitely not exceptional. Her Highness Moon Maiden had been awake for more than 10,000 years and had seen countless geniuses. However, she had never taken a liking to any of them. What did this Ling Xiao do to deserve this? Chang Yueying was both confused and surprised. Not to mention her, even Ling Xiao himself was confused. He had only met the Moon Maiden once. Even if he had performed outstandingly recently, if his Mountain River Martial Soul and Primordial Golden Dragon were excluded, he definitely wouldn't be considered a top-notch talent. Why did this Moon Maiden want to accept him as her disciple? After the initial excitement, Ling Xiao regained his calm. He began to consider if he should accept this Moon Maiden as his master. It was clear that this person's position in the Yuhua school was probably higher than Chang Yueying. If he could become her disciple, not only would he be able to fulfill Ling Xiao's original plan, he would also be able to obtain more benefits. Chapter 421. You people are really neglecting the essentials and focusing on the details. The Moon Maiden's voice sounded again. A person's aptitude isn't determined by cold data or the results of a test, but by the process of their development. Novel, La. After a pause, she continued, I'm afraid you don't know this, but I've met this child Ling Xiao once. I could tell that this child had his own opportunities. I didn't expect to meet him again in just a few months at the Yuhua school. This is probably fate. Ling Xiao, are you willing to be my disciple? The Moon Maiden asked. Disciple is naturally willing, but I'm afraid your highness has other conditions for accepting a disciple, right? Ling Xiao asked. Haha, you're really smart, kid. The Moon Maiden said with a smile. That's right, if you want to be my disciple, you still have to do something. Otherwise, there's still no hope. When the higher-ups heard this, they immediately understood. How could it be so easy for the Moon Maiden to accept a disciple? If there were no conditions, how could it be possible? Please speak, Your Highness. Disciple is listening. When Ling Xiao heard this, he felt relieved. Actually, my conditions are both simple and difficult. You just have to get first place in the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony and you'll be considered qualified. The Moon Maiden's words were very casual. However, when the higher-ups heard this, they felt that it was a little difficult for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm Level 3. With his powerful combat strength, he might be able to complete the Moon Tower Ascension Ceremony. However, it was impossible for him to get first place. The Moon Maiden was simply making things difficult for him. Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan's expressions didn't look too good. On the other hand, Elder Jin and the others were overjoyed. It turned out that the Moon Maiden was just toying with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, I won't force you. You have the right to choose. You can get first place in the Moon Tower Ascension Ceremony and become my disciple, or you can choose one of the other inner sect elders. The Moon Lady's voice sounded again. I can give you 3 days to think about it. Go back and think about it carefully. You can also discuss it with your good friends. Don't make a hasty decision. Your Highness the Moon Maiden, there's no need to consider. This disciple is willing to take Your Highness the Moon Maiden as his master. Furthermore, this disciple will definitely take first place in the Moon Arrival Pagoda Ascension Ceremony. Ling Xiao stood up, his eyes filled with confidence. Starting from the Ling family, his journey could be said to be very bumpy, but no matter how difficult it was, he resolutely walked through it. No matter how impossible it was for others, he would persist in doing it and strive to succeed. Perhaps he would fail, but in life, if he didn't even have the courage to try, then he shouldn't even dream of becoming a hero. He should just obediently be an ordinary disciple. Arrogant. You overestimate yourself. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Impulsive. As soon as Ling Xiao's decision was made, the higher-ups had already defined him in their hearts. Even Yang Danlin and Wang Han Tianzuan shook their heads and sighed. How could this child be so stubborn? Haha, I'm not surprised at all by your answer. The Moon Lady chuckled. When I saw you in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, you seemed to be chased by a peak level 8 demonic beast. At that time, your cultivation was only at the 4th or 5th level of the Martial Vein Realm, but you actually managed to escape death and even obtained a rare opportunity. You seem to be impulsive, but you're actually very meticulous. Your Highness Moon Lady is too kind. If you didn't save me that day, how could I have survived? Your saving grace is still fresh in my mind. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, "It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Anyway, you and I are fated. When you get first place in the pagoda ascension ceremony, I'll naturally appear to meet you. At that time, you can formally become my disciple." The Moon Lady smiled. "Well, by the way, I'll remind everyone here that I've taken a liking to this child. If he's plotted against before he becomes my disciple, don't blame me for being impolite. You guys can chat, I won't disturb you." After saying that, the voice completely disappeared. "Farewell, Your Highness Moon Lady." Chang Yueying and the others finally stood up. She looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. "I can't accept you as my disciple, but I didn't expect you to have such a great opportunity. In that case, go back and seize the time to cultivate. The Moon Arrival Festival is not far away. If you want to get first place while being chased by the inner disciples, it's definitely not going to be easy." "I know, but I'll work hard." Ling Xiao nodded. "As long as you work hard." Chang Yueying smiled. Perhaps it was because of the Moon Lady's appearance that she really looked at Ling Xiao in a new light. This kid might really have something special. Otherwise, with how picky the Moon Lady was, how could she possibly take a liking to this kid? Ling Xiao also sighed in his heart. Originally, he only wanted to become the disciple of the Yuhua school's head teacher to resist the pressure from Elder Jin, the flame deity, and the others. He didn't expect the Moon Lady to appear out of nowhere. And this Moon Lady's status was obviously higher than the Yuhua school's head teacher. If he could become her disciple, the effect would definitely be better. Although it was unexpected, it didn't go beyond his plan. Everything was going according to his plan in an orderly manner. And it seemed to be even more perfect than the previous plan. What a lucky bastard. He actually managed to find such a powerful backer. Elder Jin's heart was very depressed. He felt that if he wanted to deal with Ling Xiao next, it would really become very troublesome. If it was the head teacher, Chang Yueying, he could still resist a little. But this Moon Lady's status was respected. Neither he nor Chang Yueying could afford to offend her. Once this kid succeeded in becoming her disciple, it would be troublesome. However, even if he didn't become her disciple now, with the words left behind by the Moon Lady, if he wanted to find fault with Ling Xiao in the future, he really couldn't be as obvious as before. Otherwise, if the Moon Lady was angry, no one would be able to save him. At this moment, Ling Xiao was very happy in his heart. Master Bai Yun wanted him to become an inner sect disciple as soon as possible. This way, he could get the attention of the sect and raise his status as much as possible, so that he wouldn't be bullied. Although he didn't become an inner sect disciple, he was an outer sect disciple who received more attention than most inner sect disciples. Master Bai Yun even wanted him to find a backer to fight against the flame deity. He found Yang Danlin, Wang Han Tianzuan, the Moon Lady, and more than one backer. This power was actually vaguely stronger than the flame deity. Even Elder Jin started to be afraid of him. In the next few days, Chang Yueying kept her promise to Ling Xiao. She personally sent someone to inform Master Bai Yun and engraved his name in the list of inner sect disciples. This was actually a trivial matter, at least to her. But Master Bai Yun, who was far away in Tianfeng City, knelt on the ground and cried for a full 2 hours. Chapter 422. For the past few days, Master Bai Yun had been cultivating with the large amount of resources that Ling Xiao had plundered. In addition to the spiritual pills and elixirs that Ling Xiao had obtained from the Dead Sword King sect disciples, as well as the gold-grade entry-level martial arts. His cultivation, which had stagnated for many years, had finally broken through. Perhaps it was because of his many years of accumulation, but after he broke through, he was unable to stop himself. He directly went from peak Transcendent Realm First Layer to early Transcendent Realm Third Layer before finally stopping. Originally, he could have returned to Yuhua School at this time. But he didn't. Because he knew that everything he had was given to him by Ling Xiao. He wanted to protect the Divine Sword sect for Ling Xiao. Of course, there was another reason. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was too mysterious. Gold-grade entry-level martial arts and rare-grade martial arts were actually given to the Divine Sword sect as if they were free. In addition, there was also a large amount of gold and silver that could be used to buy cultivation materials. Whether he returned to Yuhua school or not, it really didn't make a difference. As long as he had that status, he was satisfied. The other disciples of the Divine Sword sect also obtained a lot of benefits during this time. Ling Xiaotian, Ling Wuheng, and Ling Yihong broke through to Transcendent Realm first layer one after another and became Transcendent Realm cultivators admired by the world. Ling Shuang, Ling Zhon, Ling Chen, Ling Yin, and the others also cultivated to the peak of Martial Vein Realm 9th layer one after another. Ling Xiao's younger brother Ling Luo was now a Martial Vein Realm 8th layer cultivator. He was no longer the little radish head that could be bullied by others. Inside the Divine Sword sect, the strength of the disciples had increased to different degrees. At this moment, besides the 12 sects, the Divine Sword sect already had the feeling of being the #1 sect in the world. All of this was thanks to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's golden statue was placed in the sect square. It was more than 10 meters tall and looked very spectacular. All the disciples who joined the Divine Sword sect would be taught about Ling Xiao's legend. Of course, these things were taken care of by Master Bai Yun and the others. Ling Xiao didn't have to worry too much about it. The key for him now was to constantly improve his cultivation and status. That way, the Divine Sword sect would continue to grow stronger. Master Bai Yun was granted the status of an inner disciple of Yuhua school. Yuan venerates were also successfully released from the Moonlight Pagoda. When the master and disciple met, they naturally sighed again. The Yuan venerate had never imagined that his disciple would actually be able to rescue him using such a method. He immediately felt emotional. Not only did he not blame Ling Xiao for taking the Moon Maiden as his master, but he was also very supportive. After all, he wasn't a member of the Yuhua school, nor was he an enemy of the Yuhua school. Therefore, there was no conflict of interest between him and the Moon Lady. Of course, more importantly, he only hoped that his disciples could become stronger and more promising. The more things they could learn, the better. He didn't have that much prejudice. After meeting the Yuan venerate, Ling Xiao planned to use the rewards he had received this time to concentrate on his cultivation. After all, his current cultivation was only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 3rd level. If he relied on his current cultivation to participate in the Moon Arrival Day Tower Ascension ceremony, he was afraid that the outcome would not be good. Strength was always the most important thing. Whether it was completing sect missions or participating in trials, it was all the same. However, just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the Yuan venerate. "Wait a moment, Master has something to say to you." While Ling Xiao and the Yuan venerate were talking, something extremely strange happened in Green Valley. During the few days he had been back at the sect, Green Valley had practically become a gathering place for the disciples of the 12 sects. These people had all arrived there to search for the treasures left behind by the Plague Demon King. However, after a few days, nothing was found. Then, something terrible happened today. Over 100 disciples of the 12 sects and other small sects had mysteriously disappeared into a forest deep in Green Valley. This forest had been called the Thousand Ghost Forest by the people of Green Valley. It was connected to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. To be precise, it was a part of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The reason for this name was that there had once been people from Green Valley who had mistakenly entered this place. In the end, over 100 people had entered, but only one person had returned alive. It was said that he had seen countless ghosts and monsters. Hence, this name had come about. Furthermore, this place had been designated as a forbidden area by Green Valley and martialists and hunters were not allowed to enter. However, why would the disciples of the 12 sects listen to them? In the end, something like this had happened. After this incident, the various large sects had announced that their disciples were forbidden from entering the Thousand Ghost Forest. Unfortunately, it was already a little too late. In the depths of the Thousand Ghost Forest, strange cries were constantly heard, as if evil spirits were demanding lives. If someone entered this place, they would definitely discover that the corpses of the disciples had been placed in a steeple. On the ground, there was a faint, strange pattern that was faintly discernible. When this pattern lit up, the true yuan and blood of these disciples would flow in the same direction. What was lying there was actually a huge, jet-black tiger with 3 heads. It was 5 to 6 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. It constantly emitted an extremely dangerous aura. This aura was even more terrifying than that of the Yuhua school's head teacher. One had to know that among the hundreds of disciples, the weakest one was at least at the transcendent realm first layer. At this moment, they had all become nourishment for this 3-headed tiger monster. That idiot Pestilence, his cultivation has only recovered a little, yet he still dares to cause such a big commotion. This king has really benefited. This 3-headed tiger monster actually spoke in a voice that only humans could have. If the Pestilence Demon King hadn't died, he would have discovered that although this guy's appearance had changed, his aura was definitely that of one of the 9 great demon kings, the evil beast demon king. But don't worry, when this king's strength recovers, this king will definitely kill that Ling Xiao and avenge you. The evil beast demon king licked his lips, and a sinister smile appeared on his 3 tiger heads. Although he didn't care that the Pestilence Demon King had been killed, he was still his former companion. Now that he had been killed by an outer disciple of the Yuhua school, even if it was purely for the sake of face, he wouldn't spare Ling Xiao. According to the legends of Green Valley, the forest of 1,000 ghosts should have been haunted 1,000 years ago. If this legend was true, then the evil beast demon king had probably stayed in the forest of 1,000 ghosts for over 1,000 years. These demons, who came from an unknown place, had a much longer lifespan than humans. It wouldn't be strange if they didn't die in 10,000 or even 10,000 years, let alone 1,000 years. Of course, Ling Xiao, who was in the Yuhua school, didn't know about the evil beast demon king. He was currently considering the suggestion of his master, Yuan Venerate. Go to the forest of 1,000 ghosts. The moon arrival festival isn't far away. If you stay in the sect and cultivate, your improvement will be limited. Therefore, I suggest that you leave the Yuhua school and head to the forest of 1,000 ghosts to seek greater opportunities. Chapter 423. The night was as dark as ink. A crescent moon floated in the night sky like a lonely little boat. The cold moonlight shone lazily on the ground. In the quiet wilderness, a pair of bonfires were burning. The flames danced continuously, as if they were performing a fiery dance for their owner. Next to the bonfire, a dog was lying there, sleeping lazily. Next to it was a young man. The young man was wiping the treasured sword in his hand and humming a tune in boredom. Ling Xiao finally agreed to his master's suggestion. Man and dog left the Yuhua school quietly and headed for the 1,000 Ghost Forest. There was too little time left before the moon arrival festival, so it was very difficult for Ling Xiao to achieve a breakthrough in such a short time using ordinary methods. Thus, Ling Xiao agreed to his master's suggestion to train in the 1,000 Ghost Forest. Master, wouldn't it be safer to enter the 1,000 Ghost Forest from the Green Valley? Why do we have to cross the Dragon Submission Mountain Range? Wouldn't it be much more dangerous this way? Ling Xiao asked casually as he put away the ice dragon sword in his hand and started wiping it with another sword. That's right. Master wants you to experience some danger. The dog beside him still had its eyes closed, but a human voice came out of its mouth. I think you should have realized that the more dangerous the situation, the faster your potential will erupt. Therefore, if you want to raise your cultivation base to the Transcendent Level 4 or even the Transcendent Level 5 in a short time, you will have to kill your way through all the dire beasts in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Ling Xiao finally understood the purpose of his Yuan Venerate master. Although the 1,000 Ghost Forest was their target this time, the demonic beasts and dire beasts in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range were the key. Although killing their way through might be very tiring, it would definitely be much better than staying in the sect. In any case, his master was around, so he wouldn't have to worry even if he really encountered dire beasts that he couldn't handle. Thus, he only needed to focus on tempering his martial techniques and raising his cultivation base. That would be enough. It was true that the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was dangerous, but the spirit energy there was more abundant than in the sect. Even if he just sat there and cultivated, his speed would be much faster than in the sect. At this thought, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and asked, Master, I remember you saying that you would impart a very powerful martial technique to me after leaving the Yuhua school. Is that right? That's right. However, I have to first understand your fighting style and choose a martial technique based on your characteristics. Don't worry, Master. Master isn't stingy. The martial technique I will impart will definitely be a top-notch gold-grade martial technique. The Yuan Venerate did not deny it. You don't have to rush. You already have a lot of attacking methods. You should know that you shouldn't bite off more than you can chew. If Master wants to teach you martial skills, then I will definitely teach you the martial skills that you need the most right now. Also, Master will give you a suggestion. In the future, even if you fight barehanded, you should use chi swords to fight. There is no need to learn any fist techniques or finger techniques. Disciple understand. Ling Xiao had actually been thinking about it recently. It was the easiest way to develop to the top by focusing on one direction. Martial techniques were different from potential. It was impossible to develop them in all aspects. Even if Ling Xiao had enough energy, did he really have to familiarize himself with all the 18 different types of weapons? Since he had chosen the sword as his weapon, he would resolutely walk down the path of the sword and persevere. Even if he had to fight barehanded, there were other types of martial techniques. There was no need to learn fist techniques. Of course, the martial techniques of the dragon race and the spirit race were special cases and couldn't be lumped together. Hence, he still had to learn them. How about this? Since you're in such a hurry, I'll first teach you a set of 9 veins chi sword. A martial artist has 9 martial veins, and each martial vein can condense into a chi sword. Of course, the power varies from person to person, but the most frightening part of this set of sword techniques is that it uses Zhen Yuan to condense chi swords. The different Zhen Yuan attributes, the chi sword attributes will also change accordingly. When he saw that Ling Xiao had accepted his suggestion, Yuan Venerate seemed relieved. Originally, he hadn't intended to impart this martial technique to Ling Xiao in such a hurry. However, he had changed his mind now. This set of martial techniques is considered a top-notch gold-grade sword technique. It is best used in close-range or mid-range combat. It is known for its sharp and sudden attack power. When cultivated to perfection, it can produce 9 chi swords at once. Its power is comparable to an entry-level jade-grade martial technique. Ling Xiao was very excited when he heard this. He hadn't been a disciple of Yuan Venerate for long. Previously, he had only learned how to refine arrays from Yuan Venerate. However, this time, he had obtained a top-notch gold-grade martial technique. It seemed like Yuan Venerate had completely trusted him and treated him as a true disciple because of his rescue. There are 2 ways to use the chi swords. One is similar to a finger technique. The maximum range of the chi swords can reach about 10 meters. The other way is to condense chi swords and use them to battle. The length of the chi swords is up to the user. It can even be used to execute other sword techniques. Although it doesn't have the additional effect of a weapon, it has the advantage of being able to retract and release it freely and is more flexible. Yuan Venerate added, the most amazing thing is that the chi swords can be continuously strengthened. They won't be eliminated as quickly as weapons. Furthermore, many martial techniques won't be unusable due to conflicting attributes. Master, can spirit power be integrated into the chi swords? Ling Xiao asked. Why do you think so? Yuan Venerate looked at Ling Xiao doubtfully. Perhaps, but no one has ever tried it before. You can give it a try, but I don't know if you will succeed. All right. Ling Xiao intended to use the 9 Meridian Chi Sword to replace the Divine Incarcerate King Fist. The Divine Incarcerate King Fist had helped him a lot along the way. Unfortunately, his cultivation had advanced too quickly, so the Divine Incarcerate King Fist, a gold-grade entry-level martial technique, clearly couldn't keep up with the increase in his strength. The usage of the chi swords might be more varied than one could imagine. Yuan Venerates only possessed this martial technique and didn't delve too deeply into it. However, Ling Xiao was different. Whenever this fellow obtained a martial technique, he would definitely try to modify it and make it more suitable for himself. Come over here. Master will impart the incantation for the 9 Meridian Chi Sword to you first. You can slowly cultivate it first. You can also continuously improve through battles with dire beasts when you enter the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain range. The incantation for the 9 meridian chi sword wasn't long. It only had 9 sentences. Actually, the shorter the incantation, the more troublesome it was, as most of the things had to be comprehended by oneself. Alright, I'm going to sleep first. Wake me up when you've condensed a chi sword. Yuan Venerate still couldn't stay awake for a long time. He was already exhausted after just saying a few sentences. Although he didn't like this state, there was nothing he could do about it. Who asked him to be so severely injured? However, he had just closed his eyes when he was woken up by Ling Xiao. Chapter 424. What the hell are you doing, kid? Master just closed his eyes. The Yuan Venerate was helpless. Why didn't this disciple know how to dote on others? Master, you can't blame me for this. You said that I would wake you up as soon as I condensed the first chi sword. Ling Xiao said aggrievedly. What the hell? The Yuan Venerate jumped up. Could it be that Master has been asleep for 2 hours? No, Master, you have been asleep for less than a second. Ling Xiao replied. I have some experience in this area because I have cultivated a gold-grade martial art before. That's why I can cultivate so quickly. You are indeed a monster. The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly, feeling a little disappointed. Alright, since you have already condensed the first chi sword, demonstrate it for Master. Yes, Master. Ling Xiao closed his eyes slowly. After all, he had just comprehended it, so it was obvious that he wasn't familiar enough with the 9 meridian chi sword and would need a longer time to condense the chi sword. Only the bonfire and the chirping of insects could be heard in the silent wilderness. After about 10 seconds, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and pointed a finger at a towering tree in front of him. 9 meridian chi sword. Whoosh. Fart. An almost completely transparent chi sword shot out from his finger and extended nearly 10 meters in an instant. The towering tree was easily pierced through as if it was tofu, leaving behind a sharp sword mark. Buzz. A moment later, a strange sound was heard. The sword mark, which didn't seem very big, actually split into dozens of lines in all directions. Catcher. The towering tree, which required more than 10 people to wrap their arms around it, started to sway. What was that just now? The Yuan Venerate asked Ling Xiao in shock. The 9 meridian chi sword could only produce the first effect and not the second. Disciple integrated his spirit power into it and produced this special effect. Ling Xiao scratched his head. Sai, what should I say about you? Should I say that you're a genius, or that you're a freak? The Yuan Venerate smiled bitterly. Although you are still somewhat unfamiliar with the process of condensing the chi sword, it doesn't matter. You will be able to use it proficiently very soon if you continue to practice. Next, try using it as a sword. Yes. Ling Xiao condensed an energy sword once again. This time, he was clearly much more proficient than before, which stunned the Yuan Venerates. He had also seen many geniuses, but he had simply never encountered someone like Ling Xiao. Success. This time, Ling Xiao only used a breath of time to successfully condense the chi sword. Cut that tree open. Yuan Venerate pointed at the tree that was already on the verge of collapsing. Ling Xiao nodded and controlled the chi sword to a range of 4 to 5 meters. He then lightly swung his right hand and used his basic sword skill. The chi sword was like a divine weapon as it directly cut apart the towering tree. Good. Master introduces the door, but cultivation depends on the individual. Your comprehension ability is really good, so Master really has nothing to nitpick about. Just continue cultivating like this. You will definitely be able to bring the 9 meridian chi sword to greater heights. The Yuan Venerate had originally wanted to see if there were any shortcomings in Ling Xiao's technique and give him some pointers. However, after watching Ling Xiao's demonstration, he decided to forget about it. This fellow was simply a model of self-taught. Not only did he have an outstanding grasp of the 9 meridian chi sword, but the most ridiculous thing was that he was actually able to draw inferences about other things and create new ways to use it. It seemed that this master of his had really picked up a treasure. But why did he feel so helpless? Master, do you think the chi sword can be used like this? As he was thinking about this, the Yuan Venerate saw another shocking scene. Ling Xiao actually turned the originally straight chi sword into a soft, whip-like sword. It was clearly stabbing forward, but it suddenly stabbed out from behind. This was also not mentioned in the original chant. Master, can the chi sword be used like this? Ling Xiao had invented a new way to use it. The chi sword completely enveloped his right fist as if he was wearing a special boxing glove. The chi sword had actually turned into a defensive martial technique in an instant. Once one understood, all would be understood. Ling Xiao continuously changed the chi sword into various shapes. Sometimes it turned into a shield, sometimes it turned into a wild beast, and sometimes it even turned into a beautiful flower to make a lady happy. Although many of the variations weren't very useful in actual combat, some of them were simply classic ideas that were really wonderful when used in actual combat. It seems like Master doesn't have to worry about your comprehension of martial techniques. The next key is to increase your cultivation and quintessential origin energy. When we enter the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range, Master will think of a way to help you find some rare materials for refining spirit pills. The Yuan Venerate finally understood that Ling Xiao's comprehension of martial techniques was the most outstanding he had ever seen, so he didn't have to worry. The key was still to increase his cultivation. As for your cultivation, even though your aptitude is very outstanding, appropriate elixir pills are also necessary. At the same time, you should continue to improve your alchemy skills. I believe that the core disciples of the sect, as well as geniuses like Leng Hao and Ming Tian, will all receive a lot of elixir pills from their master, right? Ling Xiao pondered this for a moment. Of course, but they will at most look for old Yang to refine elixir pills. However, don't forget that old Yang's alchemy skills were also taught by me. Given his aptitude, it would already be pretty good if he could learn a drop in the ocean from me, the Yuan Venerate said confidently. Even though Master's strength has yet to recover, in terms of alchemy and array formation techniques, there are probably no more than 10 people in the entire mystic world who can match Master in terms of alchemy skills and array formation techniques. When he spoke, there was a kind of arrogance in his bones that originated from his past. Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about the Yuan Venerate's past, but he firmly believed that the Yuan Venerate wasn't speaking nonsense. Some arrogance really wasn't something that could be faked. To be honest, he was becoming more and more interested in his master's identity. Unfortunately, his master had only said that he would find out in the future and didn't mention it again. Also, from now on, keep this array formation stone on you. No matter what you do, don't take it off until the tower ascension ceremony begins. The Yuan Venerate suddenly moved his claws and took out a piece of array formation stone from the storage ring hanging around his neck. This array formation stone was purplish black and had many strange inscriptions and patterns on it. It was very obvious that this thing had already been integrated into some sort of array formation. Ling Xiao reached out to take the array formation stone. However, his arms suddenly sank and he was shocked. This small piece of array formation stone actually weighed close to 1,000 kilograms. The miraculous thing about the art of refining formations was that it could achieve different effects through different materials. Chapter 425. The weight of the alchemy formation stone was about 2,000 kilos. Even with all of Ling Xiao's current strength, he could only lift about 2,500 kilograms. Although he could definitely lift this thing, the feeling of heaviness was still very obvious. Strangely, this thing didn't cause any damage to his clothes when he put it in his pocket. This was probably due to the formation array on it. Master, I can't even walk with this thing. How can I fight? Ling Xiao couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. My good disciple, I know that there is a special power in your body. Furthermore, your quintessential origin energy is too vigorous. Therefore, you will often use this power involuntarily during battle. This isn't a bad thing, but it isn't very beneficial for honing your martial techniques, the Yuan Venerate said seriously. Master, do you mean that I won't be able to use all my quintessential origin energy with this thing? That's right. This alchemy formation stone has a special sealing formation array that can greatly suppress quintessential origin energy, spirit power, and other special powers. You only need to conserve quintessential origin energy that is equivalent to your cultivation base. The Yuan Venerate nodded. After training for a period of time, you will be shocked when you remove the alchemy formation stone. Furthermore, Doing this will also be very helpful for your cultivation of the 9 Meridian Aura Sword, the 12 Golden Lotus Arts, and the Sky Dragon Golden Body. I understand, Master. Ling Xiao wasn't stupid. He understood the Yuan Venerate's reason for doing this. If he only relied on quintessential origin energy to win during battle, then the improvement of his martial techniques would be very limited. Furthermore, his thirst for quintessential origin energy would weaken, which would definitely affect his cultivation. Although this seemed like a small problem, it actually had far-reaching effects. This was the advantage of experience. Even if Ling Xiao had the Mountain River martial soul, he wouldn't be able to make up for it. He would have to learn from others. This was a desert. Many places had already turned into sand. No one knew when it would turn into a desert. The scorching sun was like fire, scorching the earth relentlessly. The sand on the ground was almost boiling hot. If corn was thrown on the sand, it would turn into popcorn in an instant. Some people were sitting lazily in the shade, drinking water in big mouthfuls. In such terrible weather, no one was willing to continue their journey. On the contrary, it was more comfortable at night. Look over there, someone seems to be coming. How is that possible? Which lunatic would travel in this weather? The person who spoke quickly widened his eyes. Not far away, the figure of a young man appeared on the sandy road. There was a dog lying on the young man's shoulder. It was as if the heat had nothing to do with the dog. It didn't even stick out its tongue. That youth, on the other hand, clearly had nothing on him except for a thin long robe. But when he walked, it was as if he was carrying a mountain. Every step he took, the ground would sink into a deep pit. Even though it was soft sand, it wouldn't be that bad even if he was carrying 100 kilograms of weight. Let's take a rest in front. Ling Xiao finally heard his master's voice. He felt as if he had heard the sound of nature. It was too terrifying. He had to carry 2,000 jin of things on his back, and he couldn't use too much of his true essence. This method of traveling made him suffer unspeakably. Fortunately, he had already built a good foundation when he was at the martial vein realm and his body was as strong as a ferocious beast's. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have been unable to move. Bring me 3 jugs of water. Walking to a shady area, Ling Xiao shouted at the person who was buying water. This was still the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range, so there were still people living there. Water is here. When 3 jugs of water were brought over, Ling Xiao gulped down 1 jug of water and then poured the other jug of water over him from head to toe. The feeling was really great. However, it was too extravagant. At least, that was how it looked to others. Because there was a shortage of water here, a jug of water was worth 1 tael of silver. Ordinary people would be heartbroken to buy a jug of water, so Ling Xiao was simply wasting it. The 3rd jug of water was left for the Yuan Venerate to enjoy. After drinking a few mouthfuls, the Yuan Venerate jumped into the jug. Ling Xiao simply forked out some more silver to buy the jug. Otherwise, the Yuan Venerate wouldn't be able to buy it. How do you feel, disciple? The Yuan Venerate asked through voice transmission instead of speaking directly. After all, there were many people here. While the martialists of the sects might not find it strange that a dog could talk, it was still very easy for ordinary people to gather around and watch. I can only say that the effects of this array refining stone are too terrifying. After carrying it, I feel as if most of the true origin energy, spirit power, and other energies in my body have been cut off. Even the circulation of true origin energy at the early stage of the transcendent realm has become sluggish. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, furthermore, it's really tiring to carry 2,000 kilograms of things like this. A journey that originally took 2 hours now takes 4 hours. How long will it take to reach the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range? You are obviously quite smart, kid. Why haven't you figured it out yet? This is a form of cultivation. Just wait and see. After persevering for a month, I can guarantee that your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, the Yuan Venerate said with a smile. If you want to improve your cultivation in a short period of time, you have to endure hardships. This is only the beginning. I'm not afraid of enduring hardships. Master, if you have any ideas, please let me know. Ling Xiao grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He had endured a lot of hardships ever since he had become sensible, especially when he had been a beggar. What was this little bit of hardships compared to the past? It was simply heaven. Let me know when you get used to the weight of 1,000 kilograms. This weight can still be adjusted. The Yuan Venerate suddenly reminded him. I understand. Actually, Ling Xiao had made some new gains during this 4-hour journey. The golden dragon cells in his body had already awakened to 40, and he had gained another 10. Ordinary martialists who reached the 3rd level of the transcendent realm basically had a strength in the range of 500 to 1,500 kilograms. The key was that different cultivation paths led to different amounts of strength. However, Ling Xiao's current strength had already reached 6,000 kilograms, which was double the strength of the strongest ordinary martialist. He hadn't told his master, the Yuan Venerate, about this, but the benefits of the Yuan Venerate's cultivation method had already manifested. During his break, Ling Xiao ate the low-grade true elemental pills like they were beans. This sort of thing, which was considered a precious treasure in the secular world, was something he could get easily. He had been so happy when he had first obtained a low-grade true elemental pill from Master Baiyun. Now, he could use it without hesitation. Chapter 426. Many people were looking at Ling Xiao, including martial vein-grade martialists. However, he didn't care. He even hoped that someone would come looking for trouble with him. He really wanted to see what kind of results he could achieve in a real battle after suppressing most of his true origin and other energies. Martialists always had a desire for battle in their bones. It was just that many people weren't willing to admit it. Unfortunately, these people didn't seem to realize that he was eating a low-grade true origin pill. They probably really thought he was eating beans. Ling Xiao, who had swallowed the low-grade true essence pill, sensed something different. Logically speaking, a low-grade true origin pill wouldn't have any effect on a 3rd-level transcendent realm martialist. It would only replenish his true origin. However, what surprised him was that his muscles were already exhausted and his true origin was almost completely depleted. As the low-grade true elemental Dan entered his abdomen, in the blink of an eye, the medicinal efficacy was completely absorbed by his dried-up body. It felt like he was splashing water on dry ground. Not only did his cultivation improve, but even his body felt like it had been tempered. His sky dragon golden body, which had been stagnant, actually showed signs of loosening up. Interesting. Ling Xiao smiled delightedly. A Yuan Venerate was indeed a master and a powerhouse. This cultivation method that was tailor-made for him was really extraordinary. Master, let's continue. Yes, the last inhabited place at the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range should be up ahead. It's called Shaw Castle. Ling Xiao nodded and slowly stood up. Compared to before, he felt that it was much easier to walk now. Even though Ling Xiao couldn't use the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel because he had the Array Refining Stone with him, his speed was still much faster than ordinary martialists. When the blazing sun turned into a warm sunset, he finally arrived at the Shaw family castle. It was a place at the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range. It could be considered a village, but it was a little big because many martialists came here. The Shaw Castle was located in the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range. Hence, many adventurers or those who went to the Dragon Submission mountain range would stay here for a period of time to prepare sufficient food and tools before entering the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range. Most of the buildings here were made of sand and stone, and they looked quite sturdy. Along the way, Ling Xiao also saw many transcendent realm cultivators, and his originally somewhat unique appearance was no longer so conspicuous. The martial artists were either discussing missions, the world's major events, or talking about a certain senior sister or junior sister of a certain sect. They burst into laughter that all men understood. What was interesting was that Ling Xiao actually heard about himself from these people. It seemed that the incident in Green Valley had caused quite a stir. The Shaw family castle was not considered a town, but even though it was small, it had all the essentials. There were pharmacies, blacksmiths, food ingredient stores, and so on. Almost every shop was filled with people. These martialists who came from the sects were not stingy in forking out large amounts of silvers to buy the things that they liked. In the eyes of the commoners, they were simply fools with too much money. But in the eyes of these martialists, gold and silver were not worth mentioning at all. Let's go to the pharmacies to take a look. Yuan Venerate suggested, this place is close to the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range and we can often get some rare medicinal herbs. But in this small place, there are fewer outstanding alchemists and there are many treasures that they can't even recognize. Who knows, we might be able to pick up some scraps. Ling Xiao felt that it made sense. Anyway, the sky was already dark and it was too dangerous to enter the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range now. So he intended to stay in the Shaw Castle for a night and set off early the next morning. Even though the Moon Arrival Festival was getting closer and closer, but some things could not be rushed. The scale of this pharmacy was not small and it was not inferior to a big city like Sky Cloud City. The most amazing thing was that the ceiling of this shop was actually set up a strange light absorption array. This array did not have any attack power, but it could absorb the sun's rays during the day and release these rays at night. A good light absorption array could last for more than 10 days without any problem. This pharmacy's light absorption array was slightly worse, but it could last for about 6 hours, which was definitely enough for them to use. Entering the pharmacy, it felt no different from daytime. The gentle rays of light revealed a tinge of warmth which made the cold night weather not as cold as before. There were many people in the shop and when Ling Xiao walked in, he did not attract too much attention. Only the shopkeeper took a glance at him. Ling Xiao did not wear the Yuhua school's uniform. Instead, he wore an ordinary set of clothes. However, in the eyes of the commoners, it was still rather luxurious. This set of clothes was worth at least 10 taels of silver. Towards such rich people, the staff of the pharmacy would usually not keep a close eye on them as they were afraid of offending these potential big customers. With no one to disturb him, Ling Xiao was able to calm down and search the entire pharmacy in search of the missing treasures that his master, Yuan Venerate, wanted to find. All sorts of medicinal herbs, medicinal fruits, as well as various materials from various demonic beasts and ferocious beasts could be seen here. Master, it seems like the Shaw family also has an outstanding alchemist. Basically, all the valuable materials have been bought. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Yuan Venerate after looking around. Ian, your analysis is correct, but it's just the basics. This alchemist's level is much worse than old Yang's, let alone master's. After choosing so many ingredients, he still missed out on an extremely precious material. Yuan Venerate replied. This disciple has also discovered it. Ling Xiao smiled. However, master, is there any use in buying it? Of course there is. I am going to teach you how to refine a yellow-grade low-grade elixir pill. This material is a must. Buy it. Yuan Venerate transmitted his voice. Ling Xiao nodded and walked around as if nothing had happened. Then, he walked over to the material he had taken a fancy to and said, "Waiter, can I trouble you to help me retrieve this material?" Actually, he was a little too nervous. There was simply no need for that. This material had been here for at least a month, yet no one had taken it away. This meant that no one had recognized it. Even if he acted a little impatient, the waiter would only find it strange and wouldn't care too much. The waiter had been staring at Ling Xiao for a long time. When he had first seen Ling Xiao's expensive clothes, he had thought that he had met a big customer. In the end, this fellow had only taken a fancy to a cheap material. This made him a little unhappy. 100 taels of silver. The waiter said faintly. Ling Xiao casually took out the money. 100 taels of silver were nothing to him. It was something that he wouldn't even bother picking up if it was thrown on the ground. You don't have to give him so much. Even 1 tael of silver is too much for such an ordinary material. How dare he ask for 100 taels of silver? Chapter 427. The person who had suddenly appeared in the medicine shop and said that the shop assistant was trying to scam him was a woman. It was a woman in a yellow dress. Ling Xiao had seen many beautiful women. However, the most outstanding ones were Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, Lan Yu'er, and this woman in the yellow dress. Their beauty was not superficial. Instead, it was a combination of inner and outer beauty. Compared to them, the number one beauty of Tianfeng City, Shi Yulian, was nothing. Although Ling Yu, Shu Ying, and Shi Mai were also beautiful, there was a difference. However, they lacked a certain feeling. Wow, look, Fairy Ling Long is here. Rumor has it that Fairy Ling Long is the #1 beauty of the Shaw Castle. Looks like it's true. Look at her body, it's so hot. Don't spout nonsense. Fairy Ling Long is not someone you can blaspheme. She is the holy maiden that the heavens gave to the Shaw Castle. She is the blessing of all martial artists. Many martial artists who were seriously injured or on the verge of death were saved by Fairy Ling Long. Cough. I'm just saying. You can't even say that. If you blaspheme Fairy Ling Long again, don't blame me for cutting ties with you. Also, if someone tries to teach you a lesson because of this, I won't help you. In the crowd, the two of them actually got into a conflict because of Fairy Ling Long. Ling Xiao looked at this woman thoughtfully. To be honest, his first impression of this woman was quite good. After all, not only was she beautiful, but she also had an inner and outer beauty that was mesmerizing. Of course, the most important thing was that she was willing to speak up for him. He knew that the shop assistant was asking for a ridiculous price. However, the value of the medicine was definitely not something that could be bought with 100 taels of silver. He was worried that a long delay might lead to trouble, so he did not care about this. Thank you for speaking up for me, Fairy. Ling Xiao looked at Fairy Ling Long and said to the shop assistant, wrap the medicine properly. Here's 100 taels of silver. The shop assistant did not dare to take 100 taels of silver. He hurriedly waved his hands. Ling Xiao grabbed the medicine and stuffed the money into the shop assistant's hands. Only then did he feel relieved. The medicinal herbs in his hands, not to mention 100 taels of silver, even 10,000 taels of gold would not be able to buy it. At this moment, there were more and more people gathering around. If they were to be discovered, this business would not be able to continue. Fairy Ling Long, as you can see, he was the one who insisted on buying it. I didn't force him. The shop assistant wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was extremely fearful of Fairy Ling Long. Within the Shaw Castle, a single word from Fairy Ling Long was superior to a single word from the Northern Han Emperor. That was because the martial artists who frequently came here would all listen to her. Although Fairy Ling Long was neither an alchemist nor an alchemist, she had a special ability that allowed her to heal the injuries of martial artists. Furthermore, this ability was extremely powerful. In terms of healing injuries, it was better than any medicine. This was also the reason why she was respected. That's 9 dragon grass. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Sure enough, there were experts in the crowd. However, most of these people did not pay too much attention to the 9 dragon grass that was mixed in with the 9 dragon grass, so they missed it. This time, when Ling Xiao picked it out, someone immediately recognized it. On the surface, the 9 dragon grass was extremely similar to the 9 dragon grass. If one was not an alchemist or an alchemist, they would not be able to tell the difference. However, the liquid flowing out of the 9 dragon grass was green, while the liquid flowing out of the 9 dragon grass was golden yellow. If one's soul force was strong enough, they would even be able to sense that the 9 dragon grass faintly emitted the aura of a dragon, while the 9 dragon grass did not. Rumor had it that the 1,000-year-old 9 dragon grass could even produce the image of a true dragon. If one diligently comprehended it, it would not be strange for one to comprehend a dragon-type martial soul. The 9 dragon grass in Ling Xiao's hands should only be 500 to 600 years old. However, this item, strictly speaking, could only be purchased with spirit stones. Even gold could not buy it. The 100-year 9 dragon grass was one of the main ingredients for refining the low yellow-grade medicinal pill, the 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill. Auxiliary ingredients could be substituted, but the 100-year 9 dragon grass absolutely could not be substituted. The 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill was an extremely precious cultivation elixir. Its effect on Ling Xiao's cultivation base was even better than a supreme-grade true origin pill. More importantly, a supreme-grade true origin pill could only improve one's true origin pill. On the other hand, the 9 dragon quenching origin pill could improve everything, including one's soul, true origin pill, body, and even one's martial soul. It could be considered an all-round improvement. The Yuan Venerate had originally intended to refine such an elixir for Ling Xiao. However, The ingredients required to refine such an elixir were not easy to find. The Yuhua school only had some auxiliary ingredients and was missing a few key ingredients. One of them was the 9-dragon grass. However, the Yuan Venerate had not expected that Ling Xiao would be so lucky. He had not even entered the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range, yet he had already found it in the Shaw family's medicine store. Everyone, including Fairy Linglong, looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of disdain when they heard the potion master's explanation of the 9-dragon herb's miraculous properties. The shop assistant seemed to understand why Ling Xiao had insisted on buying the 9-dragon grass. "We are not selling this item anymore." Before the shop assistant could say anything, the shopkeeper of the medicine store rushed over and said loudly, "What a joke! I have already paid for it. This item is already mine. You are dreaming if you say that you are not selling it anymore." Ling Xiao did not care about what the shopkeeper had said. He immediately stored the 9-dragon grass in the Mountain River realm and planted it. If he could use the Mountain River realm to raise the 500-year-old 9-dragon grass to 999 years, the effects would be even better. It could not exceed 1,000 years. Otherwise, it would be a 1,000-year-old 9-dragon quenching origin pill. Given Ling Xiao's current cultivation base, there was no way he could use it. That was an elixir used by sky humans. "Your Highness Fairy Linglong, you have to make a decision for this store. This person is obviously trying to force us to buy this item." The shopkeeper did not look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he cupped his fists and said to Fairy Linglong, "An outsider actually dares to behave atrociously in the Shaw family's castle. Does he not want to live anymore? That's right. Leave the item behind and get out of here. He actually wants to buy the 9-dragon grass for a mere 100 silver taels. Surround him, don't let him escape." Soon, Ling Xiao was surrounded. The security around him was so tight that not even a drop of water could escape. He could roughly understand what these people were thinking. If he could not obtain something good, others should not think about obtaining it either. Ling Xiao's cultivation was at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer, which was indeed strong enough. However, the Shaw family's castle was a special place. It was not strange for cultivators to appear in the 4th or 5th layer of the Transcendent Realm. There were even cultivators at the 6th layer of the Transcendent Realm. However, there were no cultivators above the 7th layer. Chapter 428. Ling Xiao glanced at these people indifferently before turning to the shopkeeper and saying coldly, "I'll give you 10 breaths of time to get them to scram. Otherwise, your shop will be closed." He wasn't someone who liked to cause trouble, but if someone wanted to bully him, he wouldn't be merciful. There was no such thing as regretting something that had already been agreed upon. "Young master, why don't I buy your 9-dragon grass for 100,000 taels of gold?" "I believe the shopkeeper won't say anything then." Fairy Linglong suddenly said. 100,000 taels of gold? Tempage, how about I give you 100,000 taels of gold in exchange for a 9-dragon grass? Ling Xiao asked as he looked at Fairy Linglong calmly. His initial good impression of her had completely vanished. She clearly wanted to take advantage of him, yet she pretended to be a hypocrite. He despised such people the most. "Young man, although the 9-dragon grass is precious, you can't enjoy it without your life. Since Fairy Linglong is being merciful, you should quickly find a way out. Don't be so stubborn." Someone in the crowd shouted. "That's right, the 9-dragon grass should be found in the 1,000 Ghost Forest. You can go there when you reach the Transcendent Realm 6th layer. Leave this 9-dragon grass behind." Someone else shouted. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. It was strange that a Transcendent Realm 6th layer cultivator could enter the 1,000 Ghost Forest without dying. He had heard from his Yuan Venerate master that if one didn't have a Heaven Realm powerhouse or the protection of a Heaven Realm powerhouse, one would die without a doubt. Besides, even if one could enter and come out alive, the 9-dragon grass wasn't a weed that grew everywhere. One might not be able to find it. These people probably understood this, which was why they were so desperate for the 9-dragon grass. 4 breaths of time. Ling Xiao said indifferently. "There's no need to wait for 10 breaths of time. Fairy Linglong, you've seen how stubborn this brat is. We'll just have to use force," the shopkeeper shouted. But don't worry, Fairy Linglong, we won't take his life. We'll just capture him and force him to hand over the 9 dragon grass. Fairy Linglong glanced at Ling Xiao and sighed helplessly before retreating from the battlefield. Go. As soon as the shopkeeper gave the order, the dozen or so Transcendent Realm first layer and second layer Transcendent cultivators rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't fight back. He just stood there, counting the time. 6 breaths. Ding ding dang dang. Boom. Boom. Continuous sounds of collision rang out. Regardless of whether it was weapons or martial skills, they all bounced off after coming into contact with Ling Xiao's body. Although Ling Xiao had suppressed most of his strength, his physique was still incredibly strong. If a cultivator below the Transcendent Realm 3rd layer didn't have a celestial grade artifact or above, they wouldn't be able to harm him. He didn't even bother to dodge. 10 breath. Ling Xiao suddenly smiled and said, 10 breaths have passed. Say goodbye to your pharmacy. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly struck out with his palm, and a destructive aura spread throughout the entire medicine store. The medicine store, which covered an area of 4 to 5 acres, was instantly reduced to ruins. After doing this, he slowly walked away as if nothing had happened. His footsteps were still so heavy. However, no one dared to chase after him. That was because everyone knew what would happen if that attack were to land on a person. He's only at the early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer. How can his attack be so terrifying? It's not just an attack. His body seems to be made of steel. He doesn't fear our attacks at all. No wonder he's so arrogant. This young man's strength is truly terrifying. Shopkeeper Lu, you've kicked an iron plate. Consider yourself unlucky. That's right. This matter was originally your fault. You actually went back on your word after making a deal. Do you think this young man is easy to bully? Humans were like this. When the tree fell, the monkeys would scatter. When the wall fell, everyone would push it. Many people who tried to attack Ling Xiao just now realized that this young man wasn't easy to bully after witnessing Ling Xiao's strength. As a result, there were naturally people who were reasonable. Shopkeeper Lu's face was pale and he was furious. You don't need to worry. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the Shaw family castle won't be able to return alive. Fairy Linglong shot a glance at Shopkeeper Lu before turning around and leaving behind those words. She had always been the queen of this place. No one had ever dared to not give her face. But today, a 14-year-old young man, a mere early Transcendent Realm 3rd layer young man, had actually destroyed the Shaw family castle's only medicine store in front of her. More importantly, she was the owner behind the scenes of this medicine store. How could she allow such a thing to happen? Ling Xiao was already on her death list. She wanted to let this young man know who the real owner of this place was. At this time, Ling Xiao had already settled down in an inn in the Shaw family castle. He didn't know what Fairy Linglong was thinking. But even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. In fact, he might even be a little excited. It had been 2 days since he came out. His hands were really itching for a fight. When he went to bed, Ling Xiao still didn't take out the refining formation stone. To him, persevering for 2 months was also a test. If he couldn't even persevere through this, how difficult would the path of cultivation be? Would he be able to continue? Master, I've already obtained the 9 dragon grass. There are still 2 main materials left to refine the 100-year 9 dragon quenching origin pill, right? Sitting cross-legged, Ling Xiao didn't plan to sleep. Night was the best time to cultivate. Of his 2 sword soul doppelgangers, one was cultivating the soul dye and the other was cultivating the shadow sword art. The power of soul dye had already been demonstrated in Green Valley. Ling Xiao would never give up. As for the shadow sword technique, his snow lotus sword technique had been cultivated to perfection, and the last snowstorm had also reached 100% power, so it was time to cultivate a new sword technique. If his cultivation could reach the 7th layer of the Transcendent Realm and his shadow sword art reached the 6th layer grand accomplishment, he would be able to create another sword soul doppelganger to cultivate. At that time, the 3 sword soul doppelgangers would be able to cultivate together with his main body, allowing him to cultivate faster and more evenly. His main body was still comprehending the 9 meridian aura sword. Ling Xiao liked this new martial technique very much. The appearance of the aura sword could undergo various changes. It was much more convenient than using a treasure sword. It could also do many things that a treasure sword couldn't. That's right. We've found the 9 dragon grass. As long as we obtain the origin energy fruit and the core of a 4th grade dire beast, we can refine the 9 dragon quenching origin pill. Yuan Venerate nodded. Oh, that's right. We're about to enter the dragon subduing mountain range. Master needs to rest well. If we encounter a powerful dire beast that you can't handle, Master will have to help. Rest well, Master. Disciple will wake you up when you are needed. Chapter 429. Ling Xiao had snatched the beast ring from a disciple of the Beast Monarch Palace. Its principle was similar to that of a storage ring. However, the beast ring was a space specially used to store beasts. Hence, the beasts could survive inside as there was a special array inside. Alright, it's not convenient to always stay outside. The Yuan Venerate nodded in agreement before Ling Xiao put it away in the beast ring. Although Ling Xiao's mountain river realm could also store living creatures, the problem was that once they entered the mountain river realm, they would be fused with the mountain river martial soul and become an existence that was fused with Ling Xiao's soul. For example, the ancient golden dragon could no longer exist on its own. If it wanted to appear in this realm, it could only appear in the form of Ling Xiao's martial soul. This was a situation that occurred after the mountain river martial soul and Ling Xiao's soul completely fused. There were benefits, but there were also some inconveniences. Of course, even if there were no such inconveniences, Ling Xiao wouldn't have dared to let the Yuan Venerate in so easily. The mountain river martial soul was still a huge secret to Ling Xiao. This was a secret that he absolutely couldn't let others know about easily. This included his master. After all, Ling Xiao really couldn't guarantee that the Yuan Venerate would be able to remain calm in front of the mountain river martial soul. After making arrangements for the Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and cultivated while resting. Although he was very tired after a day, the way martialists rested was somewhat different from ordinary people. This was especially true for transcendent grade martialists, who only needed to sit in a lotus position and let the true origin energy circulate in their body a few times to get rid of their exhaustion. The silent night slipped through her fingertips without a sound. When the morning sun shone over the entire Sha castle, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, his soul dye and shadow form sword art had both reached the peak of the 1st level. He reckoned that he would be able to break through soon. Naturally, the 9 Meridian Aura Sword had improved the most. In just one night, he had already comprehended the 2nd Aura Sword. The more Aura Swords there were, the more flexible it would be to use them. The harder it would be for the enemy to guard against them. In the process of cultivating the 9 Meridians Chi Sword, Ling Xiao discovered that his cultivation had also unknowingly increased. Mid-3rd layer Transcendent Realm. He didn't deliberately cultivate, but he actually broke through just like that. It seemed like his current cultivation method had been right. Although he might encounter some dangers on this trip with his Yuan Venerate master, such as being targeted by Elder Jin and the others, he was confident that he would be able to survive. However, such a fast cultivation speed was really worth the risk. Moreover, would the other party succeed in killing him? What a joke. He, Ling Xiao, would definitely make these people who tried to kill him suffer a double loss. Lighter. Ling Xiao got down from the bed and realized that the pressure from the refining array stone had lessened. He seemed to have gotten used to the weight of 2,000 kilograms. Might as well adjust it to 3,000 catties. The Yuan Venerate had already explained the method of adjusting the weight to Ling Xiao in detail. Otherwise, the Yuan Venerate would tire himself to death if he had to worry about such a small matter. When the weight of the refining array stone was adjusted to 3,000 catties, Ling Xiao clearly felt his body sink and his face turn slightly red. Even his breathing became a little hurried. However, after adapting for a moment, although it was still rather tiring, he at least wasn't unable to walk anymore. The weight of 3,000 catties was just right. It was enough to put a lot of pressure on Ling Xiao without affecting his normal movements. In the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range, there were many dangers. There were basically no demonic beasts there. Basically, all that existed were dire beasts and even more powerful evil beasts. Even if Ling Xiao traveled alone in his ancient golden dragon form, he could only run for his life if he encountered a high-level dire beast, let alone an evil beast. This was also why the Yuan Venerate had to travel with him. Ling Xiao could deal with ordinary dangers by himself. However, the Yuan Venerate would naturally step in when he encountered life-threatening dangers. Ling Xiao understood the Yuan Venerate's intentions very well. This trip to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was basically Ling Xiao's own adventure. Only by doing so could he hone his ability to face dangers alone. Even if he encountered a high-level dire beast or an even more powerful evil beast, as long as Ling Xiao's life wasn't in danger and he could escape, the Yuan Venerate wouldn't step in. Of course, in order to ensure safety, most martialists would choose to travel in groups when they entered the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. If there were 4 or 5 or even more than 10 transcendents traveling together, they would still have the ability to fight back even if they encountered a stronger dire beast. Furthermore, this might be a better way to train people. After all, if one encountered a high-level dire beast alone, the first choice would be to run away. If there were more people, they could cooperate and fight together. This was also very effective in honing one's fighting techniques. Therefore, Ling Xiao also intended to find a few martialists to accompany him on this trip. In any case, he had an array formation stone on him now. Actually, the purpose of this trip was to hone his 9 meridian chi sword and combat ability. If he could avoid removing the array formation stone, he would try his best not to. However, finding other martialists to accompany him would be a little troublesome. Generally, martialists would form groups of 4 types. The first type would be martialists with similar interests. The second type would be martialists from the same sect. The third type would be martialist groups that were temporarily put together for the same goal. The last type would be martialists hired by certain groups. For example, the medicine shop that Ling Xiao had destroyed previously had hired many martialists to enter the depths of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range to search for medicinal herbs. Furthermore, some business groups and families would also hire martialists to do certain things. Ling Xiao could actually join any of these 4 groups. However, there was a problem now. After all, he had offended Fairy Linglong yesterday. It was still a question whether anyone would want to accompany him. If it really wasn't possible, he might as well enter the mountain alone. It wasn't a big deal. After leaving the inn, Ling Xiao headed directly to the entrance of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. There was a tea house there all year round. Many martialists who were preparing to enter the mountain would gather here and then choose their own group. The tea house was indeed very lively. Even the outside was filled with people. These martialists were either standing, sitting, or chatting. They were all talking about entering the mountain range or how to form a group. "Young master, do you want to join our group?" Ling Xiao was just about to see if he could find a suitable group when he suddenly heard a voice. "Fairy Linglong?" To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He had offended Fairy Linglong yesterday, and she still wanted to invite him to join her group. He definitely wouldn't believe that she had no ulterior motives. However, he wasn't the kind of person who was afraid of trouble. Since that was the case, why not join? This problem had to be solved eventually. Of course, he hoped that he wouldn't measure the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. After all, it was a pity that he had to kill a beauty like Fairy Linglong with his own hands. Chapter 430. This one is naturally willing to accept Fairy Linglong's invitation. Novel, La, Ling Xiao nodded. "Many thanks for young lord's invitation. May I know young lord's name?" Fairy Linglong asked with a smile. "My surname is Ling, so it's young Lord Ling. It's an honor to meet you." Fairy Linglong showed a very charming smile. At this time, a cold-faced cultivator standing next to her became unhappy. This person's cultivation had reached the early stage of the Transcendent Realm 5th layer, so it was normal for him to look down on Ling Xiao. "Mph, what young lord, he's just a brat." The man coldly snorted. "Fairy Linglong, we agreed that for this mission, the lowest cultivation must be at least at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm because that place is extremely dangerous. This little brat is only at the early stage of the Transcendent Realm, he's not qualified at all." That's right, a brat who hasn't even been weaned off milk, who can rest assured. Fairy Ling Long, let me join your team. As soon as the cold-faced cultivator spoke, the surrounding Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivators who wanted to join the team began clamoring. Fairy Ling Long smiled as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Young Master Ling, why don't you show them your strength? These people are all very arrogant. They won't listen to my explanation." Ling Xiao thought to himself, "You just want to observe my true strength, Fmph. Unfortunately, I won't let you have your way." Even without the spirit refining stone, this young lord isn't afraid of facing a peak Transcendent Realm third-layer cultivator. Considering all this, Yang Kai nodded. "All right, didn't you want to compete with young Lord Ling for a spot? We only need 30 people this time, so we're still short one spot. Originally, we planned to give it to young Lord Ling, but since you're not convinced, you can fight him one by one." Fairy Ling Long's actions were simply looking for trouble for Ling Xiao. With so many cultivators here, there were more than a dozen who were at the late stage of the Transcendent Realm or above. Fortunately, the strongest was only at the peak of the Transcendent Realm, so most of the fourth-layer masters had probably already been selected by Fairy Ling Long, otherwise, Ling Xiao would really have to reveal some of his strength. "Alright, there's no need to be so troublesome. Come at me together." No matter how many Transcendent third-layer experts there were, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid at all. This was because if these people didn't have any special methods, they wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. He only needed to attack. Shameless boasting. "Brat, you are courting death. Since you like it, then let's do it together and let this little brat know that it's not easy to survive outside." Amidst the chaotic roars, a total of 15 late and peak third-order Transcendent Realm cultivators rushed towards Ling Xiao. If these people knew how to cooperate, they might be able to hold on a little longer. However, they were too stupid and basically didn't know each other, so they swarmed over like a swarm of bees. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer as he casually took out a refining formation stone. After the true essence was activated, many fire snakes appeared on the ground. Although this fire snake array had been modified by Ling Xiao and was now equivalent to the attack of a first-order Transcendent Realm cultivator, and there were over 100 fire snakes in this fire snake array. Most importantly, inside this spirit array, the fire snakes couldn't be destroyed. Unless the spirit array was broken, even if the fire snakes were destroyed, they would be reborn. The sudden appearance of these fire snakes caused the 15 cultivators to panic. If they had calmed down a little, even if they couldn't break the fire snake array, avoiding it wouldn't have been a problem. Unfortunately, these people had suddenly panicked. Coupled with the 2 chi swords that Ling Xiao suddenly shot out from his fingertips, he only needed to stand in place to attack all the enemies inside the fire snake array. In the blink of an eye, several people were pierced by the 2 chi swords and fell into pools of blood. Of course, they didn't die. Ling Xiao wasn't so bloodthirsty as to kill them, he had only injured them. In any case, Transcendent Realm cultivators could quickly recover from such minor injuries. With some injured people falling to the ground, the scene became even more chaotic. There were even conflicts between cultivators. In the end, Ling Xiao didn't even use much true qi and easily defeated these 15 cultivators in just 60 breaths of time. "Fairy Ling Long, you've gotten the result you wanted, right?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile as he looked at the trembling Fairy Ling Long. Young Master Ling actually knows about spirit arrays. How surprising. Fairy Ling Long said in surprise. "It's nothing. Can we enter the mountain now?" The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to show off his strength was mainly to warn Fairy Ling Long that if she really wanted to deal with him, she should be prepared to suffer heavy losses. He had already done his best. If she still didn't wake up, he would have to kill her. Of course. Fairy Ling Long smiled. "Right, I'm going to the 1,000 Ghost Forest this time, so if it's not on the way, we might have to split up after entering the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range." Ling Xiao reminded. "What a coincidence, it's on the way." Fairy Ling Long replied. "That's good." As for whether it was on the way or not, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. After all, he only joined this team to get rid of potential trouble. He didn't want to leave any trouble behind. Otherwise, it would be troublesome in the future. After entering the depths of the dragon-subduing mountain range, the team slowed down significantly. That was because danger lurked everywhere. If they were careless, they might have to pay a heavy price. The forest looked very quiet, but there would be wind blowing from time to time. It was impossible to tell if it was the wind, ferocious beasts hiding in the forest, or some cultivators with bad intentions. It had to be said that the quality of the people Fairy Ling Long had chosen was quite high. Of course, the quality here was referring to their professionalism. As a beast hunter martial artist who often ventured into the Dragon Submission mountain range, each of them had a pair of sharp eyes. Their eyes seemed to be able to see through the weeds and trees, easily catching any unexpected situation in the forest. At the same time, they had already unsheathed their weapons, ready to deal with any unforeseen circumstances. It was obvious that these people often worked together and had entered the dragon-subduing mountain range with Fairy Ling Long countless times. Therefore, they had their own secret language to communicate with. With just a hand gesture or a look, they could understand what the other party meant. Ling Xiao didn't understand their hand gestures at first, but it wasn't difficult for him to learn them. After a short while, his Mountain River martial soul had already analyzed all their hand gestures and looks. He could also clearly see what these people were trying to say. However, he didn't say it out loud. This time, he came with these people to see what they were trying to do. Some things were better kept a secret. The 1,500 kilograms of weight from the formation refining stone made it very difficult for him to walk. Even so, he didn't fall behind. The benefits of cultivating one's body in the martial vein realm were fully displayed at this moment. Chapter 431. Ling Xiao walked at the back of the group, making it easier for him to observe the situation of the group. Fairy Ling Long walked in the middle of the group, the stern-faced cultivator standing guard beside her. Not only that, but this woman was also surrounded by cultivators at the transcendent realm 4th layer or above, like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. Fairy Ling Long did not seem to feel that this was inappropriate. In Shaw family castle, she had always been the high and mighty queen, so these people willing to protect her and follow her was a very normal thing in her eyes. She was beautiful, and even a smile from her was enough to drive many men crazy. She had a special ability that could easily heal the injuries of cultivators, causing them to respect her greatly. She was also strong, a peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivator, and although she was not very strong, she was still one of the strongest cultivators in Shaw family castle. In addition, she also had an extremely powerful martial spirit, and if she wanted to, she could easily defeat a transcendent realm 5th layer cultivator. All of this made her feel high and mighty, that others should kneel before her and lick her boots. What was even more hateful was that this guy surnamed Ling actually dared to refuse her request in front of so many people. If she did not teach this little brat a lesson, she would not be able to swallow this resentment in her heart. There was nothing wrong with being arrogant in itself, but thinking that all men in the world should kneel before her was troublesome. Meeting someone like Ling Xiao, she really deserved to be unlucky. The stern-faced cultivator seemed to be discussing something with Fairy Ling Long, but the two of them were speaking very softly and were deliberately using their true qi to block their voices, so unless Ling Xiao paid the price of exposing his strength, he really could not hear what they were saying. Lung Mian, what do you think? That little brat is indeed a little tricky. He actually knows spirit arrays, but it doesn't matter, his cultivation is too low. As long as we can seize the opportunity, subduing him will be easy. It's good that you are confident, but don't be in a hurry to act. The place we discovered this time is most likely the cultivation place of an ancient cultivator. There are many good things inside, but the troublesome thing is that it is protected by a spirit array. It just so happens that this little brat understands spirit arrays, so let's let him break it first. Fairy Ling Long's original intention was to attack by force. The reason why she had brought so many people with her was that she wanted to dig open the cave abode of the ancient martial artist and avoid the array formation. However, this method was not only crude, but it might not succeed. The most troublesome thing was that it might require something like a thunderbolt bomb. It would cause too much of a commotion, and it would be troublesome if it attracted a powerful beast. Therefore, after learning that Ling Xiao knew about arrays, she changed her mind. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao on the way, but now he changed his plan to wait for Ling Xiao to break the Immortal's cave's array formation before killing him. Understood. The cold-faced cultivator also had the same idea. Since there was someone who understood array formations, how could they not make use of him? Brace yourselves. The deeper we go, the more dangerous it will be. Although we've walked this path more than once, it's best not to play with fire. Otherwise, if we fail miserably, we'll be wiped out. The cold-faced martial artist suddenly released a loud voice, which spread to the ears of all the martial artists. Understood. The other martial artists responded one after another. Although Ling Xiao did not know what this cold-faced martial artist discussed with Fairy Linglong, he could guess some things in his heart when he saw the changes in their expressions. Looks like this woman really won't shed tears until she sees the coffin. She won't turn back until she hits a wall. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite either. At the beginning, the team did not suffer any attacks. Probably because the auras of the 30 martial artists were more powerful, the fierce beasts hiding in the dragon-submitting mountain range did not attack rashly. However, as they walked deeper and deeper, powerful fierce beasts also started appearing. Some were just observing, while some already launched attacks brazenly. This was not Ling Xiao's first time encountering fierce beasts. But each time he saw the scene of fighting with fierce beasts, he still could not help furrowing his brows slightly. Fierce beasts did not have any mercy to speak of. They killed people completely instinctively, ruthlessly, and straightforwardly, absolutely not sloppily. The one who attacked the team was an ice sparrow. Although it was just a 3rd-level fierce beast and its strength was not considered strong, the problem was that it could fly. The ice sparrow's size was very small, about the same size as a sparrow. Its entire body was dark blue and emitted an incomparably cold intent. It could release a very terrifying cold poison. Making use of high-speed flight, the ice sparrow only needed to scratch or peck its target, and it could inject the cold poison into the other party's body. Even if the target was several times larger than its size, or even dozens of times larger, once it was hit by the cold poison, it would also gradually stiffen and finally die due to all the blood in its body freezing, becoming its delicacy. The ice sparrow lay in ambush between the leaves. Because it was seriously too small, the martial artists did not detect its existence at all. All the way until it suddenly attacked and scratched 4 to 5 martial artists in an instant, did everyone realize the danger. Those 4 to 5 martial artists who were scratched fell to the ground after an instant, their entire bodies trembling, as if they were lying naked in a world of ice and snow. After discovering the ice sparrow's attack, the martial artists started attacking in an organized manner and formed a tight protective net. It was a pity that the ice sparrow was too cunning. The moment it saw that it could not attack again, it disappeared into the dense forest. The martial artists had no way of chasing after it at all. Ling Xiao might have been able to kill the ice sparrow if he had removed the array refinement stone or used the sword control technique. However, he did not do so. He had not forgotten the Yuan Venerate's instructions. After entering the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range, he had to bring the array refinement stone with him when possible. As for the sword control technique, it was a lethal weapon that he would not use easily. Ling Xiao suddenly saw Fairy Linglong helping the cultivators who had been poisoned by the cold poison. This was actually nothing to be surprised about. However, the problem was that he could faintly see the faint shadow of a dragon behind Fairy Linglong's back. There was also the extremely familiar aura of a dragon. Do you want it? Ling Xiao could even feel the primordial golden dragon within his body letting out a low roar. If his guess was right, Fairy Linglong probably possessed a dragon-type martial soul. This was an extremely rare martial soul. Without using any medicine, Fairy Linglong was able to expel the cold poison from their bodies easily. The martial artists naturally thanked her and expressed their loyalty. They said a bunch of useless things that Ling Xiao could not be bothered to listen to. After suffering the probing attack of the ice sparrow, the team became even more cautious. However, it was simply impossible to avoid the attacks of the ferocious beasts after entering the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range. After all, it was absolutely impossible to do so unless one could completely restrain one's aura and conceal oneself. Ling Xiao could naturally do this. His blood shadow martial soul had been fused with the primordial golden dragon, and its abilities had also been absorbed by the primordial golden dragon. Therefore, as long as Ling Xiao could completely control the primordial golden dragon, it would be very easy to do this. Even though it was a little difficult, it was still doable. Chapter 432. As the group ventured deeper into the dragon submission mountain range, the danger increased as well. Soon, the second attack arrived. This time, it was still the ice sparrow. However, it wasn't just one ice sparrow that came, it was a group of them. The leader of the ice sparrows was a level 3 ferocious beast. The rest of the ice sparrows were level 1 and level 2 ferocious beasts, but there were too many of them. There were more than 100 of them. In the end, after more than a dozen cultivators had been poisoned by the cold poison, and one cultivator had even died on the spot, they were finally able to kill and repel the 100 ice sparrows. The ones they killed were all level 1 and level 2 ice sparrows. The leader of the ice sparrows still tried to escape at the most crucial moment. But this time, it was too close to Ling Xiao. In a short distance of 5 or 6 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly shot out a chi sword and pierced through the ice sparrow's body. With the ice sparrow leader dead, the rest of the ice sparrows scattered in all directions, finally resolving the crisis. Not bad, Brother Ling. What kind of sword move is that? It's actually so powerful. That ice sparrow's flying speed was so fast, but it was actually pierced to death by you in one move. I heard that Brother Ling is only 14 years old, right? That's really scary, being able to kill a level 3 vicious beast at the age of 14, you're much stronger than me. Brother Ling, when you become a hero in the future, don't forget about us brothers. This kid is not bad. He seems to be a ruthless character. He must have undergone a lot of actual combat. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to remain so calm in the face of the attack of the berserk beasts. He's probably a disciple from some sect. Perhaps it was because Fairy Ling Long did not inform these cultivators of her plans, so they were not stingy with their praise for Ling Xiao. After all, if the ice sparrow were to escape, it would probably attract even more ice sparrows. At that time, it would be even more troublesome and difficult to deal with. Reality was like this. In the world of martial artists, as long as you were strong enough, you would be able to attract the respect of others. This was the rule of this world. It was very simple and direct. Fairy, this isn't good. I didn't expect that this kid would be admired by those people so quickly. I'm afraid it won't be convenient for us to make a move later. The cold-faced cultivator frowned and transmitted his voice to Fairy Linglong. Don't be afraid. These people are all fence-sitters. They have received many benefits from me. As long as I say the word, they will naturally lean towards me immediately. Don't worry. Fairy Linglong exclaimed with absolute confidence. It could be seen that she had experienced something like this before. Now, she was even more mature and terrifying than before. How could she fail? After that, Fairy Linglong continued to treat the injuries of those who were injured before cremating the bodies of those who had died in battle. There were too many beasts in the dragon submission mountain range. If it was just a burial, the corpse would be dug out quickly and eaten. Therefore, cremation was the best choice. After dealing with these matters, the group continued to move forward. After that, they encountered 4 consecutive attacks from ferocious beasts. But fortunately, these 4 times, only people were injured and no one died. Just like that, they had been walking for more than an hour. Everyone, we've arrived at our destination. Let's set up camp and set up the security perimeter. Eat something and recover. The next step is crucial. Fairy Linglong suddenly said from within the group. The cultivators were also really exhausted. Although the 2-hour journey was actually not that long, after several consecutive battles, the exhaustion could be said to be enormous. Hearing Fairy Linglong say that they could rest, many of them immediately lay flat on the ground. After resting for a while, they began to set up a small defensive fortress around them. Ling Xiao casually threw a low-grade true essence pill into his mouth. The true essence in his body was quickly replenished, and his cultivation naturally rose a little. Fairy Linglong, since you've arrived at your destination, we should part ways here. Ling Xiao thought for a moment before standing up and saying. He said that intentionally to see if Fairy Linglong would let him stay. If she did, it meant that she was up to something. If she didn't, it meant that she had given up on him, and he could simply leave. Young Master Ling, please wait. The moment Fairy Linglong spoke, Ling Xiao sighed helplessly. It seemed like he couldn't escape from destroying her. What's wrong? Is Fairy Linglong unwilling to let me go? Ling Xiao asked. Young Master Ling, please don't misunderstand. I'll tell you the truth today. We've discovered an ancient cultivator's cave abode. It's very likely that there are martial arts manuals, pills, divine weapons, and even martial soul inheritances inside. Fairy Linglong said. However, this cave abode is protected by a formation, and we don't want to act rashly. Since young master knows about formations, can you help us? Ancient cultivator's cave abode. Hearing this, Ling Xiao's eyelids twitched. To him, this was also a great temptation. Yes. Fairy Linglong, let's not beat around the bush. I do know about formations, and I can decipher most of them. However, how should we split the treasures we find? Ling Xiao asked straightforwardly. If we find any treasures, you'll get 30%. The remaining 70% will be divided among us, Fairy Linglong replied. That's not bad, but I'm afraid others will object. Ling Xiao looked at the surrounding cultivators. They won't object, because without you, we'll have to use brute force to open the cave abode. In the end, we might destroy the treasures inside, and no one will be able to get anything. Fairy Linglong explained. Furthermore, this cave abode is huge, and there's definitely a lot of treasures inside. Even if we don't get anything, I can still compensate them with equivalent value. We'll listen to Fairy Linglong. Yes, Fairy Linglong can say anything. All right, since that's the case, it's a deal, Ling Xiao said with a smile. He knew very well that after this matter was over, this would definitely not be the way to split the treasures. If he guessed correctly, Fairy Linglong probably wanted his life. However, Ling Xiao's life was not that easy to take. Whoever wanted to take his life, he would make that person suffer a double loss after trying to kill him. That's great. With young Master Ling's help, wouldn't the treasures inside the cave abode be easily obtained? Fairy Linglong heaved a sigh of relief. She did not want to fall out with Ling Xiao now. Otherwise, who would help her open the cave abode? You flatter me. Since that's the case, quickly bring me to the cave abode. After I'm done with this matter, I still have to go to the forest of 1,000 ghosts. Ling Xiao said calmly. I'm afraid that won't do. Fairy Linglong looked at the sky and said, this cave abode is very mysterious. It only appears at night, and it won't appear for more than an hour. We have to wait. I see. All right, you guys can rest first. I'll go out and take a look. Ling Xiao recovered quickly. He did not want to waste time here. It would be good to find a few wild beasts to practice his skills. Chapter 433. The night was like a ferocious beast that blotted out the sky, covering the entire Dragon Submission mountain range. The last ray of light on the horizon had completely disappeared. The entire camp was now shrouded in darkness. The bonfires had been lit, and the cultivators were all busy with their duties. Ling Xiao had also returned from outside. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the ancient cultivator's cave abode. Fairy Linglong wasn't lying. That cave abode would only appear at night. Not far away, the originally flat ground began to rise, and a 10-meter-tall mountain appeared. On this mountain, there was clearly a very obvious cave abode halfway up the mountain. Ling Xiao could sense traces of an ancient cultivator's aura coming from it, and he could confirm that it was indeed an ancient cultivator's cave mansion. Moreover, there really were treasures inside. A woo tilde tilde in the distance, a mournful wolf's howl sounded, causing one's heart to tremble. Let's go, young Master Ling, the cave mansion has already appeared. Fairy Linglong, the cold-faced cultivator, and 2 other peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivators walked over together. That place is very narrow, and it's difficult to enter with too many people, so the 5 of us should be enough. I'm only responsible for opening the array, the rest can be arranged by Fairy Linglong, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Good, let's go. Fairy Linglong and the cold-faced cultivator walked at the front, with Ling Xiao in the middle, and the other two peak transcendent realm 4th layer cultivators at the back. Both of them carried longbows on their backs, clearly proficient in archery martial skills. It was even possible that their martial spirits were related to archery. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer in his heart. This was to prevent him from escaping. But why would he want to escape? There was no need for him to escape at all. If these people wanted to deal with him, he could just kill them all. Searching for treasures had always been Ling Xiao's hobby. With the temperament of a youth, he had a unique fondness for adventure and treasures. The group of 5 arrived at the foot of the mountain. "We only have half an hour, be careful. Young Master Ling, we'll have to trouble you." Fairy Ling Long looked at Ling Xiao and said. The mountain was very tall, but the cave abode was only about 10 meters above the ground. There was obviously a stone platform near the cave abode, where people could stand. It was likely that this ancient warrior had discovered this wonderful place back then, so he placed his own cultivation place here. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He stretched out his finger, and a chi sword shot out. It actually pierced the hard rock, and then turned into something soft like a rope, and wrapped around the rock. Then, he slowly shortened his chi sword and continued to climb up the cliff. There was no other way. With the heavy formation refining stones on him, he couldn't fly at all. He could only use this stupid method. "Fairy, this kid's movement technique isn't very good. It's easy to deal with him." The cold-faced cultivator sent a voice transmission to Fairy Linglong when he saw Ling Xiao leave. I'll say the same thing again. Make a move after you get the item. It would be bad if there was a formation in the cave." Fairy Linglong was truly a scheming person. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but she wanted to kill him only after she was done with him. Ling Xiao climbed to the entrance of the cave abode and kept his chi sword. He couldn't help but feel a little happy. This 9 meridians chi sword was really just at the right time. If not for this thing, he really would have to think about how to climb so high. The formation of an ancient warrior's cave abode was actually not complicated. Adding on the fact that it had been here for a long time, it was actually very weak. For people who were good at formations, it was easy to break it. But for those who didn't know anything about formations, it was like a tiger trying to eat the sky, with nowhere to go. Ling Xiao took out a tool and casually fiddled with the formation a few times. The formation suddenly flashed with a blinding light. He didn't choose to break it, but to control it. He repaired the formation that was almost broken. If there were any changes later, it would be useful. "How is it, young Master Ling? Can you break it?" Not long after, Fairy Linglong and the other 3 jumped up. Their movement techniques were outstanding, and they didn't need ropes or anything like that. "It's a little difficult, but it's worth a try." In fact, Ling Xiao had already broken the formation and made it his own. The reason he said this was just to prevent the few of them from suspecting him. After fiddling with the formation for a long time, Ling Xiao deliberately squeezed out a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. Panting, he said, "Everyone, the formation has been broken. Please come in. You go first." The cold-faced warrior suddenly pulled out his sword and pressed it against Ling Xiao's back. "Fairy, this is different from what we agreed on. Didn't you say that it would be fine as long as I broke the formation?" Ling Xiao said, pretending to be strong in appearance but weak in heart. "Don't be afraid. We're doing this so that we can all get the treasure. If there's another formation inside, we'll have to trouble young Master Ling." Fairy Linglong saw Ling Xiao's frightened look and felt very pleased. This kid didn't give her face, so this was how he should be dealt with. "But what if you don't keep your promise and kill me?" Ling Xiao purposely made his body curl up, appearing very scared. "If you don't want to die, then hurry up and do as I say. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now." The cold-faced warrior shouted, "Hurry up and go in, Fairy. I don't want anything. After we find the treasure, I just hope you can spare my life." Ling Xiao hurriedly said. "Haha, why would I kill you? Don't worry, it's just that the cold-faced warrior has a bad temper. You should listen to him," Fairy Linglong said with a contemptuous smile. Ling Xiao had already sentenced these people to death in his heart. "If you want to die, wait until this young master's cultivation advances and I'll deal with you one by one." Ling Xiao's current strength was not enough to kill these 4 people, but escaping should be easy. In any case, in a month at most, he would come to Shaw family castle to settle accounts with these people. A month's time was enough for him to break through from the mid-stage Transcendent Realm 3rd layer to the Transcendent Realm 4th layer. At that time, even if he didn't enter his human dragon form, as long as he took the refining array stone, killing these people wouldn't be a problem. Right now, of course, he had to snatch the treasures in the cave first. Otherwise, all of your schemes would be for naught. Thinking so, he lifted his foot and walked in. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a dot of light flying out from the cave. Only he who had been strengthened by the mountains and rivers' martial spirit had such good eyesight. Otherwise, the night would be as bright as day, and he would be able to catch even the slightest after images. At that moment, Ling Xiao tilted his head slightly, easily dodging the dot of light. When the dot of light flew past his cheek, he noticed that it was actually a ghost firebug. Ghost firebugs looked like fireflies, but they were extremely ferocious beasts. They were generally 3rd-grade vicious beasts. They would emit a strange light in the dark, but this light must not be stared at. This was because this light would release a special kind of soul force, causing people to fall into an illusion.